Not only that, I've only actually had 3 hours sleep since kind of doing Unseen and all of that kind of stuff. So, yeah, this is going to be one where I think I'm going to grow into the stream. I think I'm going to wake up the more the stream like gets going. I've got a coffee. I'm going to be taking sips of that. But we are early. Normally, of course, it would be 1 o'clock in the morning that we would be watching SmackDown here in the UK. But because we're over in Germany, it's actually going to start here in the UK at 6 p.m. In the kind of early evening, right? So a massive difference. I mean, really a massive difference. So, yeah, I mean, obviously this isn't the first time this has happened. We've had quite a few European PLEs and PLEs outside of America, which I enjoy. I understand it causes a bit more disruption, but I think it is nice to get that different flavor from around the world. I do wish we had a bit more flavor. I do wish that, like, you know, it felt a little bit more like we were in Germany. It would be really good, actually, and I don't know why they don't do this, but it would be really good if they would go out and talk to the fans on the street and show us around the local area, like seeing some wrestlers go for a beer, go and have, like, I don't know, some local food, show us the local kind of square in Berlin, like, you know, just give us a taste of Berlin, because for many people they won't ever get a chance to go. For many people, I'd imagine many Americans may not get the chance to go to Germany, go to Berlin. This is a great opportunity to kind of show off Berlin. I'm not saying for loads. I mean, we're only talking about a few minutes here and there, but I don't know. I always enjoyed that in the past when there was wrestlers that were going around and were kind of having a look at the local area, you know? There's lots of examples where wrestlers have popped to, like, Buckingham Palace, or they're getting their picture taken in front of Big Ben, or, you know, that kind of stuff. So I always enjoyed that. I always thought that was good. And if we're doing more of these shows abroad, I would like to see more of that kind of thing happening. But you get a lot of that stuff, actually, for those that have never seen. You get lots of stuff like that on Coliseum home video, the old videotapes that used to come out. So if you are a bit stuck for something to watch at some point, I would say go on the network, go to the home video section, and not only do you get, like, matches on there, but you tend to get these little skits, these little things that connect the matches. And normally it's like Mean Gene spending the evening with the Bushwhackers. Or I've seen Mean Gene go to a Japanese restaurant with Yokozuna, and it shows you what Yokozuna is eating to be the size that he is. Like, that to me is just gold. That is just gold. That is just amazing stuff, which I really think is, like, missing, really. Even on kickoff shows, we don't really do stuff like that. So I think there's a big opportunity to do more stuff like that, but I don't think we'll get much of it tonight. We kind of know what to expect. We've seen the kickoff shows. We've seen these SmackDown shows. We kind of know what to expect, but yeah, that's something I would tweak. Tom said, WWE have been doing these for a while. People are still a bit confused. Yeah, it is true. These live shows in Europe, it's not live in America, right? I don't know how you watch this. I don't know if you go to watch wrestling in America. I want to help you, because this is obviously a tricky situation, right? Because many of our American friends can't join us live for this. Like, the disruption is real. So when it comes to SmackDown, there is a real problem there. It's going to air in America at its usual time, but it will not be live. It will be taped. It will be live at 1 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 p.m. UK time. So we are obviously going to go straight the way through. So just to bring everyone up to speed, in about 50 odd minutes time on the YouTube channel, the Bash in Berlin kickoff show will happen. You can watch that anywhere as long as you've got access to YouTube. You can watch that anywhere, so that's no problem. That'll be on for an hour. That'll start at 3 UK time, and it'll end at 4. Then there's a couple of hours wait, but that's fine. That's normal. We always start 2 hours before. So a couple of hours wait till we get to SmackDown. Then we get to SmackDown at 6, which is 1 p.m. in Eastern time, 6 UK time. And then obviously that's SmackDown as usual. It will air live in the UK and in Europe, but it won't air live in Canada, USA, blah, blah, blah. So it is messy. It is one that's, do you know, do you know what I struggle the most with these shows is it's so hard because for me, the show has aired. So for me, conversation can be had. Like we have quite a few people that join us from the UK and join us from, you know, people in Spain, people in France, people in Germany, people in Belgium, people in Holland. So there's a good chunk of people that are outside of America. So when this show airs, I'm ready to talk about it. I'm ready to do opinions. I'm ready to do Unseen. I'm ready to do all this stuff. But I do also appreciate that it won't have aired in America. So it's a real challenge because I don't want to be putting out spoilers and ruining it for people, but equally it has aired for me. So it's like, oh my God. I think what I will probably end up doing is delaying the opinions video. I'll probably end up delaying it. But when it comes to Unseens and talking about it, I'll still do that video. That'll go out as soon as SmackDown has ended. And I will just try to make sure there's nothing spoilery in the thumbnail, in the title. So really, the only way you're going to spoil it is if you do click on the video. I'm going to have to try and do something like that. So, yeah, these are like the crazy considerations you have to give when it's a stream like this. It's a real strange one. It's a weird one, this one. Kian said, Days, I hope you're doing well and I hope you have a great stream. How was your day? Well, do you know what? I went to bed at 6 a.m. UK time, and my mind was like, okay, that's good, because I can get a good 6-7 hours, be completely fresh, get up at like, I don't know, 1. I mean, right now it's just past 2. So I was thinking, get up an hour before, get everything set up, 6-7 hours, let's go. Brilliant. So I went to bed at 6, and I just woke up at 9:30. 9:30, I was awake. Like 3.5 hours later, I was awake. And I was like, oh, this is not good news. Because as soon as I wake up, getting back to sleep is just not happening. So I was like, well, maybe if I get up and I might be able to tire myself out and then I'll get an hour or something. It didn't happen. I ended up getting up and watching the cricket. England are playing Sri Lanka at the moment at Lord's, which is in London. And I love cricket, so that was me done then. So I've just been watching the cricket, and whilst I've been watching the cricket, I've just been trying to keep up with all the tweets that have been coming through so that I can keep up to speed with bits and bobs. And yeah, that's been my morning really. And then I set the stream up and here I am. So I have not had the amount of sleep I would have liked. It's not, loads of people go through this. So, it's no drama. We'll get through. But, yeah, psychologically, you just sort of think, I wish I'd had longer. Because I know I'd be fresher and I know that I could bring a bit more energy. So it's more of a psychological thing, really. But other than that, I feel good. But my day has been pretty uneventful, apart from watching England do very well in the cricket. I just finished watching Unseen and I enjoyed it. I haven't been myself. Your videos have been helping me, says Kian. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but honestly, the amount of people that tell me they're going through rough times and difficult times, you wouldn't believe. It's really eye-opening, actually. I think when you are someone that has, a lot of people tagging you in stuff, you do also get those DMs, you do get those emails, you do get those notifications, you do get those kind of comments. And it's amazing how many people, you just realize how hard it is for people. So I know that doesn't make it any easier for anybody, but it's one of those where I think when you are in one of those situations, you can really convince yourself that, you've messed up or the world's against you or everyone's having it great except for you, and it's just not the truth. It's just not what's happening. It's so many people are struggling. And I don't know, it feels like it's more than usual as well. It feels like it's more than how many people normally get in touch and say such things. So I'm really sorry to hear that. All I would say is I'm having a lot of people saying the same. I think I've said before, life is one of those situations where you just have to grind through sometimes. There's sometimes where life just gives you just a horrible hand, and you've just got to grind through. You've just got to focus on something, work towards it, and get through. And I think that there's, it sounds easy. It's not. It's hard. I sort of feel like life is meant to be hard. I sort of feel like that is sort of what life is about. It's about it being difficult and you overcoming those challenges and moving forward and learning from them and being better as a result. Someone that doesn't go through any kind of hardships, I don't know if they improve as a person. I don't know if they're able to overcome stuff. And, if you sail through life, when you do face some adversity, it's probably going to hit you extra hard in it. If you're someone where life has been, a bit tricky and you've had to really work hard, adversity just sort of doesn't bounce off you, but you can deal with it better. So I would say, look at it. If you're going through a difficult time, look at it as an opportunity for you to kind of learn and also be stronger the next time that it happens. So I ain't no psychiatrist, but listen, we've all been through bad times, and I'm a boomer, so I've learned a thing or two. So I would say that's the best advice I can give you, my friends. And I hope that life treats you better soon. The Beach Kevin said, why are we waking up so early? Oh, I don't know, because just that life sucks. That's why. Brony said, that's my only issue with WWE doing the international PLEs. The go-homes are taped, yeah. Do you know, if this was Raw and we were on Netflix, it wouldn't be a problem. It would just be live all around the world at the same time. But because of stupid USA Network and the fact that they've got a schedule and we can't move, it means that this is where we are, It's days like today that show that terrestrial TV sucks and schedules suck. And we really do need to find a new way forward, So, this is not the best, but listen, we get through it. We get through it. We move forwards. That's it. So it's, look, we can all enjoy Bash in Berlin. And if people want to step out after that because they don't want to miss Smackdown, then so be it. That's absolutely fine. I totally understand that. I have a bit of a problem later because they don't show it at 1 a.m. They don't show it at its usual time. So I'm getting it now and I don't get it later. I have tried watching it on catch up before and it's just awful. My adverts are out of sync with America's adverts and it's all just awful. So I'm watching stuff and it's all out and people are like, oh God, it was awful. I really hated it. It was one of my least favorite streams that I've ever done when I tried to do that. So I don't really have an appetite for trying to do that, to be honest. I think if I was to do a stream later, it would be me sat here just sort of chatting away, really. I don't even know that I'd have the show on. So there's probably not much point. Probably just worth going to bed, getting some sleep, and then coming back tomorrow for Bash in Berlin, because we are getting closer, man. This big weekend, this wrestling weekend. I mean, don't forget, this is day one of loads of wrestling. So we've got, obviously, Bash in Berlin kickoff. We've got SmackDown. Tomorrow, we got Bash in Berlin. Sunday, we've got NXT No Mercy. Monday, we've got Raw. Tuesday, we've got NXT. So this is a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 5-day run, which is amazing. If we did AEW and TNA, we would probably never stop. But we don't, so we stop on Wednesday. 5-day run, though. Definitely here for that. Definitely here for that. William said, I watch it through my ears. I love you, my friends. William, I love you as well. But Melanie said, perhaps if I say hello, James. Melanie, hello. I'm sure. There we go. Look, you got hello, Melanie, back from James. So there we go. Connor says, James Ugarte. Don't know if that's how you say it. Won't play against Liverpool. That's probably true, isn't it? Have we announced it yet? I'm very excited for that signing. Kyle said, hello everyone, quick question about the kickoff show. Is it today or tomorrow? I was checking YouTube. It says 11 a.m. tomorrow. Kyle, hello. It's today. So they do the kickoff show today. They do the countdown show tomorrow. So I don't know when the countdown show is, right? But the terminology they tend to use now is kickoff show on a Friday, countdown show just before Bash in Berlin. So, yeah, it's going to be, well, it's today. I know that Bash in Berlin is today, and the show for like what used to be the countdown show, that is tomorrow. Oh, I've just got a little glitch thing which I just need to figure out. There we go. Sorted. Beautiful. Yeah, I just had a little error thing pop up, which was a bit concerning. There we go. So yeah, it should be literally 45 minutes for the kickoff show. Right, let's go down. Days, what do you think the biggest talking point coming out of Bash in Berlin will be? Biggest talking point coming out of Bash in Berlin will be... will be... that's hard. I'll tell you, I might as well just tell you what I'm thinking. I think Cody retains. I think Gunther retains. I don't know that anyone's... I don't think Kevin Owens turns. Kevin Owens' heel turn would probably be the talking point, but I'm just not sold on it at the moment. I'm just not sold. They're teasing it so hard that I really feel like the swerve could be we don't get it. So whenever they do like a really hard tease, I always find myself just going, oh, I'm not sure, man. Sometimes they can go so hard, it has the counter effect where I don't believe it's going to happen. And that's sort of what's happening with Kevin. The Kevin tease, I mean, the way that he had the belt and went over to Cody and it was like, oh, I mean, they could not have made that more obvious if they tried, right? Unless Kevin came out with a sign saying, I'm going to turn heel soon. I don't know how else they could have made it more obvious. But it was so obvious, it now makes me go, everyone's expecting it, so you don't do it. So, yeah, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking that would be the talking point, but I'm just not buying it. So, and I do wonder about Randy winning. I think there's a real argument for Randy winning, because I look at it and I'm like, well, you can have Gunther retain, which makes sense, but you could have Randy win because it would be a shock. It would get him to 15. It would mean they switch brands, which is interesting because it puts Gunther on a collision course with Cody. Gunther versus Cody whilst we're waiting for Cody Rock. Makes a lot of sense. Randy coming over and getting away from the whole bloodline stuff makes a lot of sense. Him coming over to Raw, big name, Raw move into Netflix, makes a lot of sense. The Gunther long title reign being followed by a really short, shocking world title reign. I'm not going to say that makes sense, but you could do it. So I sort of look at it, I'm like, yeah, there's not really a reason why you wouldn't have Randy win. Other than you're worried that it will hurt Gunther, you know? Such a short title run would hurt, but it ain't gonna, is it? I feel like Gunther's only just got to that world title level, and I think he's gonna be there for years and years and years and years and years. And I think he'll have multiple world title runs. So taking it off him now, who cares? To be honest, who cares? I'm a massive Gunther fan, and even I'm sat here going, who cares? Because he'll get back to it, and I've got no doubts about that. So, but it gets Randy to 15, maybe puts him on a collision course with Cena. I can see the reason why they would do it if they do it. If they do have Randy win, to me, I'd go, get it, I get it, for all the reasons we just said. So I look at that as potential. But if, let's say, both the big champs retain, what is the big talking point going to be? Is it going to be that Punk has beaten Drew? And it's now 1-1. Is it going to... And he's got his flipping bracelet back. Is it going to be that? If the biggest talking point coming out of Bash in Berlin is that Punk has got his bracelet back, it's over. Turn the lights off. Wrestling is dead. It's dead. It died. That's it. We've reached the end of wrestling. That's it. We've clearly done everything. Because if the biggest talking point coming out of Bash in Berlin is that one of the biggest male superstars has got his $1 bracelet back, I can only imagine we've run out of ideas. I can only imagine that we have literally done every other story in the history of stories. So that's it. Turn the lights off with them. So it better flipping not be that. It better not be that. Maybe Jade Bianca getting the titles back, but is that big of a deal? They must have some sort of segment up their sleeve. What about if Batista comes walking out? You know, there's a new movie that Batista's in, which would make sense for him to want to promote. We haven't seen him in a long time. He's a big star. I know he might not be a John Cena, but he's a big star. You know, his music hits. People are going to be like, I'm wondering about Batista. He's in a film with Drew. Drew's on this card. Why not have Batista come out and just say a little something? Unfortunately, we don't really have like any German legends that we can turn to. So, you know, we might as well just have a look at like, you know, a legend we don't see that often. New film to promote, as long as it's free. New film to promote. Why not? Surely this is the audience that you'd want to target. You want to target wrestling fans. I think this movie's got Drew in it, as we said, so... Batista? I don't think it's the worst shout. But yeah, I think that's a great question because, honestly, the options aren't brilliant. Josh Hutton, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, and I hope you are well. And Dark Knight says, thank you everybody that voted for me. I don't take it for granted. I know that I joked a lot, but finding this channel was a blessing. I had a terrible 2021. Well, Dark Knight, many congratulations, my friends. Many congratulations. Very close, very hard-fought battle. And much deserved. I mean, everyone that was nominated in that Hall of Fame deserved it. I think we've got something really good with that because I think because we have been quite strict with not putting in like 5 people each month or some crazy number like that, like WWE do. Do you remember WWE in the early days were putting in like flipping 8-9 people every year? We only put in one a month. So like as a result, it's quite an honor. It's quite prestigious. It's good. It's got good vibes, but so many people deserve it. So many people, but we'll get to everyone. I've no doubts about that. But yeah, very good. You'll have to send me your picture, ping it over, email or something, and I'll get it up on screen. So yeah, Dark Knight, shout out to you. I'm sorry to hear you had a bad 2021, but hopefully life is treating you better now, my friends. See, everyone's going through it. Everyone's either going through it or gone through it. Flipping life can be hard, can't it? Dale said, there was a kickoff this early. Didn't think I'd be excited for this weekend, but my granddad has just been rushed to hospital. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dudes. Oh my God. It's just everywhere, isn't it? Just awful, bad, terrible things happening everywhere. Dale, I hope everything works out, buds. Batman Big Fan said, what match are you most excited for? Oh, that's a good question. Let me finish my coffee. Might need that. What match am I most excited for? Probably Gunther Randy, right? Women's tag match, who cares? Yeah, the bracelet's more important. The Cody Kevin Owens match, no one's expecting Cody to lose. Could Kevin turn? Yeah, he could. He could. I'm interested in that regard, but I don't think he does. CM Punk against Drew. I think I've still got PTSD from their SummerSlam match, which I was not crazy about. I just think Seth got in the way. These two, I mean, that was the first Punk match. I was really hoping it was going to be brutal, bloods. I just sort of look at some of the things we've done this year. You know, that segment with The Rock and Cody and the rain and the bloods and the beatings. I'm looking at that and I'm like, if any match deserves that kind of violence, surely it's Drew and Punk finally getting there after a cash-in got thwarted. And we had the main event of the Scottish PLE get sabotaged. Any match deserves violence. It's got to be that SummerSlam match, and it just went nowhere near far enough for me. Not even in the neighborhood. It was not the match I was looking for. So that was a real Debbie Downer. So I look at this one and I'm like, well, it's a strap match. Maybe I get what I'm looking for in this one. So I'm up for it, but I've still, honestly, I think the reason I woke up after being in bed for 3 hours is probably due to having a nightmare about reliving the CM Punk Drew match from SummerSlam. I can't remember, but I would put it down to that. I think there's a good chance that I was having flashbacks and I woke up as a result. So I do have a bit of post-traumatic stress from that. But that should deliver. All joking aside, I do have high hopes for it. So that should hopefully deliver. And then, I can't even remember the other match. That's how important it is. Terror Twins against, to be honest, that's going to be all right. But, do you know what I mean? Let's say Terror Twins win. So what? What changes? Nothing. Let's say Liv and Dom win. So what? What changes? Nothing. It's one of those matches where it doesn't make any difference who wins. Doesn't matter. There's nothing at stake. If it was something like if Liv wins, Rhea can never challenge for the title. If Rhea wins, she faces Liv at Bad Bloods, and Dominic's going to try and help Liv, and Damien's going to try and help Rhea. Okay, bit more there, a little bit more at stake there. I can vibe with that. But this ain't got nothing going on it, has it? It feels like a main event of Raw. So I'm sure it's going to be a good match, though. And listen, it's a great feuds. It's great feuds. So seeing, like, Damien finally get his hands on Dom, Rhea getting her hands on Dom, like, there's going to be some really good moments. So I'm not down on it. But it's like, I don't know. I can't dress it up as something that it isn't. I can't make out that it's, like, the most exciting thing in the world. So I look at the options and I'm like, pay-per-view looks okay. I would much rather have a show on a Saturday than not have a show on a Saturday. I'm very intrigued by the German crowd and the German fans. I'm very pleased for them that they've got this show. I think a lot of people have said this show feels very predictable. And so for me, if I've got to pick one match I'm most excited for, it's going to be Gunther against Randy Orton. Because I think that match probably stands a chance of being the match of the night. CM Punk Drew might overtake it. And there's always chance for Cody Kevin as well. So match quality wise, I think we're going to eat goods. I really do. I think there's lots of matches that could deliver if we get the booking right. But I love Gunther. Obviously, Randy's a legend. I do think there's a chance that Randy could win. I don't think he does win, but I do think there's a chance he could win. And so that's probably the one I'm most looking forward to. So, and their first match was good. The King of the Ring final, that was good. I think it was only really the finish that sort of like everyone was a bit off with. The kind of screwy finish and whatnot. That sort of let the match down a bit. But other than that, people, I think, will be on board. So, yeah, I'm excited. Looking forward to the weekends. It's not the best looking card. It's not the most eventful card. I think if you had other plans this weekend, I don't think you need to worry too much. You know, you wouldn't want to miss WrestleMania. You wouldn't want to miss Royal Rumble. You wouldn't want to miss SummerSlam. But if you did, for some reason, miss Bash in Berlin, I don't feel like it's the end of the world. But as someone that does this for a living and loves watching wrestling, I will take a wrestling show on a Saturday every flipping weekend. So this is a treat. And a great weekend as well, because then we've got a good-looking No Mercy card on Sunday, which, even if you don't watch NXT, there should be some really good matches on that. And potentially the arrival of at least one big new star in Julia. We think Julia's going to be there. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens there as well. So yeah, lots going on. Star Player said, upcoming PLEs for WWE: Crash in Copenhagen, Dash in Dublin, Violence in Venice, Terror in Tokyo. Let's go. I don't mind those. Violence in Venice sounds pretty fun. By the Bonfire said, it feels like Damien should have more incentive to be going after Finn rather than Dom. It does feel a little out of place. Yeah, I think, you know, this is where, unfortunately, situations get in the way of booking. What I mean by that is you can understand them wanting to do Finn, Damien at Bad Blood, right? You can understand Bad Blood being all about these grudge feuds. It's just going to be a great... I mean, that's how I would book it. Bad Blood just being these grudge matches. These two, like, they hate each other. Punk and Drew hate each other. Finn and Damien hate each other. You know, like, unholy union against Bianca and Jade. Not much heat there, is there, really? It's not much heat there. Cody against Kevin Owens. They'll probably end up hugging after, right? There's no heat there. Not at the moment, unless he turns. So there's not much heat there. So I kind of feel like the next one is probably going to be a lot more grudge matches. So you can sort of understand them delaying Damien versus Finn for the next PLE. The problem you've got is, well, what do you do at this PLE? And that's where I think we found ourselves in a situation where we still want to feature them. They're big stars. You know, Liv, Dom, Rhea, Damien, they're big stars. And they're involved in arguably the hottest story at the moment. I mean, obviously the whole Roman return thing is hotter, but he's only been back a couple of weeks. And he's gone again now. So I kind of feel like Liv, Dom, all of that. I think that's the hottest thing they've had. And so you can't really leave it off the card. So you just sort of find yourself in this weird situation where you end up with this match, which, to be honest, could be a Raw main event, you know? But you got to get them on the cards. And I think, unfortunately, you will, at times, find yourself in that situation where you have to book matches like this because the crowd are going to want to see these stars. The feud deserves to be featured on a PLE, but you've got bigger things coming a bit further down the road, you know? So this is why, for me, you sweeten the pot with a stipulation, you know? You make it a street fight. You make it, like, as I said, if Liv loses, she has to give Rhea a title match. But if she wins, Rhea will never face for the title whilst Liv's champ. You know, you put that little extra sprinkle on to make it more PLE worthy. The match itself, I think, will still bang, though, because people care about this feud. So I think the match itself will still deliver. I've no issue with that. It won't be a chore to watch. But I don't disagree when it comes to stakes, when it comes to importance. There's going to be other matches that I'm going to be looking at, you know. So yeah, good point. Connor said, who do we think is going to be the busiest club today? I don't know, to be honest, but I always find, and it could be me, I could be a boomer and I could be wrong, I always find Deadline Day to be very underwhelming. You've got the odd story of those big last minute moves, right? We've all got our favourites from years gone by, but if you look on average at the transfers that happen on Deadline Day, it's pretty underwhelming most times. Most times it's very uneventful. A lot of clubs like to get their deals done early so that they can get the players in before the season starts. Get them settled in, you know? I think a lot of the deals that will get done are deals that have probably already been getting worked on, you know? So like Ugarte, if that's how you say it. I don't know if it's Ugarte or Ugarte. Like, I think that gets done. I mean, I'm hearing it's done. It just needs announcing. And, you know, you'll have the odd little bit. I don't know what happens with Sancho. That'll be interesting. I don't know what happens with Sterling. That'll be interesting. There's a couple of stories there that I think will be interesting, but I don't know that I see that big shot move, that big, giant, out of nowhere move, you know? I think all the rumours and everything have probably... It's those kind of moves I'm looking at. Sancho moving, Sterling moving, which have been rumoured anyway. Maybe Chilwell moves. I don't know who else is being rumoured. To be perfectly honest, I don't really read transfer stories outside of United. I don't really care who Aston Villa are buying. I'm not really bothered about who West Ham are getting. So I only tend to read United, but I'm not aware of any kind of out of the box transfers, you know. Transfer deadline day could be a bit flat sometimes. I hope it's good. Tony K said, would you see WCW German wrestler Alexander Wright appear? Maybe an impromptu fight with Ludwig would work. Awful. Just awful. I mean, I think you could include him in a video package, to be honest. I mean, you could do a video package where you show... I mean, there's been a handful of German wrestlers. No one that's really gone on to achieve anything of note. And so you could do a little video package and talk about the proud history of German wrestling. Because in all fairness, the thing with Germany is that they have their own promotion in... Is it WXW? And that was such an amazing ground for Gunther to come through, and Ludwig and Elia, and there's lots of European talent that's gone over there and kind of learnt and cut their teeth. I don't know what their relationship's like with those guys, but they did used to show their content on the network, WXW. So I sort of feel like you could do a nice little video package. In fairness, they did one, but it focused on WWE and the history of WWE going to Germany, which was excellent. You could do another one that just expands it and looks at German wrestling, generally. And then you could include some of those names. But yeah, it's limited, isn't it? It's limited. They haven't had a great deal of success. I don't know the history of German wrestling. I genuinely don't know before WXW what was even happening, right? I got sent a fantastic... we did a little thing on George Hackenschmidt, right? Oh, did I tell you I got a response? I got a response, man. So George Hackenschmidt, if you saw Unseen the other day, you'll know that some footage of him from 1908 has been remastered and was shown in Estonia, right? Because he was born in Estonia. He is regarded as the first world wrestling champion, George Hackenschmidt, right? Died in London. I keep trying to find his autobiography, but I can't find it. Apparently there is an autobiography, but it might only be in Estonian, and I don't speak Estonian. But he did do other books. He did a book called The Way to Live, and it's all about how to look after yourself, and he wrote it in the 1900s, so it's probably out of date, and it's probably got bad info in it, but I still am really interested in reading it. But anyway, there's footage of him. I got in touch with them and I was like, you need to release this because I would buy a copy. And they got back in touch and they were like, thank you so much. It was an honor to show footage of Hack. And, we're proud to be showcasing one of Estonia's most important, historical figures. We don't own the footage. It's something like New Zealand Archive owns the footage for some reason. They're like, here's a contact. You can get in touch with this person. This is the person that was able to set it up for us. You can get in touch with this person and see if they are of any further assistance. So I actually now have a contact who I can get in touch with to see if there's any way forward on getting a hold of this footage, which I haven't done yet, but I'm very excited to get in touch with them because I don't know what their plans are. But that would be the oldest known footage I'm aware of wrestling from 1908. It's the only footage of George Hackenschmidt as well. But anyway, long story. That was that. Then because we showed that in Unseen, I had loads of people getting in touch showing me all this old wrestling news. And there was one I was tagged in. I think it was WWE Ethan tagged me in 1948. The largest crowd drawn in wrestling happened in Spain. 22,000 people watched a wrestling match in Spain in 1948, and that was the biggest crowd of the year. And that's amazing because, just like Germany, I don't know the history of wrestling in Spain, but there ain't no way I would have said the largest crowd of any year would have been in Spain. But apparently in 1948 it was. So I love learning all those little bits. I just think it adds to your general knowledge, your overall knowledge. And you just never could learn enough. You would never... There's not enough hours in the day to learn and all this stuff, you know. You'll never learn it all, but just to have a better idea and understanding, you know. So I think it'd be really cool if WWE would help me out and just, like, you know, teach me about the history a bit more of German wrestling, when it started, some of the key figures. There's going to be plenty of German wrestlers from back in the day that you're not going to find much info on. They probably traveled around Europe, you know, working in different territories, like going to Russia, going to London, wrestling and entering tournaments. There was big tournaments that used to happen in France each year, and you know, I'm sure there's kind of wrestlers from Germany that used to enter into those, but I mean, their names wouldn't mean anything to us in 2024. It would be good if we could get some of that from WWE, but that's very specialist, isn't it? I mean, you've really got to care about wrestling history to even care about that stuff, so it's probably a bit too niche. But this is why I've said before, I can't hate on Dave Meltzer like others, because he shares a lot of that information. He will see these posts and repost them, and then that's how I see them. There's a good chance I wouldn't find them otherwise. He's a good follow for that on Twitter. I don't need all the flipping arguing with people, getting into arguments about ratings and whatever. That's nonsense. All that stuff, nonsense. But the wrestling history stuff is great. Another good follow is a guy called Alan Cheapshot. I believe that's his name. He's an excellent follow. He puts out loads to do with the history of wrestling, and it's really good stuff. So there's a couple of really good accounts if you're really interested in that. I'm actually thinking of subscribing to Wrestling Observer, because there's a radio podcast thing. I forget what the name of it is. It's got Dragon in the name, Dragon King or something like this, right? But you can only listen to it with an Observer subscription. It's not anywhere else, apparently. And they talk all about like pre-war wrestling. They talk about the 1900s, 1910s, 1920s, 1930s. I'm really fascinated in that period, because that's the period where wrestling really gets established. It goes on pause during the war and then comes back after. But really where wrestling finds its feet is in that pre-World War II period. So I'm very interested in that period. That's your Ed Strangler Lewis, your Gold Dust Trio, your George Hackenschmidt, your Frank Gotch, your Tom Jenkins, you know, your Farmer Burns. It's all that sort of stuff. Love all that. But it's very specialist and very dull for a lot of people. Days, have you heard that Liverpool has recently signed Chiesa? I have, which is a bargain for a player and attack up front. I have, yeah, it's a bad sign-in that for Man United. I think it's a good sign-in for Liverpool because it's low risk. He was only like 10 million and he's a good player. There's a few concerns around him. I think there's a few concerns around his injury records and a few concerns as to whether he's quite got the skills for the Premier League. I think he does well in Serie A. It's very different to do well in the Premier League, but good signing. I can't say anything else. But I think Punk will win the feud against Drew at Bad Bloods and then face for the World Heavyweight Championship, says Batman Big Fan. Days, do you think we will get the decibel measurement tomorrow, says Little Right? Oh, yeah. It's been a while. Yeah, it's a good point, that. Yeah, I think we will. Did they break it out at SummerSlam? I can't remember. Can't remember if they broke it out at SummerSlam, but yeah, I think there's a good chance we will. Star Player said that Vince docuseries will face a lot of backlash. I don't know, to be honest. It really depends what's said in it. I mean, I don't think it's... Some people think it's going to be a redemption piece. I don't think it is. I think that it's just going to... I mean, if I was putting that series together, I would start with the allegations and, you know, I would start with that stuff and I would end with that stuff. I would bookend it, right? And I would make it clear that before this happened, we sat down and we discussed WWE with, you know, Vince McMahon. And so the bulk of it, like 99% of it, I think is going to be a journey through WWE. I don't think this is trying to paint, or I'm not expecting it to try and paint Vince in a light that is going to be complimentary. But I think what it's going to do is just talk about key moments in the history of WWE and provide extra information and behind the scenes context and just give you info you haven't already had. So I don't know. I just think that it's a bit silly to not want to watch a show where you can really learn some stuff from the guy that was overseeing it all and booking it all because of the current situation, you know? Like, for me, I have the ability to not respect Vince, not admire Vince, but still I have the ability to listen to what he is, you know, going to tell me about the past. But that doesn't mean that I support him or I agree with, you know, what he's done or anything like that. Maybe some people can't. Maybe it is impossible for some people to watch that docuseries because their hatred for Vince now is too strong. That's fine. I can understand that if that's where people are. I don't feel that way. And I don't have any problem saying that I don't feel that way. For me, the opportunity to learn about the history of where we've been and why certain decisions were made and whatever, that is exciting to me. Like I just said about George Hackenschmidt and all that sort of stuff back in the day, there's a lot of stuff that if you want to learn about, like 80s WWF, 90s WWF, you can sort of get stuff from Bruce Pritchard and he's revealed a lot, but you're only ever going to get, like, you know, Vince's perspective from Vince. And there'll be stuff that only Vince can answer. So I ain't interested in the backlash, to be honest. I'm watching it and I don't really care what people think about that. I'm very excited for it because I'm very excited to learn. I'm very excited to find out a different perspective. And I really don't expect this to try and be a whitewash situation. I mean, maybe I'll feel different if I watch it and they're trying to paint Vince as being this angel. Maybe then I'll be like, oh, this feels like a propaganda piece. But I'm not anticipating that. I'm not anticipating that being the case. I'm just anticipating it being, here's what happened in the 90s. Here's what happened in the 80s. This is what was going on at the time in the company, blah, 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 blah. So I'm not expecting it to be a whitewash. But as I said, maybe when I see it, I'll feel different. But I'm very excited for it. Very excited for it. I'm really pleased it's coming out. I think that would have been such a loss to have sat down with Vince and the McMahons and spoke to them about the history of WWE and spoke to them about key moments and asked certain questions. And then because of everything that's happened, it just gets shelved and we never see it. I think that would be a loss. I would feel like that's a real shame that we're not going to get those answers, you know? So I'm pleased that it's coming out, but the tone of it they've got to be careful with that. You've got to just present it, I think, factually and talking about certain things in the history of wrestling and just going through, you know, the docuseries and going through the years. You know, if they're going to try and paint him as being this angel and they're going to try and portray him and it's going to be like a propaganda, then, you know, then we'll talk. But I really am not expecting that. Right, boom. Rosslyn fan said, don't sleep on Alex Wright. His hips don't lie. That's true. He was Shakira before Shakira. Dort Knight said, Days, will you ever do top wrestler from each state? I did start, that was an idea that was floated ages ago actually, and I did start looking into it, and I was struggling a little bit with it because there are a few states where your options are very, very limited. So that was a video that I was looking at, and I remember starting it, and it was going quite well. It was quite fun where you get to certain states and you've got some big decisions to make, but then you get to other places and you're like, Jesus, this is, you know what I mean? It's like Germany. There ain't much to choose from here. So it was one of those where it was going well and then it sort of hit a bit of a brick wall. So I think there probably is still a video there, but it hit a bit of a brick wall. And I suppose then you go, well, is it better to just focus on states as an individual thing? Do you do it as a series? But then, I don't know. It hit a brick wall is the answer. But it could still happen. It's not dead. Jessica, hello, said, what do you think of Machine Gun Kelly tweeting at Randy? Randy would put him in the air. He'd go flying. Well, I don't know if that is not... Oh, no. What's happening? I don't know if that is not a bit of a work, to be honest. I mean, it might be. It might not be, right? It's a pretty crazy thing for Machine Gun Kelly to come out and just say out the blue. I mean, I know in this day and age, everything gets done flipping, you know, in front of a camera, right? Or everyone's beef just plays out in front of cameras these days. But it's still pretty crazy. I sort of feel like, are we trying to create a bit of buzz? Are we trying to get a bit of something going? You know, Kevin Owens came out and straight away he was like, let's do a tag match. Let's do Logan and Machine Gun Kelly against me and Randy. And I was like, I don't know, man. What are we building towards, you know? If at Bad Blood we end up doing that match, then it's, you know, I feel like this thing's been a work, clearly. So I don't know, I'm really on the fence with it, man. I'm really on the fence as to whether what I'm seeing is real or if it's scripted or what's actually going on, you know. It's kind of settled down a little bit now, so we'll have to see kind of what comes of it. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye on it. It's an interesting one. I'm not crazy about seeing rappers getting into the ring. Right, it's not my forte, but equally, I would not hate seeing Randy get his hands on Machine Gun Kelly. I think there could be a lot of entertainment there. So, as long as flipping Randy won, I don't need Bad Bunny again. How Bad Bunny beat Damian Priest, I will never know. I will never understand that. And I will also never understand why it received the praise it received. Personally, I will never understand that. That match to me is atrocious because of the result. You had Bad Bunny, a singer, beat Damian Priest in a street fight, and everyone loved it. Everyone was crazy about it. I just don't get it. That stuff just bothers me too much. I've grown up, and I've said before, at a time where wrestlers are just larger than life. They're gods. You know, your George Hackenschmidts, your Andre the Giants, your Lou Theszes, your Ric Flairs, your Buddy Rogers, your Terry Funks, you know, your Billy Robinsons, you know, your Hulk Hogans, your Ultimate Warriors, your Macho Man Randy Savages. It's just like, yeah, larger than life, man. You can't just be someone that comes in off the street, a singer or something, and just get in there and go toe to toe with these guys. Famously, Roddy Piper hated having to work with Mr. T. Hated it. Didn't think he should have had any place in the ring. And that was Piper's attitudes. And they made him not only face him at WrestleMania 1, they made him face him again at WrestleMania 2. Famously, it was a boxing match, not a wrestling match, right? They wrapped Roddy Piper's fist closed before they put the boxing glove on because they were so worried that he was just going to knock out Mr. T in anger, like for real. Because obviously it was still worked. Obviously it was still all fake. So they wrapped his hand closed so that if he did start going, it wouldn't actually cause as much damage. I don't know. I don't really know how that works. Apparently, if your fist is taped closed, it doesn't have the same impact as whether you can really do it last minute, close it last second. I don't know why, but apparently that's what they did with Roddy Piper because they were so worried he was going to knock out Mr. T and he was going to make a point. I feel like Roddy Piper's my spirit animal. So yeah, Bad Bunny beating flipping Damian Priest. Hate that. And but yeah, Randy Orton getting his hands on Machine Gun Kelly. If he murked him, I'd be down for that. I'd be down. Imagine if Machine Gun Kelly beat Randy, though. Imagine that. Imagine that. That would be the worst. That would be nightmare fuel. Nightmare scenario. But they wouldn't do that. Surely. Right, anyway, we've only got 6 minutes. I didn't realise that we're running out of time here. So let me go to WWE and get this thing ready. WWE are on 104 million subscribers. I hope to have that by the end of the year. So, guys, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, hit subscribe because I want to try and overtake WWE by the end of the year. So, that's my dream. Yeah. Right. Days, after Survivor Series, you think that Solo is going to get kicked out of the Bloodline, says Young Wreckage. By Jacob. That could lead towards a Solo face turn. I don't think so. Only because the word on the street is that we are going to be getting Solo against Roman next year. So him being thrown out of the Bloodline wouldn't really make a great deal of sense. So I am not expecting that. I think that a lot of people probably want that because they want Jacob to be more of the focus. But everything at the moment is saying it's Roman Solo at WrestleMania, so I don't think he will be more of the focus. Maybe after WrestleMania, you know, if he loses, we could see something then, but no, not after Survivor. I would actually think at Survivor Series, you give the win to Solo, Jacob, and Gorillas. I actually think that you need to build Solo up. So if you are going to have their team take on Roman's team, Bloodline, Solo's Bloodline against Roman's Bloodline, I think you have to have Solo's team win. So I'm actually not anticipating that Solo loses that. Edward, hello, hope you are well, said Days. I'm on time for once. I've been getting caught up in college. I shouldn't miss appointments again. Edward, I hope you are well, bud. Welcome. It is early and exciting, and we are just sneaking our way towards the start of this. So yeah, there's about 2,000 waiting for the Bash in Berlin kickoff show. Shall I say hello in the... I never type in the thing, but I've got a couple of seconds. LFG Berlin, do us proud. There we go. That's a very pro-Berlin message, isn't it? Let's post that. Boom. LFG Berlin, do us proud. Quite pleased. That's all right. That's all right. That'll do. I never post in the WWE one, but it's nice to take part sometimes. Jim says, good afternoon, Days. Didn't even realize there was a stream going on. Jim, neither did I. Honestly, literally 5 minutes ago, I just happened to be reading and I realized we were flipping live. It was unbelievable. But yes, we are early. We do have this kickoff show, and then we have got WWE roster. Shout out to you. Yeah, we are doing this. Then there's a 2-hour break. Then it's SmackDown live from Germany. It won't be live in America until later on, which is a bit of a shame. Right, here we go. It is firing up. Let's do that. Let's close that. Let's... yeah, some tunes. Let's go. Boom. Right, we are up and running, kids. Mike said, I'm listening from work. Hello, Mike. Hope you're well. I've always been a huge fan of Punk and Drew. I'm excited for that match. Well, yeah, hopefully it is going to deliver. Hopefully it is going to... hopefully it is going to be better than their SummerSlam match, which I was not crazy about. But I know some were. Some people enjoyed it. But I've got higher hopes for this. I think this is going to bring the violence that I was looking for last time. So I've got higher hopes for this. Samantha, hello. Hope you are well. Hope you are excited for the weekend. Not the artist. The wrestling weekend that we've got coming up. So should be good. But Jake says, when do we think Alexa returns? Well, I feel like with Alexa, there's two ways you can go. She's either in Wyatt 6 or she's not quite in Wyatt 6 yet. If she's in Wyatt 6, surely we tease her. We tease her arrival, right? Because that's what we've done with the Wyatt 6. Like, they're this group. Everyone's got a character, like mystery figures, something in the background. That's just what you do with this group. So I can't imagine her just, here's Alexa. So if she's in the Wyatt 6, we've got to start teases. If she's not, she can turn up anytime. If she's not in the Wyatt 6, she could rock up at Bash in Berlin. She could just rock up. I don't think she will, by the way, but she could, because there's not a need to build her up or hype her or do anything, because the story will be surely the Wyatt 6 go after her. I don't know, as a victim, maybe as a like they try to recruit her, but the fact that URL during Nightbird said 1A makes me think she likely is already in the group. So I'm leaning more towards there being teases, and we just haven't had any sign of teasers yet. So I would say I'm looking at Bad Bloods, and I would say once we get past Berlin, I'm wondering if we start some teasers. Right, here we are. We are just having a little look at the gate thing. I can't remember what it's called. The Brandenburg Gates or something. There's the Uber Arena. What's a lot of people don't know this, but that arena, it does drop you off home after, which is amazing. So the Uber Arena, wonderful. And we have got a pretty big stage. Normally, sometimes we have to use like the trucks and whatever, but we've got like a big stage. I think I heard Gunther, Drew, Punk are going to be involved in this thing. Certainly the show, but this kickoff thing as well. Loud CM Punk chants. There is CM Punk. CM Punk is, he's got a drink. We'll try and get information as to what that drink is. It looks like an iced tea or coffee. There are loud boos for Liv and Dirty Dom. She's got something written on her top. I can't quite read it. There is Rhea and Damien. They're walking in some sort of backstage area. I'm guessing this is the backstage of the Uber Arena. Crowds, pretty good. Loud. We got some Scottish flags. So I hope all these people are keeping a close eye on their wallets. Hello, what's this little video package? Are we just seeing it all getting set up? One word. Drives everything. Momentum. Momentum is the words. Al said, the wrestler has it all. Brains equal. This wrestler has it all. Equal to a Britannica encyclopedia. What are we talking about, Al? The drink is Pepsi. Oh, that would make sense, actually. What if it was Coke? Oh my God, we might have just seen the biggest moment of the weekend. Berlin loves you. Oh, this is good. The crowds are unpredictable, says Michael Cole. It's a... Oh my God, that was sick. That was so good. They just had Jay, like, doing his rehearsal, and then it just clicked to the show, and it shows him in the exact same spot, but with all the people going bananas. Mate, that was sick. That was so good. Ah, I love that. Here's Gunther and Ludwig. Nothing catches me out of nowhere. Randy says, I want you to see it coming. There's Cody doing some weights. Just like me, every morning. Oh. That French crowd is still the best ever, said the janitor. Yeah. Wrestling fans said, Days, get Triple T to do Smackdown for the Americans. Hit him up. I only have an email. That's the only other contact that I have for him. So feel free to ping him messages, drop him. How do you get hold of him, actually? I don't know. I've only got an email thing that I can send him. But yeah, he should. He absolutely should. James said, what's your excitement level? What for? If it's for this kickoff show, about a 6, 7, 6, 7, 6.5. Smackdown, about an 8, actually. Mystery person for LA Knight. We need to get our teeth into that. And we've also got the street fight, which I think will be good. Michin in a street fight, I'm really looking forward to. So that should be good. Andrade against Carmelo, you just can't be down on that. So I think SmackDown looks like it's going to be, and a taste of the German fans as well. And I bet they taste like sausage. So, yeah, we've got that tonight. So I'm pretty much looking forward to that. And then tomorrow, probably about a 7.5, a little bit lower, actually. It'll be about an 8 by tomorrow. About an 8 by tomorrow, yeah. Probably about 7.5-ish now. I'm in the 7s now, but it'll be an 8 tomorrow. I just think it's one of those where it's a show, it's a PLE, this is what we live for. This is, this is what we count down for. But, yeah, it's not the strongest in the world. Who's this? What's this? Oh, I thought that was Chelsea Green, It's his wife, or at least I hope it is. Unless he's got himself, like, some sort of German... I don't even know what they're called. Just trying to think what those women are called that serve beers. I thought they had a name. Not waitresses. I was going to say Oompa Loompas, but that's not correct either. Doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure it's his wife. It doesn't matter. Here's Michael Cole. Yeah, I've made that comment before, and it is so true. I don't know why foreign fans chant so quickly. It doesn't seem to be in the UK or America, but if you go somewhere that maybe English isn't the first language, they chant so fast. Michael Cole, Michael Cole, Michael Cole, Michael Cole. In America, that'd be Michael Cole, Michael Cole, Michael Cole. In Saudi Arabia or Germany, it's Michael Cole, Michael Cole, Michael Cole. It's so fast. Like, chill out, man. We're going to be here for like another 53 minutes. You can take your time with your chant. Okay, what's this? Michael Cole. Please welcome The Miz. My God, there's a big cheer for The Miz. Other places we get Triple H. What's happening? The Miz gets a good reaction. Hey, I can see a Spain flag. I can see an Italy flag. I can see, I believe, an Algeria flag. German flags. We've already seen Scottish flags. This is going to have a very European feel, Yeah, look, Portugal, Spain there, and France. Miz. This is awesome. This is awesome. Okay. It's good. It's loud. They're making it. Cola's never been so over, said James. That is true. That is true. I don't even have a match, and you're chanting Miz is awesome, says The Miz. He said he's going to be all over the countdown show. Oh, look, no shade. The Miz is great. Miz. I got off on a plane. I said I'm hungry. He went to Market Hall 9 and had some of the best food he's ever had. So he's just playing to the crowds. He's talking about having a beer. Yes. Wow, first time a WWE TV show has been to Berlin, or I don't know if he means Berlin or Germany, in 27 years. It's a good crowd. Crowd seem good. But do you think the Chiesa deal will be good for Liverpool? Yeah, I think it'll be good. I think you're only spending like 10 million, aren't you? I don't know what the number finished up as, but CM Punk's coming out. Here we go. CM Punk. Dun, 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 dun. Yes. Let's see what Punk's got to say. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. Hello, in casual attire. Look at him in his jeans. Nice, nice jumper. Pink trainers. I think if you're going to go pink, you've got to go electric pink. I don't think you can go baby girl pink. And he's gone baby girl pink. Hitman shirt. Says Hitman. 1982. I wonder if there's a good chance we could get Brett back now that Punk's back. He loves Brett. Personality. Got a personality. Very good. CM Punk. CM Punk. It's crazy just how absent WWE's presence has been internationally, said Big Time. There's so many countries that have been starved of wrestling. I like salmon pink, says Big Time. Well, you would. Okay, so Michael Cole's back. He's got salmon baby girl pink on his shirt as well. It's the trend. Must be the fashion. So they're talking about the fact that you've got to touch all the four corners in succession. We haven't seen that in a hot minute. CM Punk. CM Punk. He's looking good, Punk. He's looking good. Thomas said it's like they've learned English from Eminem. The only way to chant is... They're not alone. A lot of countries that don't really speak English as the first language seem to do that. You get it a lot in Saudi Arabia. Just really quick chants. First time I've been to Germany when the sun has been shining. Two and 0 in strap matches. One was in Ohio Valley Wrestling. And a match against Umaga. Hello, Jeff Hardy gets a mention. So you must have pretty fond memories of strap matches. That's why I wanted him in a strap match. That is true, isn't it? He says it's a gamble because there is the possibility that I could be injured. I mean, he gets injured easily. He said he has an advantage. It's going to be these sick freaks here in Berlin. That's not very kind, is it? The thing I despise about the Saudi crowd sometimes is you always see people walking around talking on the phones disinterested with what's happening in the ring sometimes, said Big Time. Joe said it's great to see Jeff Hardy getting mentions. You let your emotions get carried away a bit. I don't have to worry about my emotions, and I don't have to worry about that famous temper of mine. So this is where it can just be unhinged. The name of the game is Hurt Drew McIntyre. Daisy, you getting Oasis tickets? I didn't get the ballot, no. Unfortunately not. I am still going to try tomorrow. But, no, there was a pre-sale ballot, wasn't there? And I was not successful. I did not get contacted. If you don't get the bracelet back from him, what happens? That's not a question I've asked myself. You can't, can you? You can't think about such things. You can't think about such things. That would be horrific. If he never got that bracelet back, it would be horrific. I wouldn't want to think about it as a realistic option. How would he sleep? How would he sleep if he was to think that he would never get that bracelet back? I'm going to keep it positive. I will win. I will hurt Drew. And then... I was waiting for him to say, I will win, I will hurt Drew, and I will get my bracelet back. That's what I wanted. That's what I was hoping for. But he didn't say that. It's almost as if he doesn't really care about the bracelet. I don't know. Well, there we go. CM Punk has come out, said a few words. Corey said they need to change the name to an S&M match since the PG era is over. Here's my call then. So CM Punk has gone. He needs a cold Pilsner. Is there a beer chant? There's a little beer chant. All right, so is Drew coming out now? Yeah, looks like Drew's going to make his way out. James said Daft Punk will... Days Punk. I thought you said Daft Punk. Days Punk will win, but that still makes it 1-1. Plus, he won't get the bracelet back. And then we've got Hell in a Cell at Bad Bloods. We need bracelet on a pole match. Here's Drew then. Big Time said, is anyone going to watch the Jodie Chestnut thing on Netflix? I heard Michael Cole plugging it. When is it? Is it tonight or something? I mean, if it's tonight or this weekend, then no. But it has been getting a lot of hype, hasn't it? The two main stories are over a bracelet and a necklace, says Mark Firefly. I mean, I can sort of understand the Ulafala a bit more, but... Here he is. Is he even wearing the bracelet? He better be. I can't see the bracelet, you know. Drew comes out and he spits. He's got some shades on. Drew walking back, looking at Michael Cole. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. Drew chewing away. There's probably a reason they don't like you. Give me one good reason. Give me one reason. They're caught up in nostalgia. A-hole chant. A-hole chant. That's English. You've such short memories. I'm enjoying watching him work this crowd, you know. You move on so quick. Do you remember when you were scared and you were stuck in your house? Oh, I don't know how good it is to talk about people that died. Your champion was Drew McIntyre. And you're going to turn on me that quick. Screw you, Germany. Drew McIntyre! That's a goated sign! Drew McIntyre! Oh my God. Well done. Well done. Well played, everyone. Well played. I didn't even see that sign because it's so badly made. It's a white sign with, like, the letters aren't even that well spaced. And you could have coloured it in, you know? We've just got a bit of a red outline of the letters. But it does say Drew McIntyre. That's fat shaming, and I am here for it. Brilliant. Love that. I'm just jacked. No, you're fat. We've decided you're fat. Oh. I love putting people down that look better than me. It makes me feel better about myself. Do you even pay attention, says Drew. That is funny, said Word of Wrestling. That sign, said James. Drew's going to complain about that now, said Tom. Here's the thing about Punk. He's such an egomaniac. Loud CM Punk chants. Shut up for a second. You just saw Punk, and now you're seeing me, how big I am. Yeah, you fat. You saw the damage he did to me. I've not hit him once. It's going to be the passion of the Punk. He's going to turn to dust when I start hitting him with that strap. You've never won a strap match. Nobody beats Drew clean. There's some matches that you have won that you've not won clean either. Oh, I love that as well. These signs are great. A bit of lag. Hopefully that, yeah, that looks like it's back. So we've got Drew out there, and he's still going off at the fans. It's like I'm the good guy and I'm telling the truth. He has a go at Michael Cole for having stupid notes. Michael Cole! Michael Cole! Tomorrow, I eliminate the cancer from WWE. The fan in Germany said, we ain't writing this in German. Let's do it in English and choose violence. There we go. Drew was out there for quite a while. He walks off with the microphone as well. I mean, like, he makes a lot of good points. He's like, name one time that, you know, I've deserved being booed. Name one time I've cheated when I've not been cheated first. Oh, here's the Bash in Berlin store. Yeah, Ring General shirts. Looks pretty fun. There's a World Heavyweight Championship that's on a German strap, and it's got the German flag. That looks pretty nice. Okay, what are we doing? What's this? Oh, Live and Dom. So we've got a Live and Dom video package. James said Sri Lanka are at 118 for 7. Really? They were 30-something for 3 when I kind of stepped away. So 118 for 7. Night Legacy, shout out to you. Said, I thought you got demoted into making tag team names. I managed to shun that responsibility. I don't get paid enough to be coming up with such ideas on a regular basis. Okay, we're just looking at some of the couples from the past. Eddie and Edge. Vicky and Edge. China and Eddie. Oh, Beth and Santino. I always love them too. Beth and Santino. Steph and Triple H. Strategic partnerships. James Ellsworth and Carmelo. What did she ever see in him, says Corey Gray. That's good. That's good. He's doing the voiceover for his actual wife being with another man. Booker T and Shamel. Ah, the goated couple, man. Mark Henry and Mae Young. Let's go. Let's go. AJ and Daniel Bryan. Brilliant. Carmelo and Ellsworth. King Booker and Queen Shamel. Days is Shunner, said Kate. I think you spelt stunner wrong, buds. You put a H instead of a T. Thank you. I'll take the compliment, though. Word Wrestling said Booker T is so underrated. He should have won against Triple H for the title. The man's a living legend. One more run for Booker T. Oh, goated, man. Macho and Miss Elizabeth. Where's the person in the hat? With the hat, and they're like, crying their eyes out, and they got their arms waving around. So now we've moved on to the Liv Rhea Dom situation. So it looks like we'll be moving on to that next. Joseph said, when will you do another toy hunt? I've got so many that I need to upload. I went to America for 2 weeks and I did nothing but film. So far, there's been 1 video that's gone up. I've got another 5. But it's just finding the time, to be honest. Logan's B said, what's your favourite theme song? Favourite theme song? Right now or ever or... I think it's difficult because, like... I think there's some, like, Undertaker that I would not choose to really listen to, but it's perfect for the character. So, like, that, to me, is brilliant. I wouldn't change it. And there's quite a few examples like that. But, like, actually just listening to... I always liked DX. I think that's probably the top. But I liked Aleister Black's. I really liked his. Aleister Black's I thought was amazing when he was in WWE. I love that track. I like Judgment Day, actually. The Judgment Day song. You wanna be yourself the only way. I don't even know what that is. But I do like that. It's a great track. Oh, hello. Right, we got Liv. We got Dom. Are you mad at me? Do you not like me anymore? You used to be such a fan of mine. It's because you're jealous of Dominic. Just like all of you are jealous of Dominic. Look at him with his hair. His hair in the breeze. There's not one handsome dude in the bunch. You're not as successful as Dominic. Why are you mad at me? Be mad at yourself. Well, she is just winning lots of friends. Lots of friends. Someone's holding up a Rhea Ripley action figure. Louds. Louds. Yeah, I saw that for Beach Kevin, yeah. Loud boos, man. That dude's got a like some sort of black pipe. He wants his boos to be even louder. He's shouting down some pipe. And we've got a whole chance again. Alex said, I'm jealous of Dom. All those tendies. A-hole, a-hole. I'm not swearing. Like the Germans. Lack of class. He went to talk, but again he gets booed. This is my brutality! Oh, look at her run. Look, oh, they run off stage. They ain't sticking around. Here's the Terror Twins. They've gone, mate. They've gone. They've done one. This is my brutality! Rhea and Damien come out. They get a great reaction. We need more foam items in the crowds. It's not enough foam items in 2024. There's a sign that says WWE is real, and they've spelt it like Rhea, real, and then the sign next to it says UFC is fake. Oh, look at that picture. Mommy is always on top. It's pretty fun, isn't it? Someone's painted that. Fair play. I do like the WWE is real, UFC is fake. Yeah, let's start picking a fight with UFC fans. Dumb call in German. Stinky did make me laugh, said Izzy Girl. Have you been to Clash at the Castle, said Joseph. No, I have not. Rhea is my favourite, said Jessica. They did not let Dom speak, said Opala. They didn't. God bless them for that. The Terror Twins are hot, said Word of Wrestling. Okay, well, they're both out there. We've got Marmee. The Terror Twins have arrived. You saw how quick they ran. That's the new Judgment Day. Josh says, yeet. Terror Twins, Terror Twins, Terror Twins. Drew Schmecken ein. Don't even know what that means. Did he? There's a sign that says marry Rhea. Is it meant to say marry me, Rhea? Why are these signs so awful? Perhaps it's because we just haven't been for a long time, so they're just not got the sign making like expertise yet. They just haven't had the practice. Look at that. I mean, it's just a scrappy bit of cardboard and you can't even read what it says. What's that meant to say? Rhea, what's it meant to say? Rubbish. I'll be Vessen. I'll be Vessen. Uberplatz. I like the sound of that, Berlin. No yeet, said Al. Hell yeah, sign. That was good. I have a gift for you. Oh, is that that's what it says. Rhea, I have a gift for you. But I don't know what the other side of it says. She's seen your sign, mate. It's marry. I think it says like marry Rhea or something, but I can't see the word me. Damien punched Bad Bunny right in the face for you, Dom. He did that for all of us. Uber Eats Music Hall. I don't have enough fingers. Yeets. Yes. To count how many times I saved your ass. It does say marry me, Rhea, but you can't really see the me. Guy around the corner with a sign, need a lift. Punkies are better than Swifties. That's good. And I could read it clear as well. They put some effort into it. Punkies? Oh my god, no. That's not what we're calling CM Punk fans. No. No, shut up. Friendship bracelets, and now we're calling Punk fans punkies. What has happened to the game I love? What has happened to the game I love? We're not calling them punkies! Oh my god. I hate this friendship bracelet brigade that's invaded. Do you think the Terror Twins are going to be victorious tomorrow? And it seems like the crowd do. Yes, 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 yes. You're damn right. You're damn right. Let the beatings begin. So there we go, the Terror Twins. It's pretty standard affair, isn't it? But there's still some fun to be had, mainly thanks to the fan signs. Imagine we get a 6-person match with Jay, Rhea, Damien taking on Liv, Dom, Carlito, said Logan's. Punkies, is that the new male Swifties? It is. What time is SmackDown on tonight? It's on 6 p.m. UK, which is 1 p.m. US, but it's not going to be shown live in America. Usual time in America. Corey said, that makes me want to be a pukey. Big Time said, no one bother tuning in for Dynamite. They got 691, which was down from 698. Yeah, I was quite surprised at that, to be honest. I thought they'd have some momentum coming out of All In. I think they deserved a better result than that. I feel sorry for them, to be honest. I think if you do good work and you do good stuff, you should be rewarded for it. And everything I saw looked like Wembley was a big success. Here's Gunter. If the Terror Twins are traveling, does that make them TTT? Yes, traveling Terror Twins. AB Jobson, shout out to you, my friends. Blathney, is that how you say it? Thanks, Grok Island. Isn't Grok the name of that thing on Twitter? Isn't that Grok? Is that Grok? Am I remembering it wrong? Yeah. That's Grok. Are we worshipping that now, or? I don't even know. It's right now, Super Bowls? Right now? Oscar, hello. Hope you are well. Hope you are well, my friend. We are just seeing a video package on Gunther and Randy. We got 19 minutes to go. Chris said, dude, it's 10:45 in the morning here, and this is a great way to spend a Friday in Tennessee. Yeah, man. I like that. I agree. I agree. I'm down for this. You know, it's a bit different. But I don't mind that. Starting a bit earlier. It's, I don't know what I would want. I think it'd be good if there was at least one match on these shows. Ah, there's his grandfather, a picture of his grandfather. Your grandfather was a screw up. Your father was a screw up. Your mum was a screw up. Your pets are all screw ups. Your kids are screw ups. Your wife's a screw up. Who else do you like? They're a screw up. Your voices are wrong. I've heard that before. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm guessing this will be the main event. Trini said, as a Tony Khan hater, I'll be the one to remind people that Tony spent too much money, too much time making AEW about him and not the talent. And the fans don't like him. They're not investing in the product anymore. Jessica said, this feuds is goods. I agree. With everything that's been said. Days, I'm hungry. How do I make shepherd's pie? You have to kill a shepherd. You have to kill a shepherd and then boil them in their own intestines. It takes flipping ages. James said, Days, in all honesty, I don't think it's going to matter now if AEW put on great shows until Tony stops talking about WWE or the drama last year. Shots at Punk. Yeah, I do think Tony's a massive barrier. He's a massive problem for that company. Why are we looking at all this graffiti? We're looking at a load of graffiti. I mean, it was alright. It was, as graffiti goes, it was no Banksy. Okay, we got 17 minutes. Next guest was born in Vienna, Austria. It's going to be Maxine Dupre. Oh, no. Gunther? Who knew? Gunther. Here's Gunther. This is your hometown hero, Germany, because you can't create any... You're not very good at creating wrestlers, you know, no shade. No shades. But you ain't got a great track record. So this is who you're going to have to support now. So Gunther is making his way out. Gunther, 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 Gunther. There was I did see an Austrian flag. There will be Austrian fans there. There's one. Don't know the song. Okay, well, they're having a lovely time singing something. Smile on his face. This man came into his own right here in Germany. That is true. And now he holds the World Heavyweight Championship in WWE. Big smile on his face. He's proud, and he's right to be proud. You deserve it, Chan. You deserve it. Yeah, man. Totally deserves it. I hope you freshened up your German. Oh, well, I don't know what he just said, but it was very well received. Gunter, 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 Gunter. This place means a lot to me. Oh, it's all in German now. No idea. He mentions Randy. Huge pop for speaking German, said the Beach Kevin. Jules said he's Austrian, but he spent most of his life there. Well, he's getting them all fired up. He's getting them all fired up. He was NXT UK champ for over 800 days. I didn't know it was 666, but it is 666 days as IC champion. Ring General champ. King of the ring. First title defense tomorrow. Are you going to hold this as long as the others? Yeah. 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 Does that mean we'll have 9? 9. Let's go, man. I love learning. Randy is one of the all-time greats. Jules said pretzels are very popular in German. So he's just talking about respecting Randy. Got about 10 minutes to go. Yeah, it's all foreign again. James said, I miss NXT UK. Gunta. Seems like many of these WWE fans will be in your corner. No physicality. Before I bring out my next guest, there must be no physicality. Yeah. Here's Randy. Pex Predator. Let's go, man. Let's go. Randy had better be prepared for those chops. Oh, he knows what to expect. They faced each other before. He'll be ready. Randy comes out. He gets a great reaction as well. It's not crazy, though. It's not a crazy reaction, but they're singing along. It's one of those, I mean, they're going to love both guys, aren't they? Yeah, they're going to love both, but... I think Gunther's going to have the slight edge, you know, when it comes to support. I hear voices, said Big Time Baxter. Love the Viper, said Jessica. Slytherin Orton, says K-pop lover. Big Time said they rooting for Gunther. Talk to me. Was there a sign that had Nutella on it there? I feel like I just... Oh, yes! There is! Oh, that's great! Look at that Nutella that's got the word Randy on it instead of Nutella. That's... Oh, let's go. Someone needs to get a screenshot of that. You need to put it up. You'll get good views on Twitter for that, because that is a great sign. Oh, he went to Ancestry.com. He said, I'm almost 70% German. I love sauerkraut. It makes sense. I feel like I'm truly home. Look at Gunther in the background. He's like, what the hell is this? If I'm Gunther now, I'm going, you might be 70% German, but you're 100% a douchebag. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. These are my people. Michael Cole said, I sat down with Randy and you're not going to want to miss this interview. It was controversial. So I'm guessing that's going to air on the Countdown show. It took you many years to embrace all of this. Oh, he's talking about having a second chance. I thought my career was over. Sign in the crowd said, Gunther's gonna kill you. Randy, 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 Randy. AB Jobson said, beer and brats. But the PL eats, well, it is a brat summer. I believe that's what Charlie XCX was singing about, to be honest. It's a summer of sausages. Is that a brat? I don't even know. Is that a brat? I don't know now. Is that a brat? I thought that was a verse. Randy's on the cusp of history. Yeah. 15th time. Woos. Ric Flair. So, Randy looking for number 15. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Oh, Randy should be like, I agree, Cena sucks. I really want that match with him next year. Let's stir the pot. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. He says, I'm already in great company. I'm tied at 14 with Triple H. He said he was almost satisfied. So he's talking about King of the Ring. Opala said, Randy is a 4-time world champion and a 14-time WWE champion. This is annoying me. He said, I want to be a 15, a 16, and a 17. Do you know what? That dude just holds up the Drew Schmeckeny thing. It looks like it's got testicles on the sign. Listen, I know testicles when I see them. You have a look at that sign next time it gets held up. So Michael's asking Gunther about why he made this so personal. Jules said, Days, how many sausages do you put in a sausage sandwich? As I don't want to be greedy. Tends to be 2. Cut in half. So that would be 4 halves. You can go for more, but I tend to have 6 sausages, 3 sandwiches. 6 sausages, 6 pieces of bread. This is the greatest prize this sport has to offer. Come on, mate. We all know that's the Speed Championship. Ring General, Ring General, Ring General. I do the same too, cut in half, said Tom. Gunther doesn't get scared, Cole. Oh, we had Ring General. Now we've got RKO. Glenn said, what channel is SmackDown on in the UK? TNT Sports. I don't think Gunther's scared of me. I know you're not scared of me. I know I'm stepping in with one badass mother. We're going to make history. We're going to blow the top off that venue. Yeah, I'm so excited for this. You ain't scared of me. I ain't scared of you. I flew my wife. Well, there we go. He flew his wife all the way to Germany. That's a long flight, man. That must have been a nightmare. There, right, we've got the face-to-face. Gunther holds up the championship. Got Baby Metal playing. Let's go. Randy looking at the championship. Well, that was all right. Not really anything eventful. I'd say the crowd signs were probably the most fun thing. The rest of it just doing what these kind of shows normally do. But you have to watch, don't you? You have to watch because you just never know what you might miss. But sadly, nothing really this time for us. But it doesn't matter. No dramas. We move on. And we'll see what SmackDown... SmackDown should be good. SmackDown should have some stuff for us. So that means we've got a couple of hours to go until SmackDown. And then SmackDown will be live in the UK and Europe, but it won't be live in America. And I don't think Canada either. I don't know where you can go and watch it if you want to like join us with the watch along in those places. I'm not sure where you can go. But it will be live obviously later at its usual time, which does kind of suck. Owens is giving the thumbs down. But Gunther versus Orton main event. Let's go, said Logan's B. When is SmackDown? 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours from now we've got, well, less than that. This is just like a normal stream now. So that little bit we just had, that was all, you know, just for the kickoff bit. This is now just a normal stream. Big Time Back said, days from airing the all-in footage, Harvey Weinstein, brawl out, Tony's Twitter meltdown, Tony on TV saying he fears real life. They've damaged their reputation. Yeah, I don't know how much though, right? That affects the views in the sense of, I think the show at Wembley was good. It seemed to be well received. I saw a lot of praise for it. There was a lot of good stuff doing around, a lot of big entrances, lots of eye-catching stuff. Felt more like a show, you know? I mean, like, you've got Mercedes coming out in a carriage. You've got, I wasn't keen on the Osprey entrance, but, you know, if you're into Assassin's Creed, I think you would have enjoyed that. We had Sting coming back out, so I felt like they ticked some boxes, and it felt like the show was well received. So I don't know. I mean, like, you would imagine that people would want to tune in because they'd want to see what's next, what's going to happen next. You know, what next for Danielson? Is he going to retire? Is he going to, you know, I don't know if that Tony Khan stuff it would stop people from tuning in. Maybe it did. I don't know. You got to remember that the Twitter stuff, it's a very small percentage. I look at it and I'm like, yeah, I get it. I agree. It's a problem. But I still expected a bump coming out of AEW All In. I still thought that we would see like a rise. I honestly would not be shocked to find out that the show before was down. It feels to me like if that show before was, say, Big Bang Theory, I don't know what it was, right? And it did big numbers. I think Dynamite does big numbers. It just feels like the lead-in is so important for AEW. The lead-in just feels like it really sets the tone, because it feels like you start at quite high and then you keep those viewers around and then they start to fall away, but you're falling away from a high spot. If that lead-in is much lower, you're starting at a lower base. And you're falling away because you're not going to keep everyone. You're falling away, and you're already hitting like, I don't know, 600,000 like half an hour in or whatever, compared to like leading in from the 800 mark, you know. So I don't know that it's the Tony thing that's the barrier. I look at the lead-in as potentially being a bit more disruptive, and I don't know what the Big Bang Theory did or what the lead-in was, but I'm hearing that lead-in ain't as strong as it used to be, and I think that's why you're seeing the ratings being as poor as what they are. Truth is, if the lead-in was weaker in the past, I don't think that the Dynamite ratings would have been as good as they were in the past. I think the lead-in does quite a bit of heavy lifting. That's seemingly what it looks like, but I don't know. I don't study it enough to really be sitting here and breaking it all down, but that's just my current understanding of it. But Danielson should fight his wife's sister's husband, said Carlos. That's awful, that stuff in it. Absolutely awful. I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, part of me is like, I'm really pleased it's out there, because there's no, you know, some of this stuff, it gets swept under the rug. It's like, you know, I didn't mean it and all that kind of stuff, and it stays behind closed doors, and that's not great for it to be not seen. This is very seen. This is very visible. And it feels like I'm really pleased I'm glad it's out there. But then, you know, it's drawing more attention to it, and, you know, I think I read that Nikki didn't want this getting out, and she wanted it to be, like, really confidential. Just, you could understand that. This is not something that you want the world really, like, you know, knowing about, but I feel like it's good that the world does know about it. So, don't know, it's just an awful situation. It's one of those situations where there's not really anything good that can come out from it, is there? So, We'll have to see kind of how it all plays out. The details that I've seen are still very, very limited. But the lead-in and BBT did 889 last week was 913. So what, the lead-in was down, but not down drastically. That's interesting. I would have thought that lead-in was gonna like be lower than that, because that seems to me to carry a lot of weight. What was there a big drop off then? How did it end up doing an average so low if the lead-in was close to 900? How did it like massively just fall off a cliff then? I don't know, I'm just struggling. I just really think that people would have tuned in following All In. I mean, even I was like, oh, I wonder what they're going to do. I wonder how they're going to follow that up. I don't think anyone expected it to be as low as the number actually was. So, don't know. I do look at that lead-in. I'm still stuck on the lead-in. I still believe that that is a big factor for them. But can anyone help? Do you have to pay for TNA? Yeah, you do. It was on YouTube, wasn't it? But I think they've closed that subscription now, so you have to now go to, like, is it TNA Plus or something like that? IPTV is $13.99 a month. You get 23,000 channels, says AB Jobson. I've had that before, but it was a bit rocky for me, to be honest. Rennie said they've damaged their reputation in America. It was good, but in America, they're popular. They're popular like they are in the UK. Cameron said, what are your thoughts on the TNA product? I don't watch it. Do you think they have had the kind of money AEW had, they would be doing much better? If they had AEW's money, I'm sure they would be doing better, because money gives you more options and you can bring in better talent and bigger names, and, you know, you will be able to then, when it's time to renegotiate, and, like, you know, you'll generate more interest. And yeah, I mean, of course it's going to be better. So if you've got limited, but I don't know how much money they're playing with. I don't know kind of how much that has been a handicap for them, you know. I think the truth is that the wrestling industry is just hard. It's just really hard, because wrestling is not the most popular thing in the world, you know. I mean, there's sports out there that just dwarf the popularity of wrestling. Pro wrestling is a bit of a niche. So, you know, WWE kind of really serves a lot of people and the majority. And I think where AEW was getting its success at the start was when WWE felt like it was really out of touch. And I think WWE are doing a much better job now, of course, of serving people. And so that hunger for an alternative, I just don't think is as strong as it was in 2019. And I'm not blaming the ratings on that, like the ratings increase. I mean, it might help explain why we are where we are now with AEW. But the ratings not going up after All In, I don't really understand. I really expected them, and I think they deserved a better number than they got. But it's by the by. I think that if TNA were to have more money, then they'd be able to get more higher caliber names or better known names. Maybe some of those names that end up going to AEW, they'd be able to put a bit of a project together when it's, you know, get a bit of momentum. And I don't know, it's just hard, isn't it? It's just a fight. It's a struggle. But it's the same with anything, really. Trying to get views and attention. I mean, everyone's fighting for those. Literally every creator on YouTube is fighting for views. Every creator on TikTok and everyone that puts posts up, everyone wants views, likes. Everyone is doing whatever they can to get attention and likes and views. And it's just a never-ending battle. And so, you know, the wrestling world is hard anyway, because you're all fighting over a limited number of people. And so, you know, since AEW came along, it's just been even harder, hasn't it, for TNA? So, Metal Mama said, what time is Smackdown? It is on in an hour and 50 minutes. Tom said, the owners of TNA are pretty wealthy. They could splash the cash, and they could put some cash on some good wrestlers. What is the best storyline in WWE right now? I think the Liv story's the one that's got my most interest. I think that's pretty good. There's been big change there. It's maybe gone a little flat for the past few weeks because obviously we had a big shake-up at SummerSlam, and coming out of SummerSlam, you know, we're not getting the matches that we were really looking for. I mean, I think Finn Damian is the match to have made. I think this, you know, you could have done Finn Damian tonight, and you could have done Rhea J against Liv and Dom. And I think that would have been better. But, you know, we are where we are, and I think we're working towards Finn Damian at Bad Blood, and I think we should probably get Liv Rhea one more time there as well. That, to me, is the best story. I think when we get Roman back again and he starts to put together his bloodline, then that quickly will become the better story. But I would take that over... the CM Punk Drew stuff personally. And I don't think that, like, Cody and Kevin is anything. Gunther Randy has just had a little bit of a build. There's not much to that. I suppose you could include the King of the Ring match and the screwy finish. You could chuck that in. But, yeah, outside of that, there ain't much to that. So, yeah, I think for me, the Liv Rhea Dom stuff, that's been the good stuff. Joel said, why don't you wrestle for TNA? I'm too good. Too good. Turns out I would win all the championships, and it's just not fair on other people. Rumour said, did you see the 100 that Gus Atkinson got? I did. I was shouting at my TV earlier today. He plays for England, plays cricket, and getting 100 runs is a big deal. It's like scoring a hat-trick in football. And so, yeah, I was really pleased for him. That's his first of many, hopefully. William said Smackdown is on at 7 p.m. Central Time, and Bash at Berlin, is on tomorrow at 1 p.m. Days, who would you make win the feuds? I've got that hot thing covering up, so I can't quite read it. Who would you make win the feud, Punk or Drew? I'd have Punk win. I'd have Punk win because I really think he's a massive star, and he's someone that I really think needs, like, you know, a bit of momentum and whatnot. He's come in after being away for so long that, you know, I feel like we need to give him some wins. I mean, there's generations of fans that have not seen him, heard about him, but not seen him. So I don't think he can come back and just be putting people over. So I'd have him getting the better of Drew. I think Drew's one of those where he can take some losses and just come back and get a win, and, you know, it's fine. With Punk, I mean, you can do the same with Punk, but I don't think we're playing with much time with Punk. I mean, who would be surprised if he gets injured again? Would any of us be shocked if he picks up another flipping injury? I don't think it would be the most surprising thing in the world. So how long have we got Punk around for? How long is he going to be active for? And even if you think it's going to be, say, the next 3 years, 4 years, who knows? I think you can take a chunk of time out, because I don't think he stays completely healthy. I think he's at the point in his life, in his career, where his body is failing him. I think he's at the point in his career, in his life, where we've got to be realistic about how much we think we can actually get out of CM Punk now. So, yeah, him taking losses and whatever, I mean, I just don't know that you can run that risk, and if he'll be able to stick around and all of that. So I would not mess around with CM Punk. That's the bottom line. I would not mess around with CM Punk. I would be giving him wins, and I would be building him up, getting him to a world title. And it might not be the most popular answer in the world, because there's going to be people saying we should be there putting others over. That's what you do at that stage in your career. But for many of us, we've been dreaming about CM Punk coming back. So the fact that he's back now is dream come true. So I think you back him, you get behind him, you push him. Let's see where we can get to. Let's see what we can do. There's always time for him to put others over, but let's kind of build him up first. Let's give him some wins. Let's get him some momentum. Let's set him up for a big 2025. Let's get him in the mix. And so, yeah, for me, Punk, definitely. definitely. But Punk has got some unfinished business. Nothing like Randy, says Cameron. William said, fun fact, my arms are not like noodles. In fact, even my noodle is not like a noodle. William, thank you. Jessica said, I think the women's tag division is good right now. I just wish there were more single women superstars. It's kind of limited. James said Daisy's arms are like noodles. That is true. But I would still mess everybody up. Not everyone here. I'd lose to everyone here, but I mean in the wrestling world. I would, because I'm smarter. That's why. Don't question me on it, just accept it as fact. Logan said, Days, do you think Jimmy Uso returns when SmackDown changes channels? That could be a big moment. Yeah, that might be what they're waiting for. It is soon, innit? It's like the 15th of September, so yeah, that's a good shout, that is. Zenit X said, Punk does keep getting hurt, then everything will be new and strong with surgery. It'll be like RoboCop. It'll be like RoboCop. It'll have his face and his brain, but the rest of him will be like, let's go, RoboPunk. RoboPunk. Yeah, honestly, he is someone that I do worry about, and even backing him is a bit of a concern, because you could spend all that time putting him over and then he gets injured and then you'll be like super frustrated, because like you will have built him up and got him in that spot and then boom, he's out for a year. I mean, he could tear anything at any time and be out for 12 months. It is a concern, it really is, but I think you would take that risk with certain people, and one of those people for me is CM Punk. You would run away faster than Tony, feared for his life. That's what I want you to think, James. That's what I want you to think. I like to lull people into a false sense of security and then surprise them. So we're just going to have to accept that I would mess everyone up. There's just nothing else we can do, is there? Itch Henry said SmackDown debuts on the 13th. Metal Mama said, CM Punk did not call them sick freaks. I missed the kickoff. It was 10 a.m. and my kiddo slept in. It was all right. You didn't really miss anything. I mean, you can go back and check it out, but outside of the signs and whatnot, I don't really think anyone said anything that really grabbed my attention, to be honest. It was all right. You know, I've spent a worse hour. Rey Mysterio is going after all his injuries, which is cool. Rey Mysterio, going strong after all his injuries. I don't know why my brain just skipped that word. Right. Am I up to speed with all the super chats and all of that? I haven't missed anything. No, goods. We're all good with that. I should have because I've just had to change all... I need to change all this. I'm sat here and my brain is going, you're forgetting summer, you're forgetting summer. It ain't anything massive, but I do need to just bash in Berlin the stream for that. Because it's no longer Bash in Berlin, is it? SmackDown, kids. So we've got to change it over to the SmackDown stream. There we go, look. There we go. It sort of feels a little bit like a professional outfit, doesn't it? I need to change over this one as well. Because this is all Bash in Berlin, just in case I needed it. Look at this. Amazing. Amazing. Right. Orton versus Gunther will be the main event. Cole announced it at the end, says Adam. Very good. I think that's the right thing. I think that's exactly what they should have gone with. I think that's probably means that... Well, I mean, we could get the turn, I suppose, but certainly not expecting it to be a case that we get a new champion. You know, I can't imagine us having Cody lose the title and him not be the main event, so pretty much confirms what we're all thinking, but I suppose they could still do the Kevin turn. Metal Mama said, you're not getting rid of the phone case folder, are you? Guys still need to have their fun. I don't know what you mean. I mean, I know guys like phone cases, but I think they'll survive. No, well, with Unseen, I'm really trying to make it more accessible. The past 2 days, Unseen's been getting like 5,000 views. And to be honest, I think part of it is more to do with the fact that there hasn't been massive news. But there's just been bits, which is going to happen, right? So I was looking at it, I was like, man, is the fact it's half an hour, is that a barrier? Is that a reason why people don't want to, you know, check it out? Because it's like half hour long. I still think it needs fun, and I don't want to lose fun in there. But I think, you know, 7 minutes of here's the key stories, and then 3 minutes of let's have a look at the fun stuff. So I'm kind of looking at that, and I'm thinking of doing that for a little bit and seeing how it does. What it means for Fun Phone Case, I don't know. I love Fun Phone Case, but I want to make sure this is accessible. I want to make sure that if you're on your lunch break, I mean, if you're on your lunch break and you get, say, a half-hour lunch break, you're just not going to be able to watch a 35-minute, you know, 40-minute unseen video. If you're on a train and it's, I don't know, a half-hour train journey, you ain't going to watch that. Like, I feel there's a need for it to be around that 10 to 20-minute mark. And I've always felt that. But in order to get there, you're going to have to take some, you're going to have to, you know, do some stuff. You're going to have to cut some stuff out. There is just no way of doing it and keeping everything in. Unless I put the speed to like ×2 and I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, which we could try, but... So, yeah, I don't know what that's going to look like. I love doing Unseen, and there will still be fun in it. But I am interested in trying to make it accessible. So, I don't know. I don't know what the future's going to hold there. We'll see. This is a great plan. Outsmart the opponent. That would be my way too, said Chris. It's always hard with having noodle arms. I wouldn't know, but I'm jacked. Jacked. Absolutely ripped. I'm shredded. Frankie said, I like the long videos. Well, all I'll say, Frankie, is you'll not struggle for content. I mean, we do obviously long streams all the time, and I mean, there's a 20-odd minute opinion videos that go up each day. So, I mean, there's the second channel as well. So, and, you know, when it comes to Unseen, there'll still be, I mean, I think there's still going to be like 15 minutes or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, but we're talking every day. You know, it's not like we're putting up a video once a month. Like every day we're putting up like content. So it's tricky. Trying to find that balance is tricky, but the best indicator I've got is views, isn't it? At the end of the day, if something's going to be getting like 5,000 views, that implies to me something's not right. Might be the content, might be the length, might be the thumbnail, might be the description. I don't know. But as a YouTuber, you have to just constantly be looking at that stuff and questioning that stuff. So we may end up going back to longer ones. I'm not saying that this is a change forever, but that's the reasoning. It's because I want to make sure it's as accessible as possible. Resting Proud said you can always go back and finish the video. You don't have to finish it in one go. That is true. And I put in timestamps as well to try and make it like so you could skip bits, you know? So all of that is true, but none of that changes the fact that the past two did 5,000 views when Unseen had been getting like 8,000, 9,000. So for it to now dip down to 5 says to me that there's something that needs looking at here. Something's not quite right. Something like, it could be the thumbnail. It might not be the length. It could be the thumbnail. I just don't know. I've asked the members for feedback so that I can have a look at just different bits on the channel, really. So yeah, it's not, and nothing's decided. Don't panic. It's we're not saying it's this way forever, but we are looking at stuff and we are tweaking bits and bobs and whatnot. So yeah, all feedback is welcome, but let's not put it here because you know, people want to talk wrestling. I don't want to be talking about the channel. The first 48 Gaming said Riddle's got 0 chance of going to WWE and Dana White hates him. Tony said, you can put out as much content as you like. I found that I'm going to be a father, so I'm expecting many sleepless nights. Oh, many congrats. Congrats. Well, I mean, the great thing is that, you know, if you're like struggling to get to sleep, I do think my content will help you. So if you are up all night and then you really do need like you to get to sleep, bang on an unseen or whatever, and you'll be out like that. I get told that a lot. That people like to fall asleep to the videos I put out. And I take that as a massive offense. I mean, my content you're meant to intently listen to. And actually, some people struggle with that. I had a comment, right? I never go off on comments, but this one bugged me because I was very careful with how I worded the Hulk Hogan bit. Very careful. Because I don't care if you vote Republican or Democrat or whatever. I ain't interested. And I don't need that, like, kind of conversation playing out in the comments, yeah? Because I knew already there'd be people going, oh, blah, 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 Republican, go Trump, go Harris, whatever. I ain't bothered, right? So I was very careful now I worded it. And you still get comments going, I strongly disagree with you. I can't believe that you said what you said and all this. I was like, dude, what's your issue? And I read what they put and they'd completely taken what I'd said just completely wrong. Just, they were getting offended with stuff I hadn't even said. I can't believe that you said that he was wrong to support the Republican. I'm like, what? Have you even watched the video? Or have you just decided to rant on something that's not even happened? So, my content is meant to be listened to intently. I expect you to take notes when you watch my videos. And if you then go in the comments and start telling me I've said stuff that I haven't even said, that's when the noodle arms come out, yeah? That's when the noodle arms come out. So, I don't know. Yeah, we're just playing around with stuff at the moment. It's not forever. We'll see how it goes. I am always pausing and going back. I love waking up in the mornings. We all do. And watching your videos. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Metal Mama said, I wake up to your content. And school did start in the US last week. That might be part of the reason. That could be part of the reason, actually. That could be part of the reason. Maybe it's the kids. We're missing the kids. Perhaps I need to be more child-like friendly. Perhaps I have to. Perhaps in each unseen, I need to do an unboxing. Do you know what I mean, guys? We're gonna make sure you watch unseen. We've got a mystery egg. You know how we start every unseen? It's mystery egg time. Whoa! I did have sound effects once. I could start putting sound effects in, couldn't I? Yay! What's behind the red door? It's the phone case folder! Yay! See what I mean? That's the future. That's what we could start doing. I could have a little puppet. Couldn't I? Look, guys, it's Mr. Beans. What's that, Mr. Beans? Oh, you think that Vince has been a bad boy? Oh. Guys, you are literally watching the future of Unseen unfolding before your eyes. Curtis said, I always spend my free time watching Unseen, usually before work in the morning. Well, Curtis, thank you. And all of these kind words are very much appreciated. But we need to talk wrestling and not Unseen or the channel, because there'll be people watching that don't give a flip about that. And they want to talk about Maxine Dupree. And I want those people to know I am here for you. William said, Days, you said you loved me earlier. I don't remember that. Let's go on a hiking date. I mean, I would do that, William. I feel like you would be a wonderful hugger. Metal Mama said, I used to watch those and the toy hunts for the stupid blind bags with my kids constantly. Yeah, they do love those mystery things. They're just like wrestling fans. I feel like if you was to do one of those, is it called a den diagram or whatever, where you've got the circles. I think children that are into mystery bags and wrestling fans, pretty much the same circle, to be honest. We all just we're going to be excited for who the mystery person is that's going to challenge LA Knight, you know? People, we love mysteries, don't we? Oh my god, you give a wrestling fan a mystery, it's like when they say, like, you know, you can give someone a fish and it'll feed them for an evening, but give them a fishing rod, it'll feed them forever. I feel like with wrestling fans, you know, give them a mystery, it'll feed them forever. Until you reveal the mystery and then just replace it with a different mystery. Do you know what I mean? Just have endless mysteries and wrestling fans are just flipping over the moon. So I think that blind bag openings would do very well in the wrestling community. So it's probably the great content that's been missing off the channel. Watch this space. But I see a lot of people that comment on things. You can tell they didn't watch the video. It happens everywhere, but it happens everywhere. All the time. Or, you know, people will see a topic and they'll fire it in as the video's playing, and that's happened to me all the time. So, I don't know. It's one of those where you can tell the people that have watched and paid attention. You can see the ones that just... But it's one of them, isn't it? Because I do the same, not in that regard, but I have YouTube on in the background all the time. I mean, I consume a lot of YouTube, but it's always on in the background. It's like I listen to something to wrestle with. I might have Jim Cornette on. Sometimes I do just vary away from wrestling because it's wrestling. So, to be honest, I get a lot of news from YouTube as well. I don't watch the news because when would I watch the news? I don't watch the news. So, for me, if I want the latest on, I don't know, what's happening in the Ukraine or what the headlines are, I tend to get all that off YouTube. In my recommendations kind of area, you know, I just big stories as they're coming through, or I get to get all that. So I've constantly got it on in the background. So yeah, I'm the same. It's like you kind of partially listen, but I would never go that extra step of like going off in the comments if I hadn't really listened to something. But that's me, innit? I've got common sense. And there's a lot of people out there that don't. That just, I don't know, look for fights maybe. So, I don't know, yeah. Venturing into the YouTube comments is something that you do whilst wearing a hazmat suit. And sometimes it's a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. But, you know, it's one of those it's worth doing from time to time, of course. And certainly if you want, like, some feedback or you ask for some feedback. But that's why I've asked the members. Because that will be a lot more productive than trying to ask people in an unseen, give me your thoughts, and then you got to wade through just, no offense to, you know, the idiots that are out there, but there is just a lot of stupidity. A lot of stupidity, a lot of negativity, and a lot of just, I don't know, people boards. But if you've been doing YouTube for a while, you just sort of, it's water off a duck's back, man. Days, maybe the mystery. Here we go. Oh, here we go. We're digging in now to a bit of wrestling talk. I'm loving this. Days, maybe the mystery is Dragunov. He's part German. Or maybe Alexander Wolf return. Well, they could do... I mean, Dragunov's not a bad shout, to be honest. But, I don't know. I don't think we'd have Alexander Wolf back. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I feel like... Who do you think is going to be LA Knight's mystery person? AJ Styles has got to be in the running. AJ Styles has got to be in the running. Let's do it. I'm thinking poll. So I'm going to go AJ Styles. Let's go Ilya Dragunov. Other, and we need one more. Some people wondered if it'd be Santos, but that's not very exciting. And he might already have a match, actually. Giovanni Vinci. Oh, that's a good shout, actually. Let's go that. Giovanni Vinci. Okay, yeah, let's go that. Who will be the mystery person? Yeah, I forgot. We have got a mystery person. We do have a mystery person tonight. Oh, fans love it. They love it. So there we go. AJ Styles, Ilya Dragunov, Giovanni Vinci, or other. Who do you think the mystery person is going to be? Dam says, a SmackDown live stream. Bit early, don't you think? It is a bit early. But we are in Germany. I'm not, but someone is. AB Jobson said, buy a Fire Stick and you can watch for free. Where'd you get it from, AB Jobson? Where do you get these Fire Sticks from? I want 23,000 channels and I don't want to pay much for it. Where do you get them from? You have to call people up and do stuff, don't you? I don't like that. I want to just buy it and it works. Do you watch anime, said Rumour? No, I'm an adult. I'm joking. I don't. Did you know BBC have bought the rights to some anime called like One Piece or something? It was like, I saw the news earlier. They've got like, I don't know, like 1,000 episodes of it or something. It's an anime. Never heard of it. But they've got the rights to the English dubbed version. I was like, I'd give that a go. Give it a try. I've never even heard of an anime that sounds like it would interest me. I tried watching a bit of Studio Ghibli and I was bored. So I don't think it's for me, to be honest. I think you've got to be like a nice person that's into cute things. It's not me. I'm not into that. I'm into wrestling and violence and mysteries. What is the mystery is a new wrestler that's called Mini Hitler. It could be Hornswoggle with a stash. Well, that would make this the greatest episode of SmackDown ever, wouldn't it, if that's what happens? Big Time said, Days, I did some research, and the Big Bang Theory lead-in did 932, which provided AEW with 691, compared to last year where it did 987 and it did 871. It's down 55, but AEW is down 180. So where was the bit that it failed them? If we're saying that the lead-in was down, but it wasn't down as drastically as what I thought, then where did it fail this week? Tony said, after another disappointing episode of Dynamite, who would the Carnster have to put the world title on to be a game differential? Well, I don't think you deserved the low rating that you got this week, so it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know that there is a correct answer, because I think Bryan Danielson's about as good as you can get. I mean, he was Daniel Bryan. We've done lots of the main big names, and I don't think someone new like Swerve or Darby Allin or someone like that is going to bring in the viewers. So I don't know that there is an answer to that. I feel like you're going to need exciting stories. Was there enough mystery coming out of, you know, could they have done something that was like mysterious, that where you had to tune in to get the answer, you know? But then saying that, they've done that before with Tony's big announcements, and that doesn't get them ratings anymore. So I don't know. For me, the lead-in was what I was looking at as being the reason. Seemingly down, but not as down as what I was thinking it was. So I'd be interested to know, where did it fall off a cliff? How did it end up below 700,000? But that ain't a big conversation I want, because we don't deal with AEW, and to be perfectly truthful, I don't give a flip. I don't care. I was surprised it was so low, and I think they deserve better, and that is about as far as I care to go. It's the AEW base that's falling. People are outwardly turning. Remember them disappointed that Mercedes and Copeland didn't move the needle. Suzanne said, Chronic was terrible. Even Taker and Kane complain about them. WWE wanted them to go back to work some more, but Clark refused. He was let go. Suzanne, I hope you're well. MMA is way bigger than boxing, says Tom. I don't get SmackDown till 8 p.m. Eastern, So I'm leaving when it starts for you, said Zach. Zach, I understand that, Zach. I understand that. I just need you to know that I hate you and I feel like you've betrayed me. But other than that, I completely understand. Anime is cute. It's all like big bunnies and stuff in it. Have you seen the, my neighbor Tarantino, like that stuff? It's all like big, all of that in it. The base is there big time, I think. It's that they are turning the casuals away. Me neither. I tried, but I can't. I miss the wrestlers they've got of WWE over there. It's annoying to me. I love WWE, not AEW. Joshua says, you are right, Tom. MMA is bigger than boxing. Guys, please don't agree with each other. We're looking for arguments because that's better for views. Days, we have ratings reveal watch along for AEW, beers and popcorn. Tony said you will do an opinions video for the following: Sean Ross Sapp, Tony Khan and Wrestling Days. Will you do one for those? Oh, actually, I don't. Would I do one on Tony? I don't know. Maybe I would. I don't know. To be honest, I mean, I'm just looking to do whatever people want to talk about. I mean, if people want to talk about Tony, then we'll do it. But it's really hard because I already know what that video is going to be like. It ain't going to be a swimming pool of positivity, right? And I really don't look to bring negativity. That might shock some people, but I don't, right? So, we did least favorite the other day because I wanted to see if people would be interested in that, what the views would be like, if there'd be much engagement. It was no different. It was no different. So if I can choose, I would rather not go down those roads. I think there's whole channels, and it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, like, long ago I learned, right, that you can get views doing lots of different things, but there has to come a point where you ask the question of, how do you want to get views? Like, what do you want your content to be? I could have done years worth of content where we just lay into the ratings for AEW and we lay into Tony Khan and we laugh at what they do and we hate watch, and I would have got great views off that, no doubt, because I've seen other channels with, much smaller communities getting great views off of that. No problem. But I don't want that. I don't want that to be what I spend my day doing. I don't want that to be what I focus on. There's so much about wrestling to enjoy. And I'm not just saying that, like, let's all hold hands and sing Kumbaya, right? But I'm saying genuinely, there's so much about wrestling to enjoy and get excited about. And, like, I've loved talking about Wyatt Six and Nightbirds and all that. I mean, I've genuinely enjoyed all of that. So I'd much rather put my energy into that than, like, the more negative side of it. But you do also have to acknowledge that there will be people that do want to have those conversations, and people in our community that will want to have those conversations. So I'll dip my toe into it from time to time, but it ain't something I'm looking to do on a regular. So we dipped our toe into it when we did least favorite the other week. I ain't looking to make that a regular thing. Maybe we would do what you think of Tony Khan, but we all know what it's going to be. I mean, I don't even know if it's going to be that interesting. There ain't no mystery there. I can tell you now, everyone's going to say he's the cringe lord. He's the cringe lord, and he's one of the big reasons as to why AEW is struggling. Done. There's your video. Imagine that for 20 minutes. There's your video. So, I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, to be honest, tonight we'll do an opinion on SmackDown. Tomorrow we'll do an opinion on Bash in Berlin. Night after that, we'll do an opinions video for No Mercy. Night after that, we'll do an opinions video on Raw. It'll be Tuesday night when I do or need some... Because we don't do opinion videos on NXT. No one cares. But I'll do one for No Mercy. I think No Mercy, because of it being like a bigger show, we'll do one on that. But the weekly show, no one cares. Those were even struggling to get to 1,000 views. No one gave a flip. So we'll do something different on Tuesday night. But I've got loads of suggestions people have sent me, so we'll probably just dig into one of them. So I don't know. I don't know that there'll be a Tony Khan one anytime soon. No one's talking about micro wrestling, said Damith Asap. No, they're not. I don't watch it. I mean, I'm aware of that they had a bit of TikTok fame. I wish them all the best. It's hard to like stand out, and of course, they've got a very unique product, which I think people were having fun with. But I don't know that anyone's going to seriously want to, tune in. I mean, I don't know what their storylines are like, or I have no idea. I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? I think it's eye-catching. It does well on TikTok, does well in shorts, but is people actually going to sit down and like support the company and go to the shows and watch on a regular basis? That would all depend on the characters, the stories, the creative, the intrigue, the production, all of that stuff. I saw deluded AEW fans claim the reason why AEW is struggling is because WWE fans live in a bubble and they refuse to watch all wrestling. I mean, the only thing I would say is you can't spend years having a go at WWE and then be upset when WWE fans don't watch. Can you? The difference is you can pick a fight with WWE, but WWE don't need AEW fans. If AEW fans don't watch WWE, don't give a flip. I'm bothered. But AEW, if they were going to grow, I don't think there was enough Lapsed fans out there for them to be a sizable force without getting WWE fans invested. And some fans are just wrestling fans and they don't have like a loyalty. But I've watched WWE since the early 90s. Like, I am loyal to WWE. I love WWE. I'm not ashamed to admit that. Why would I be? So I didn't like WWE taking shots at AEW. It felt unnecessary. That felt like bullying. It's kind of like picking on a small kid. Like, no offense to AEW, but they are the small kids. So WWE doing that just felt petty. I didn't like it. But equally, I didn't like it the other way around, because that didn't feel like the small kid fighting back. It just felt dumb. Stupid. You're going to need them fans. And you can't have it both ways. You can't have Tony Khan throwing out those kind of insults and, coming out. I mean, like the tweets that he was sending out when they went head to head on that Tuesday. And he's putting out like, little disses of Shawn Michaels and Triple H. And, I mean, we all know all the shots that have been taken. And it is on both sides. It's not one-sided. It is on both sides. But Tony has been very vocal. So, I don't know. I just think that's a bit stupid, to be honest. But you're gonna get all kinds of opinions, aren't you? You're gonna get all kinds of things being said. It is what it is. I mean, listen, they are where they are. What I would like for AEW is I would like for them to get around that million mark, to be a good alternative, and to cause a bit of trouble for WWE, because I think WWE have had to respond. I think the reason why they're so active in Europe is because of AEW. I think if it wasn't for AEW, you probably would not be getting Clash at the Castle. You probably wouldn't be getting all these European shows, which, I'm sure our friends in America would be like, oh, I'm not bothered. But I can tell you over here in Europe, it's very much appreciated. So I think AEW have kind of forced WWE's hand there. So that's been a good thing. And I think as well, the way that they've had to get better. I mean, the way the storylines have had to improve, and, the way that I know that, like, it's a bit coincidental. Vince stepping aside, that was what it was. But, Triple H has had to have his A game, because you can't coast. You can't coast right now because there is an alternative. It might not be the strongest alternative at the moment, but it's got potential. You know, if WWE goes back to being rubbish and AEW catches fire, we could find ourselves back to where we were, you know, a couple of years ago quite quickly. This thing can turn around very quickly. So I think that AEW being around is a good thing for WWE. I think it's a good thing for the fans. It's certainly a good thing for the wrestlers. There's wrestlers that were let go by WWE that just, you felt bad and sorry for them. Like, they didn't deserve that. Like, Dijak doesn't deserve to be let go. I really like Dijak. I don't know why you would let Dijak go, but he got let go. And at least there is a home that's there, you know. You know, Ricochet hasn't been used well in WWE. I don't think we'd disagree with that. He hasn't been used well. Well, at least there's a place for him to go, you know. Toni Storm, I don't know what the issue was, but she sort of walked out of WWE, and I don't know why. I'd love to find out what happened there. But, you know, she was in the system. She was in NXT UK. She was in NXT. Everything was building towards her getting to the main roster, and then she gets there and she goes. I don't really know what happened there, but something's gone wrong, and she's left. Well, what a talent. And I think she's been brilliant in this new role. So I'm not someone that wants to see them go out of business. I'm not someone that wants to see them die and go away. I think it's better for WWE that they're around. For the fans, for, you know, for the wrestlers and all of that. So I want them to do better than what they're doing, but I don't know. There's lots of mistakes have been made, haven't they? So they've got themselves in a bit of a pickle, and we'll have to see if they can get themselves out. Are you looking forward to the Vince documentary? Do you think it'll dig deep? I am. I've no shame in saying that. I'm very excited for it. I'm sure there are people that are trying to tread careful. I ain't. For me, it's not even about Vince. It's about finding out information. I've said earlier, like, I really think that Vince knows, obviously, a lot of stuff no one else knows. Only he knows why he made certain decisions. And I don't know that anyone else has that information. And, you know, if Vince passes away before we get some of these information, I don't think he'll ever write a book. And I don't think he'll ever start a podcast. So the only way we can sort of get some information out of him is by doing shows like this. So for me, I'm not looking at this as being Vince is a terrible person, all that sort of stuff. I'm looking at, we're going to talk about the history of WWE with the person that knows it better than anyone else. Think of him what you want. Hate him, despise him. If it stops you from watching, then so be it. It won't stop me from watching. I think it's going to be, hopefully, very educational, very interesting. I think hopefully it's going to give us what I've said already in like Unseen. I'm looking for answers to things we've never heard about. I'm looking for different perspectives or honesty. I'm looking for, I don't really have specifics. I mean, I suppose it would be interesting to know a bit about if Hogan didn't work out, was there an alternative? You know, things like that. What would Vince have done if like Hogan hadn't come back to because there's rumors they were going to use Dusty Rhodes would have been in that spot instead. I don't know if that's true, but there are rumors that he would have gone and got Dusty. So think about that alternative timeline. Instead of Hulkamania, you would have had Dusty Rhodes being in that spot, which is just kind of mind-blowing to think about. Like, no Hulkamania in WWE. Instead, we would have had Dusty Rhodes. I don't know if that's true, but that's the kind of thing that I think would be very interesting to dig into. I'm not interested about the Montreal Screwjob. I feel like we know it all. I'm not interested. I suppose, like, asking him about wrestlers that impressed him the most, you know, or wrestlers that he feels are underrated. Asking Vince about which wrestlers he worked with he feels didn't get the recognition they deserved. It's funny, isn't it? Because these are the kind of things that YouTubers make videos on. Top 10 most underrated wrestlers, top 10 I don't know, female wrestler, whatever it might be. And like that kind of thing from Vince would be fascinating, I think. That would be fascinating. So for me, I'm so excited for it because I'm not interested in this being like a docuseries that's going to be about him. I'm looking at it more from what answers can we get, you know? I think it'll be like he grew up and about his dads and all that sort of stuff. But really, the bulk's just going to be about WWE, innit? The bulk's going to be about decisions, and you'll touch on the steroid trial and stuff like that. I think the bit people are going to be most anxious about, myself included, will be the end. Because how do you wrap this thing up? You're going to have to talk about him retiring. You're going to have to talk about the allegations, and I don't think he's going to comment on them because they won't want to just show one side on that. But really, that's the end. The rest of it is just going to be a journey through WWE. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I've already seen that, I think, is it 83 weeks have said they're going to do a video after each episode or a stream after each episode talking about what's been said. I mean, I think I'll do a video on them. I think a lot of channels will end up doing videos on it. But, yeah, no, I think it's going to be really... I just hope we get something juicy. Like, insightful, you know. Mike, shout out to you, says, afternoon, you handsome man. Mike, you are welcome anytime. Shout out to you, Mike. Appreciate the kind words. I mean, that was definitely to me. Definitely. And I am feeling very... attractive today, so Mike, thank you for noticing. If that Dusty story is true, said Damith, then WWE's timeline would have been hella weird. We would all be seeing Fat Vince, Fat Triple H, and Fat Wrestlers main event WrestleMania every year. Yeah, it would be strange. I mean, I know that he wanted someone to really be that kind of American guy. You know, Mr. America and everything. And I think really that's what they wanted for Bob Backlund, the good old American boy. Problem was, though, Bob didn't really have the size and people got tired of Bob. Bob really outstayed his welcome. You know, I mean, he had been champ, I want to say, for like 4 years. And Bob Backlund is someone that was like a proper amateur wrestler and a real goody two-shoes. And I don't know, you could get away with that for a little bit, but it ran its course. So Vince wanted to shake it up. And, you know, I mean, the great thing about Dusty is he might not have had the physique that Vince looks for, but he drew money and he had, like, charisma. And he was a known, you know, superstar wrestler. People just loved Dusty. He was loved. So yeah, it would have been hella different, hella strange, hella weird, completely not what you would have expected from Vince. But I think he would have used Dusty to have kind of launched the WrestleMania era. I think he would have used Dusty to have really got the ball rolling. But I have no doubt he would have moved on from Dusty pretty quick. I think he would have, you know, looked for that big muscular guy that he was looking for. I think he would have gone in that direction. I don't know who that would have been, though. Don't know who he would have gone with. I mean, maybe the Warrior. Maybe Macho. I mean, he sort of went with Macho at WrestleMania 4 going into 5. Maybe he would have still done that. Andre was well past it. Andre... I don't think he would have gone with Andre. Andre, you know, he was going all around the world. You wouldn't have had him there enough, and his body was failing him, and he was not in a good shape. You can't build the company around Andre. Andre's an attraction that you bring in, but he ain't going to carry the ball. So I don't think it wouldn't have been that. So yeah, I always heard it was Dusty that they would have looked at. But I would not have been shocked if we lived in that timeline that it would have quickly moved on to Macho or quickly moved on to the Ultimate Warrior, you know? Maybe Warrior would have got a bit more of a run. I don't know if we get that out of it, but that is, you know, a Vince McMahon, ask me anything. Oh, imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine all the stuff we could get out of that. I was surprised that Dave responded to someone in the opinions video. Those videos must be getting attention. No, it wasn't actually. It was because someone tagged Dave in it, which I don't get why people do that, to be honest. I don't really understand that side of social media. I don't get what the point is of doing that. I sort of feel like if you are doing a video like that about Dave, I personally don't think Dave needs to see that. I think that people's thoughts on Dave, he sees. I mean, you ain't got to look hard to see what people think about Dave. You know, it's all over Twitter as to people's opinions on Dave Meltzer. So if he really wanted to know what people thought of him, he's only got to put his name into Twitter and he'll see it all. So the piece that we did, I really didn't think Dave needed to be tagged in any of that, but I do always think, how would I feel if the person did see this? Hence why when we were doing that Dave Meltzer video, I was really trying to put a bit of positivity into it, you know? That was one of the harder videos because, again, it was exactly what I thought it would be. People don't like him and they expressed it, and that's fine. I wanted your opinions. So I got your opinions. So, I mean, no problems. But I do always think, like, well, what if Dave watches this? You know, is this something, again, is this the content I want to be making? Is this the content I want to be proud about? Is this the content that I want my name put on? So, you know, I was trying to inject a little bit of positivity into there. But I don't know, that was one of the harder videos. That was a difficult one. But no, someone saw one of the comments and they said something like, I completely agree. This is how I feel about @Dave Meltzer as well. And I don't get that. I don't understand why, if you like, this is how I agree, why can't you just say I agree? Why would you feel the need to add @Dave Meltzer? I've never felt that. I've never felt the need to tag the wrestler in the thing. And I really don't think the wrestler would want to see that. Maybe if it was something positive, they would. But if it's something negative or critical, I really don't think they do. Like, no, there ain't no critics that are going to be bigger critics than the wrestler themselves. You know, there ain't going to be no one that's going to be harder on their matches or their presentation or what they're doing than them themselves. So I don't feel like they need to see it. I don't know what purpose it serves. So yeah, I always get confused, and it's not just like the odd like, it happens fairly consistently. So I don't know, it was a random one where one of the comments, Meltzer got tagged in it, and that's why he ended up responding. So but I saw a squirrel sunbathing today, said Miss Clown. It was the highlight of my day. Let's go. It's Bryn again, said Vince McMahon doing popular YouTube trends. Get him doing the ice bucket challenge. Well, I feel like because of the allegations and everything, that ship might have sailed. But it still doesn't stop me wanting to get the information out of his brain. I mean, if he would write a book, I'd buy the book. I really have no problem admitting that, because I really think there's a lot of stuff only he knows. There's a lot of stuff that only he can answer. There's a lot of perspective only he can give. And I really would like to find some of that stuff out, you know? So if he did a podcast, I'd listen to it. If he wrote a book, I'd read it. There's a docuseries that's coming out. I'm going to watch it. And I'm really looking forward to it. I really am looking forward to learning. The allegations are horrific. The controversy is horrific. It's horrible. I don't agree with any of that, of course, and I don't he's not high in my estimation when it comes to people, but it doesn't change the fact that he knows a load of stuff that I don't know and I want to know. So yeah, we'll have to see. Could be a dumpster fire, it could be awful. I really don't think it's going to be a propaganda piece, though. I don't think it's that. I don't think that would be a real own goal, because I think Netflix know, or hopefully they know, kind of where the perception is. Again, it's not hard. You can go on Twitter and just type in Vince McMahon and you can see endless reams of hate that are aimed in his direction. So, you know, I think they know. Hopefully they've read the room. I don't think this is going to be a smear campaign that's gonna, like, you know, or a propaganda piece that's gonna try and paint him in a better light. Hopefully it's just gonna give you facts. This happened, that happened, this happened, that happens. Why did that happen? Why did this happen? Blah, 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 blah. Work our way through the history of WWE. And the ending is going to be the bit that's going to be the most... how they're going to do that. That'll be the bit that's like... But the rest of it, it's a 6-part series. It should be fascinating. James said, there's some breaking news. Chelsea have made an offer for Jadon Sancho. How much have they offered, James? How much have they offered? I need to work out if I'm willing to accept it. Apparently we're willing to let him go for 40 million. I think that's a bit light personally, but I don't know. When you stopped watching AEW, we are approaching a full year. Does it feel like a weight off your shoulders, or do you miss it? Perhaps others have felt the same. I would say that I felt really good about it up until Wembley. When Ospreay came in, I had a bit of a, ooh, yeah, that's interesting. I wasn't really bothered about Mercedes, but Ospreay, yeah, okay. I know what he's capable of. I know that he's an amazing wrestler, probably the best in the world right now. So him coming in was like, oh, okay, that's another one in the column of things I would watch for. But that column is still pretty empty, right, as of earlier this year. So no, I would say everything was absolutely fine. Felt good about it, didn't miss it. Enjoyed having my Wednesdays where I could do a few other things, and I think you've seen the channel really grow in the sense of Unseen started up this year. The second channel with the opinions video, that burst into life this year. There's even now a third channel which has got loads of clips on it from the streams. That burst into life this year. So, you know, I think we've seen some real strides with the channel this year, and that has been possible not only because of Wednesdays, but I would say having those Wednesdays where I've just got that little bit more time is time that has gone into the channel, and you're seeing things as a result, you know. A lot of just like branding, you know, the way that the layout of the thumbnails and whatever, you know, that's obviously changed this year. The live streams with the live thing at the side, that's come in this year. There's been a lot that's happened this year with the channel. There's been a lot that's gone down. So, and it all feels about in as good a place as it's ever been. Like, I really love the direction that the second channel has got with it being opinions. I love doing Unseen. I think the clips channel, I love that because I don't care about the views on that. If all of those clips got no views, it wouldn't bother me. Doesn't bother me. They're just there for, you know, in case someone does stumble across them. So I don't have to worry about those. It's so nice to put up something and just not even care how it does. Because, you know, every YouTuber needs views. So when you put up content, you do worry about how it's going to perform. And I suppose for me, it's not as dramatic because obviously we do a lot of streams, but I still need the videos to do, you know, something. So, you know, you do look at it for this channel, for the opinions channel, but for that third channel, I honestly don't give a flip. So, I mean, all of that's come in this year, and I'm not saying it's because of not watching AEW, but that has helped. So, yeah, all of it's been great. It's been not for 1 second have I thought, oh, I need to go back. Until Wembley and the Tony Storm story and Danielson coming towards the end of his time and all of that, you know, kind of came together for Wembley, and I was like, there's quite a bit here that I would watch. If I'd have done a watch along for Wembley, which I was not tempted to do, but if I had, I really don't think that would have been a problem or a chore. And I even considered going. Like, had those tickets been a bit cheaper, I would not have been shocked if I'd have gone to Wembley. But they were just, it was like £30, but you were right in the back row, yeah? If you wanted any kind of decent seat, you were talking 3 digits, which I don't get, because you could have filled Wembley. I think you could have got at least another 10, 20,000 in if you'd have just reduced the ticket prices a little. I don't think they were asking for astronomical amounts, but, you know, the top tier was like 30 to 80. The next row down was like 140. And at this point, you're still nowhere near the ring because you've got another level and then you've got ground. This next level down, I think you were talking 250. When ground, you're talking like 400 for really bad seats. Obviously, a lot more the closer you get. So I was looking at it, I was like, I don't really care about this show. But, you know, I would go to it. I'd spend 50 quids on a ticket. But 50 quid ain't even getting me out of that top tier. I'm in the heavens for 50 quid. You know, I ain't even close to getting to the next tier down. So you do look at it and you're like, you know, I say I'd spend 50. If it was 60 and I got, you know, an all right seat, I mean, I'd spend that. Maybe 70. But I mean, I'm spending 80 to get a rubbish seat in that next row down. So I don't know. It's one of those where you look at it and you're like, nah. Because it ain't just that, is it? You've got to pay for the train. You got to pay for. There's lots that you got to pay for. You got to pay for the train. You got to pay for the maybe a hotel. You got to pay for the food. You got to pay for the drink. I mean, it's an easy 200 quid. Easy. That's an expensive day out, man. Certainly, if it's something you ain't that fussed about. So, yeah, Ospreay, Danielson, Tony Storm. Trying to think what else. There was another couple of bits in there, not loads, but there was enough where I was like, meh. So this is why I'm saying like that. I really thought that they would have got a better result. I really thought they would have got a better result on Wednesday on Wednesday, because there are genuinely some things going on that I'm like, yeah, I don't mind this, you know. I don't mind this. There's some stuff they're doing at the moment that I think is pretty good. And I think that they're in a better place than when I stopped watching. I think they're in a better place than when I stopped watching. MJF came back, and he's a heel. Don't forget, when I stopped watching, he was faffing around with Adam Cole, and I hated all of that. I was not a fan of that. For me, you've took your best heel and you've turned him face, and I never understood it. And I thought all the silly stuff they were doing together, all were best friends and everything. People loved it. I get it. I didn't. And I don't think I'm special. So I think if I didn't, I think there's plenty of others out there that didn't as well. And I don't know. This year it all fell apart. And I don't know if like some of the stuff that I wasn't enjoying was part of the reason why. So yeah, to answer your question, I didn't miss it. But I do think in recent weeks, they've put together a better product. I think they're in a better place. And honestly, they could go one of two ways, really. If they keep getting, like, you know, putting out good shows, they'll bring people back. They will bring people back if they keep putting on good shows. I wonder if part of the problem is you've put on a good show at Wembley and people are like, can you do it again? Or is it going to fall apart? Because I don't want to come back and then it'll be rubbish. So, I don't know. They just got to keep delivering. So, we'll see. We'll see where they get to with it. Liam Costa, hello. Shout out to you. Says, Days, how are you? I'm all right, thank you. I still haven't found a job, but I am applying for it. Oh, that's good. So hopefully they'll answer soon. Everyone's comments the other day helped, so thank you. But that's great, Liam. I'm so pleased about that. And just don't be hard on yourself. I mean, don't put any pressure on yourself. I mean, I think in this situation, the urgency to get a job and the desire to get a job and everything, that can really, you know, occupy your thoughts, and like just be easy on yourself. You'll get a job. I mean, there's jobs out there. You will get one. So, you know, there ain't no benefit putting that added pressure on yourself. Just apply, go for interviews, do the best you can, and see what comes of it. Any added pressure is just unnecessary. So it's a process. And you might have a few setbacks, but no doubt you will get there eventually, my friends. So I hope it all works out. Right, we've had a few super chats and bits that I need to get to. So, Superman Base Fine. Oh, there we go. Look, Bass Fisher. That makes more sense. I don't think you've been fishing for bass, but maybe you have. Bass Fisher. No, I was wondering if that would be good for like a DJ. There was a bass hunter, wasn't there? Bass Fisher, but I'm guessing it's more Bass Fisher. So, shout out to you anyway. Says, Meltzer knows nothing. He grabs at straws. Well, we all do when we go to McDonald's. Certainly if we've had a milkshake. So, Superman, Bass Fisher, shout out to you, my friends. I can't join in with the Meltzer hate, only because if you, I understand that he's got a lot of stuff wrong and all of that, but he gives me a lot of wrestling knowledge. He puts out a lot of good, interesting retweets and lots of little factoids and all that kind of stuff. So I get it. I get that, like, his interactions with people are just not helpful. I get that, like, him talking to Brian Alvarez about ratings. I heard the clip on Jim Cornette. I mean, he's like, I study this stuff, and he's getting into arguments with Brian Alvarez over it. I mean, it's not a good look. There's a lot that he does wrong, but I just think he's got such a knowledge, and he does retweet a lot of really interesting stuff and post a lot of interesting facts, and I really enjoy him for that. I wish he would just do that. I wish he'd shut up on the other stuff and just do that. I don't think people would like him anymore, but it's the reason why I can't just go in on him, to be honest, is because he is very, very knowledgeable, and I do respect that. I do love learning about wrestling. I don't know 0.001% of, like, all the stuff I could know. But, like, I do enjoy, like, learning about the history of wrestling, and yeah, he is very good follow for that. He's also flipping annoying because you might get some really good stuff, and then next he's arguing with someone about flipping Nielsen demos. And it's like, I don't give a flip about that. That's annoying. So I do get it. Superman Bass Fisher gifting a membership, which, oh, look at this. A few people have actually. Kim's Trains has membership gifted. Another one from Superman Bass Fisher as well. So lots of generosity doing the rounds today. Very much appreciated. I always think that's really cool. I'm not saying this to encourage it, right? Don't take my words not as they're not intended. I'm just saying, I always think it's nice when people do the gifting of the memberships, because it's just nice that someone else in the community benefits. And I'm trying my best to make sure that we are serving the members as well. We do a member stream every Thursday, and there's also the members folder for Unseen. So you're not missing out on anything, right? It's just extra. And so we do that as well. So I tried to do one of those for every Unseen video. It doesn't always work. There was an episode last week where I just didn't have enough. So it's not a guarantee that it's everyone, but, it's on a good regular basis. And so, yeah, we do that as well. And we are sort of floating watch-alongs, but I just don't even know where we are with that at the moment. So that's a work in progress, shall we say. So, but yeah, there's things going on the members' side. So, yeah, lovely. I think the gifting thing is a lovely thing. So, Superman, Bass Fisher, you're a good egg. And Kim's Trains, you're all right as well. So, thank you. Metal Mama 1987 with a foam finger. Loving that. Love a bit of foam. Big foam fan. So appreciate the support, my friends. Kim Shane said, could the mystery guest be Berlin? Yes. What, just some random woman called Berlin? Yeah, I would enjoy that. If some boomer came out and we didn't know who it was, that'd be amazing. But talking of who you think it's going to be, AJ Styles is the one that's got the most attention by a mile, actually. So we've got Ilya Dragunov 14%, other 19%, Giovanni Vinci, 21%. And AJ Styles, 46%. So that's where we are at the moment in regards to the show. We have got a lot of people thinking that AJ is going to be the one answering the call. And it would make sense because he is over there at the moment. So I must admit he is the one that I am looking at as well at the moment. Diecast said, have you thought about a Discord server? We have one. The problem with the Discord server is I don't get a chance to go in because I really do spend a lot of time going through my notifications, going through my lists of Twitter accounts that I follow, just like making sure that I've got everything for Unseen. I mean, I don't really want to be missing anything. So I spend a lot of time, hours going through that. Then, of course, I record Unseen, or I might be doing a stream. Then, of course, we do an opinions video, so I do that as well. Then I always try to make sure I've got a few clips lined up, so I always tend to do something there as well. So, you know, you just do bits like that, and it kind of fills up your day. I mean, you can easily film. It's so deceptive. That does not sound like a great deal, but I assure you, it is hours and hours and hours and hours to just do that. So trying to then find time to go into Discord and just have a chat. I mean, I've got emails that I can't get to. I don't even know if I've done it, but I tried to turn off my Twitter DMs because it's just pointless. I cannot get into them. I can't get into them. So I've tried to turn them off so that people don't waste their time. So to then try and get into a Discord is just, I mean, I'll be the first to tell you now, it ain't happening. But there is a Discord, and I love it because I think there should be a place for the community to go when there isn't a stream. There should be a place. I think this is a wonderful community, and I'm not just saying that as like a kumbaya thing. Genuinely, there's people that have been in this community for years. There's people that are so supportive of the channel, and there's relationships. You know, there's people that really care for other people in the community. There is the community. Sometimes you hear that word being used, and I don't know, it can be a bit loose. But I mean, we've been doing live streams since 2018. The channel's been here since 2016. I reckon I could name like 30, 40, maybe even 50 people in this community, right? Just off the top of my head, right? If I sat down and actually like got a pen and paper, I reckon I could do. I don't know. I wonder if I could do 3 digits. I might be able to, you know, because I read so many comments and I see the same names. And, you know, obviously I read all the super chats and all that kind of stuff. So I see all the names there. So, yeah, I mean, that's, I don't know. I don't know what number I could do. But it would be a big number. So there is undeniably a community here. And I just think when there's not a stream, everyone goes off in their own little worlds, right? And that's cool. But what if you want to spend a bit more time with someone? I've said before, when you put a comment in the chat, most of the time I don't see it because I'm chatting, but everyone else will see it. And I know that if I was not doing this and I was just in the chat, I know there would be people in the community that I would respect. I would see their comments and I'd be like, I really like what they say. I wonder what such and such thought about this, because I think they're going to agree with what I'm thinking. And I think that there's such a need for somewhere for the community to, you know, just if you need to jump on and say hello to the community and see who's around, I think that's what the Discord should be for. Because I'll tell you now, I can't get in there, but I don't think I need to get in there. I think a space for the community to just chat amongst themselves, I see the value in that. So I know Sonny has done a bit of work in there, and I know Coaster Maniacs has done a bit of work in there, and I'm willing to just throw the doors open, man. Just let the sunshine in and let people run wild. Take your clothes off, run around naked, have fun in there. Create Discord babies. I don't give a flip, right? But yeah, I think there's a need for that, and there is a Discord, and it's in the description if you want the link to it. But what it looks like and if it serves the needs of people and if it's an engaging place, like, that's all out of my hands. So I'd say if you've got any thoughts or questions or whatever, you could ping them over to Sunny, because she has been doing a lot of stuff in there, and I think she would appreciate the feedback. Airborne said, I want it to be Elia. Well, it's so wide, I've just ended it, because I don't see anyone beating AJ Styles. He's got 45% of the vote. So AJ in first place, Giovanni in second place, other, and then Elia bottom, nearly 300 votes. Miss Clown said, aren't we always naked? Well, I hope so. I like to think that everyone is, as I'm reading their comments. But I don't know, there might be some slackers out there, Miss Clown. Batman Big Fan, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you are excited, because we're only, Batman Big Fan, 34 minutes away now. How about that? 34 minutes. We've already been live for 3.5 hours. So we are putting a shift in today. Half an hour to go, and then a 2-hour Smackdown. It'll be a 6-hour stream today. Then I'm going to do an unseen, work on an opinions video, get something to eat, and yeah, get ready for tomorrow. It's going to be a good one tomorrow, hopefully. Timothy said, Days, you should run creative. Brilliant. Cheers to you. Timothy, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I've said before, I think if you're a wrestling fan and you've watched for a long time, I think that everyone here would know. I mean, like, there's so many great ideas that come out of the community. I just think it comes with experience, doesn't it? If you've watched a lot of wrestling, I think you just get the rhythm. You just know the kind of things that you see what excites people, and you sort of get to know what works. So I think there's amazing minds in the community. I think there could be a lot of heads of creative. I think it comes with being a long-term wrestling fan, to be honest. Which is why I disagree with them bringing in, like, script writers and soap writers and drama writers. I mean, you can sprinkle a bit of that in, but I don't think you could ever do better than hardcore wrestling fans. I think they know where we've been. They know what has worked. They know the mistakes that have been made in the past. I can't fathom as to why they would not be the best people to have as, like, you know, creative minds. Don't know. It's just not the direction WWE like to go, to be honest. So, to each their own. Big Time said, Days, Nikki Bella, after All In, said her podcast that her and Artem were playing a game with her rooting for Mariah and him going for Tony. Literally 4 days later, we've heard about domestic violence. Yep. Diecast Wheels said, thank you, Days. I'm going to join that Discord. This is one of the friendliest wrestling communities on YouTube. Well, that's good. I'm really pleased about that. I think we are as well. I think we try to be. I mean, I love having new people join us. I've said before, if you're not bringing new people in, you're just standing still, which is about as good as going backwards. And there's nothing wrestling fans love more than, like, meeting other wrestling fans that are starting out. Like, honestly, if there was, like, I don't know, some 20-year-old kid that's got into wrestling the past few years and we went for a beer, that's like an amazing evening for me, because I'm drinking, I'm talking about wrestling, and I'm guessing this 20-year-old kid probably ain't going to know as much as me, right? Probably. Just guessing. And so you're just going to be talking about wrestling, talking about the past, and kind of chatting away, and they might have questions, and there ain't nothing wrestling fans love more than sharing their knowledge. So bringing in, like, new people and people that, but saying that, you know, I mean, the more people you've got that know stuff, the more you can get to correct answers as well. So if you're someone that knows loads about wrestling, oh my God, I love having you here, because you'll know stuff that we don't know, and that just means that our community's knowledge improves. But then if you're someone that doesn't know anything, oh my God, I love having you here, because one thing wrestling fans love is showing off and talking about what they know. I mean, literally, whoever comes in, as long as they're not a hater, welcome. Everyone's welcome. It's brilliant. Because everyone brings something a little different, don't they? So, and as people learn about wrestling, then they become one of the more educated ones. They know loads, and then they can help the new people that come in. It's just it's the never-ending circle of life. It's like Bray said. So yeah, I'm pleased that we're welcoming. I'm pleased that that comes across, because that's good. That's how it should be. Just stay away from James Chadwick. There, look, we knew, didn't we? I didn't even need to look. There he was. There he is. Who said I'm friendly? I like to think that James is like a pit bull, you know? I mean, like, you could be a really friendly old man in the neighborhood about having some sort of security. You do need to have some sort of, security alarm or a dog or something like that. We've got a really angry hamster called James Chadwick who is like livid. Just honestly, do you remember, I remember Noel Gallagher saying that Liam is a man with a fork in a world of soup. He's just constantly upset and angry because he's got a fork and the whole world is just soup. And that's such a good saying, because you could understand why someone in that situation would be so angry. And I really feel like that's James, that is. He is an angry little hamster that just keeps the wrong guns away, Just keeps the wrong guns away. If something goes south, we go, James, sort that out. And it's like this. And that means we can all keep talking about wrestling whilst he's, do you know what I mean? It just keeps us protected. So James's purpose, it cannot be understated. It's why we love him so much. It's why we love him so much. He keeps this community strong. That's one fat hamster said. Well, I had noodle arms not long ago. I ain't forgot. Night Legacy, shout out to you, my friends. I never miss a day stream. Even if I was drafted to war, I would still be sat watching in the trenches. And so you should be. And you should share it around as well, because it would be a massive boost to morale. You'd win that war. You'd win that war. We'd send James. We'd send James over. The other side would soon quit then, let me tell you. As soon as James arrived, the white flags would be up. I mean, from everyone. His own side, the other side. Everyone's white flag would be up. But it would bring peace. Wouldn't it? It would bring peace. Thunderman said, Days, if it was to happen, what match would you want to see on an NXT TNA PLE? I think there's a lot of good options. I'm not thinking because I'm struggling. I'm thinking because I'm trying to think which one I would go for. Because I like Hammerstone, right? I like Hammerstone. I don't know what he does in TNA. I don't know if he's a big star or not, but he was good in MLW. So I like Hammerstone. I'm interested in Josh Alexander. I've heard loads about him. I haven't seen loads of him, but I've heard loads about him. Apparently he's great, right? Great wrestler. I am really interested in Speedball Mike Bailey. I love the Speedball name. I love the Speedball name. I just think that's a great name. It's very retro, Speedball. And I heard he had a great match with Ospreay. I saw highlights of it. It looked great. So Speedball Mike Bailey is someone that I really want to see. So if he came into NXT, I'd be like, oh yeah, let's go, man. I'm interested in checking this guy out. Hammerstone, I've seen him MLW. I really like him. Josh Alexander, I haven't seen much of, but I've heard loads of. I always like Killer Kelly as well. I was really sad when she left WWE. I like Killer Kelly. So, but I don't think she would be my pick. I think I would go... I might be going Trick Williams Hammerstone, you know. I might be going Trick Williams Hammerstone. Because Trick's a big guy, but Hammerstone, I think, is bigger. Certainly more... Oh, is he more muscular? I think, yeah, more muscular. Don't know. Height-wise, Trick might have him. I think I'd be leaning on that. Or maybe... I could go Trick Josh Alexander, but I think Josh Alexander's going to be more technical. I don't know if that would mesh well. Chad against Josh would be interesting, but, you know, he's not in NXT. Charlie against Josh? I don't hate that. Charlie Dempsey against Josh, I don't hate. Obafemi against Hammerstone? I don't hate that. Yeah, there's a few. Trick Moose would bang, says James. I don't know anything about Moose. I'd be down for it. I mean, if Moose came in, I've heard a lot about him, so I'd be down for it. Yeah. Well, there's a few in TNA that I'm down for seeing. I am not down on this relationship with TNA. I'm not down on it at all. I think there's potential there. The only thing that worries me is that I feel like quite a unique position in the community, in the sense of I have never watched TNA, and I'm very open and honest about that, right? I've never watched it. So for me, when people come in, you sort of need to, well, understand I'm probably not going to be that excited at first. And then I'm going to need to know why I should be excited. Like, you've got to sort of sell the person on me. And I don't think we've been doing a very good job of that, to be honest, with some people that have come in. So there's names that I'm aware of, but then there's, like, if Moose came in, right, I've heard the name. I ain't going to pop when he comes in. I've heard the name. What do I need to know? Give me a video package. Tell me what he's done. Tell me what threat he carries. What's he achieved? How long's he been in the industry? Has he wrestled anywhere other than TNA that I should know about? Like, give me everything I need to know, type thing, you know? And I don't think those video packages have really been there, or at least not that I recall seeing. So I would like to see NXT putting more work in, to be honest. I'd like to see a bit more of an explanation, because I don't think I'm alone. I don't think I'm alone in the... I might be in the minority in this community. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of you out there that do watch TNA as well as NXT. But outside of our community, I feel like there's probably quite a few people in the same boat as me. And I just don't think they're helping themselves, so... Yeah, there's plenty that I would be down for seeing, and I'm not down on the relationship, but I do think that there needs to be a bit more work done with trying to get people to, like, invest in the talent that comes in that we might not know about. I don't know anything about Rosemary. Don't know anything about her. I've heard the name. Don't know anything about her. She answered a mystery thing. Live crowd popped. But that was it. I mean, she went into her match and that was it. I didn't know anything about her. There was no reason for me to be interested. That was it. I mean, you can make the argument, well, you know, start watching TNA now. You can make that, you know, that's a perfectly acceptable argument. You know, well, you should go and find out. But I would just throw the counter of, like, well, I don't think you should have to. Because one of the arguments about, say, AEW is, you know, stories were playing out on Collision, and then we were watching Dynamite, and, you know, all of a sudden the stories advanced. And the argument was, well, they could help us, bring us up to speed. Not everyone can watch on a Saturday. So if you can't watch Collision on a Saturday, then, you know, they should be able to help you out on the Wednesday show to kind of, you know, bring you up to speed. And I feel like it's the same argument. I mean, you can't expect people to have a knowledge of TNA. You've never spoke about TNA. I'm talking to WWE now, by the way. Sean, if you're watching, you've never acknowledged TNA's existence, right? So to go from never even talking about them to now expecting everyone to have a knowledge of them is pretty wild. It's pretty wild. So I think they could do a bit of a better job, to be honest. Right, I saw there was a super chat coming in. We've only got 20 minutes now. Oh my god. It's running away. Uncle Donk. Uncle Donk, how are you doing, Uncle Donk? Hey, how's Auntie Dink? Uncle Donk, how's Auntie Dink? Hope you're well, Uncle Donk. Says, I'm a fan of both AEW and WWE. Okay. It baffles me. Here we go. Why certain fans feel the need to constantly attack their respective competitor when discussing AEW WWE specific matches and storylines. Thoughts? Well, Uncle Donk, I hope you are well. I think it depends on the community, and I think it depends on the perspective of the people having the conversation. So, for example, there are people out there that make money and get enjoyment as well from laying into the competitor. So, for example, if Tony had come out at the start and had been very complimentary about WWE, I think you would have found this to have been different. I'm sorry to say, and some will disagree, I do blame Tony for this. I blame Tony because WWE were always going to be taking shots at AEW. That was always going to happen. WWE are number one, and they are never going to open their arms and go, oh, a competitor that's come out of nowhere and is being funded by a billionaire. Come on in. Come on in. Oh, God, it is so good to have you here. Everything good? Anything we can do to help? You know, I mean, that was never going to happen. It's mental to think that would happen. That was never going to happen. So I don't feel like there was much room for WWE to take that stand. I mean, I think the option for WWE was either to just shut up or they were always going to take shots. The alternative is that they would be like, oh, AEW are here now. Isn't that exciting? That was never going to happen. So if we agreed that was never going to happen, then the only person that really had a choice to make was Tony. And Tony, when he first started, he could have been complimentary about WWE. He could have said, look, WWE's fantastic. We love what they're doing. We think there's a spot in the market for us to bring something a little different. We're not looking to step on WWE's toes. We want to showcase some different talent that's outside of the WWE sphere. And we think that there is a need for a bit more wrestling. Like, people love Raw, SmackDown, but what about on a Wednesday? We think we can bring something. We think we can bring a new show with, you know, some great upcoming talent that's going to just complement the W. I think he could have taken that tone, and then there wouldn't really be much for WWE fans to hate, you know? Like, I think because he took shots at WWE and because WWE was always going to take shots at AEW, what you're forcing the fans to do then, and not everyone fell into this trap, but a lot did, is pick a side. You know, it becomes tribal. You know, who are you going to support? Are you going to support the company that hate WWE? Or are you going to support WWE, the company that hates AEW? Like, are you going to pick a side? Now, some people were able to look at this and go, that's silly. I'm not going to play that game. I'm going to watch both and I'm going to just enjoy both. I'm going to rise above the hate, right? But not everyone could do that. Some people, and a lot of people, didn't want to do that. There's people out there that they go to work, right? And they work hard. And life might not be, you know, what they dreamed. And it's a bit of a struggle at the moment. And they come back, and you know what? What they enjoy is they enjoy watching, like, someone get it. They enjoy watching Tony Khan get roasted. They enjoy Tony Khan getting dragged over the coals because he's been stupid. And they enjoy that. That's something they look forward to. And I understand, because you've been at work all day, and, you know, you might get shouted at by your boss, and it might be a bit rubbish. And I've been there as well. And when you get back, you don't want to watch all nicey nice stuff. Sometimes you do want to watch someone just getting it a little bit. And Tony has made himself #1 punching bag. He's made himself very punchable. And there's plenty of YouTubers and YouTube channels that will take those punches because of the comments he's made and the way he holds on to the wrestlers, and how awkward he is. And then you've got the whole Cornette crew. That's a whole separate conversation where, you know, Jim Cornette hates AEW or has laid into and been very critical of their product. And if you're a Cornette fan, you're probably going to get influenced by that, or you're probably going to agree with that, right? You're going to agree with what Jim said. And again, I'm not trying to offend anyone in particular here. I'm just being very honest about the landscape, right? So I think you've got these shots being fired. You've got like people that are coming back from work that just want to watch something. And there's lots of YouTubers that will give them that content where they're laying into punching someone. And so this is why you end up where you end up. So I think the other area you've got, which is probably a smaller area, are the people like you, Uncle Donk, who enjoy watching both and you just want good constructive conversation on both brands. You don't want to engage in the ratings war and the infighting and the name calling and the nonsense. You don't want that. That's not of any interest to you. But it is of interest to others. And it is two sides and a war and tribalistic and everything Edge said it wasn't. It is. And he knows it is as well. I think that was Edge's attempt to lower the temperature, and it was very stupid. I think it might have... Well, I don't know that it would have worked. He would have needed Tony to have completely changed his tone, but... I think to come out and say there is no war was one of the stupidest things I'd ever heard. And I think just anything that followed that was just, I didn't believe what he was saying. So I think he was misguided when he made those comments. But yeah, for me, like, that just is a little bit of an insight into why we are where we are. And I don't think we would quite be here if it weren't for the people involved in the companies making the comments that they had made. And, you know, I think this is... And it just fuels then. I mean, really, once that train is rolling and once that fire has started, I don't know that there's much going back, to be honest. I mean, I think what would be good for AEW is if you get Tony completely out of the spotlight, you have a GM, you have someone like when Daniel Bryan retires from in-ring, make him the GM. He then does all of the press conferences. He does everything that Tony does. Tony just completely goes to the background. You never see Tony. He's gone. He's the money guy. He provides the money and he does stuff behind the scenes, but he's completely gone. No more Twitter for Tony, apart from just tweeting out, it's Dynamite tonight. No more of that. And I would be very interested to see what happens to the temperature then. No more shots at WWE. If ever WWE are mentioned, you compliment them. I don't even care if you don't mean it. Right? I don't care. For the good of your own company, compliment WWE. Take the tribalism out. And you know what? You might get some WWE fans coming over and watching your product. They might be a little bit more open to watching AEW then. I really think the tribalism has massively hurt AEW. It's not hurt WWE. It's hurt AEW. Because they had their fans... And that was 800,000, and it seemed to be stuck at that number. And if you want to attract new people, chances are you're going to need them to be WWE fans. And if you're positioning yourself as the anti-WWE, you're going to struggle to attract the WWE fans, aren't you? And then if your product goes a bit sour and you start losing your own fans, who are you bringing in? Who are you going to bring in? So this is a bit of a long-winded answer, but I think that's the best answer I can give you. I think there's lots of reasons why we are where we are. And I think that there's guilty people on both sides. And some people are really into this conflict. Some people really get, like, you know, a lot of views and likes and engagement from this. And then there's others, which I'm guessing is like you, where you don't enjoy it and you wish it wasn't there. And you wish you could just have honest conversation with other like-minded wrestling. But there are places like that. Fightful, for example, just cover both. And I don't think they've got a favourite. They just cover both. They do watch-alongs. Well, I don't know if they do watch-alongs, but they do reviews. And there'll be groups and whatever where you can go and chat and whatnot. So there are places out there. Yeah, I think you just got to look for them. But what about those guys are good. I like those guys. Steven Larson. I don't watch them. I've seen a bit of their stuff, and they always come across like lovely guys. I mean, I think they watch AEW and WWE, and I don't think they do any kind of, playing each other off against each other. So, yeah, you could check out like people like that. Now, I'm sure there's loads of other people that do both, but yeah, that's why we are where we are. At least in my opinion. Tony Khan said if WWE and WCW were competing in the time period where social media was prevalent, would we say the tribalism would be 100 times worse? I don't know if it'd be 100, but it would be worse. I mean, it's hard to put an exact number on it, but yes. Yeah, because I mean wrestling was back in the 90s, as we said, there wasn't all these different outlets. So I mean, a lot more people were watching wrestling, like actually watching the shows. I feel like there's a lot that engage with clips now, but actually sitting down watching the shows, there was a lot more people, and so and there was a lot more, giving results away. Like, I mean, there was some of the stuff that some of the tactics were a lot dirtier. Like WWF going to invade WCW, turning up in a flipping tank, right? And then you've got that'll put butts on seats. You've got that kind of stuff as well. You've got the whole NWO. You've got the 83 weeks. You've got WWE actually losing in ratings, and we're not talking about their developmental brand. We're talking about Raw on the Monday Night War losing for like 83 weeks in a row. I mean, yeah, it would be way worse because you're talking about way more people, and you're talking about a much more, I was going to say violent war, but it had a lot more dirtier tactics in it. This one is just the odd comment every now and again. I mean, honestly, could you imagine what like if Vince had been like active on social media? I don't know who would have took the shots from. It would have been DX, wouldn't it? I mean, Triple H and Shawn Michaels on social media when they were DX. Jeez. Yeah, man. And then Eric would have been on, so Eric would have fired back. I don't know who the main social media players would have been. Shane would have stirred the pot a lot. So yeah, there would be, I don't know, thinking about like social media being around during that time. Because the problem with it as well, though, is that if social media was around, the business would be dead. Well, not dead, but it would be exposed. I still think there's a lot of people watching in the late 90s that are unsure what they're seeing. Because I think it really changes when the internet comes in. I think when the internet comes in and you've got group chats and you've got social media, I really think that's the moment the game is up. Kayfabe is dead. I think it's done. The cat's out the bag. I think the cat was half out the bag by the time the internet came along, but it's totally out the bag when the internet arrives. You look at the 90s, there's shoot interviews, there's Wrestling Observer magazine and whatever, and there's other areas you can sort of find the truth. But I don't think the cat was fully out. I don't think it was fully out. I think there was still plenty of people uncertain about what they were seeing and if it was, was it true or not. But I think it's totally out by the time we get to the internet. So, yeah, I mean, the Attitude Era would have been completely different if social media was around. Because then people are talking more, and I think the truth comes out more. And I wonder if that period would have been as hot if social media was around. It's funny, isn't it? Because we're talking about how the war would have been like horrific on social media, really tribal. But what would wrestling have been like if social media was around? I don't know. Interesting. We'll never quite know. Night Legacy said Nottingham Forest have rejected 35 million Elanga offer, which sucks for Man United because we would have had a 25% sell-on clause. Meltzer had exposed the business, says Travis. That is true, but he didn't have a big enough platform for it to reach the masses. Wrestling Observer, I mean, I don't even think you could get it in the UK. So, I mean, he may have exposed it to the hardcore fans, but the casuals, which make up the majority, wouldn't even know what Dave Meltzer was. Wouldn't even know what a Wrestling Observer newsletter was. So, yeah, it was exposed in pockets. But, I mean, if you go by that logic, it had been exposed in the 80s. I mean, wrestling insiders have been around for decades. But it's just how much reach did they have? And that's why when the internet comes along, their reach massively increases. Imagine if you could only get Sean Ross Sapp in a newsletter, you know, once a week. It would be very different than having 24/7 non-stop. Do you know what I mean? People firing in like wrestle votes, could drop some at any time. Sean Ross Sapp, if he hears something, he can drop it at any time. Dave Meltzer, you know, emergency news. We're putting some up now on Fightful Select. I mean, it's changed the game, man. It's completely changed the game. I wish I didn't know who Dave Meltzer was, said Wrestling Proud. It's Henry said, I watch all the international day streams and events. It's Henry, thank you. I appreciate it, my friends. Nikki Bella's husband, Artem, arrest needed injury to be visible. Further updates, says Brendan. Days, imagine a livid Linda McMahon taking shots at WCW in a massive Twitter fight with Hogan. Well, that's the dream, Tony K. That is the dream. AB Jobson, shout out to you, buds. I see ya. I see ya. Right, listen, we've done the 2 hours. You remember when we were watching the kickoff thing? We've just done 2 hours, right? I honestly wonder how long I could stream for when I just run out of things to talk about. I wonder what that would be. I wonder if it would ever. I honestly think I would fall asleep first. Honestly think I'd fall asleep first. I don't know how well I would be able to do it with no one around. Like, because obviously people asking questions and whatever, that obviously takes us, you know, down roads, whatever. But just sat here on my own, I wonder what I could do. I'm super tempted to try that one day. Just go live. Just have the chat, but I make a comment of I ain't going to read it. And we just talk. And I wonder what we would talk about. And I wonder how long we would go for. Because you lot massively decide the conversations. You always have since we streamed, of course. So, I don't know. I might do that. I mean, not now. Not anytime soon. But Wrestling Proud 87, shout out to you. Days, you are the best. I hope you the best. Thank you very much, my friends. I appreciate the kind words. You're the best. This community is the best. Only possible because of the community. The only reason that we have Unseens and we have these streams and we can have these conversations is because of the support of the community. So it is very, very much appreciated. It's said a lot, but it's meant all the time as well. So shout out to you, buds. Okay. As much as I'm enjoying this loving, we do need to get ready. That's not going to help me. I need these headphones. These are the ones that are actually connected to the TV. Connected. Right. James says, oh my God, Chelsea have signed Oasis. Don't talk to me about Oasis. I'm too sad. I didn't get the pre-ballot thing. Right. This better be the correct one. So, we are going over to the show. Some good stuff going down here. This should be a good episode, man. Yes. Forever. Right, I've got to make sure I get these queued up. Bum, bum, bum. Yes, Queen. We're in Berlin. That's good. Right, we're just seeing some statue. Oh, hello, some German flag. Look at the size of that. Who's that dude? Cody Rhodes is going to be face to face with Kevin Owens tonight. There's Kevin Owens, and he's got a shirt that says Sami Zayn forever. There is Tiffy time and Nia. Street fight coming up. I'm excited for this one, said British Wrong Style. Hope we get a good open challenge for LA Knight. Yeah. I agree. Wow. Great crowds. Very noisy. Yeah, lots of people as well. Great. LA Knight. LA Knight, yeah. Right, LA Knight. Okay, so the entranceway is very SummerSlam. So it's not a big stage. So LA Knight comes out. Who's this going to be, man? We're going to start the show with this thing. Who's this going to be? Open challenge. I'm so excited for this. Sri Lanka have been dismissed for 196. Oh, that's great for England. I'm really pleased that I didn't sleep and I ended up getting up and saw the Gus Atkinson century. That was awesome earlier. Okay, so LA Knight has made his way down. Ivan Toney has passed his medical. Oh, Wade Barrett is there. We've been reunited and our loins are already tingling, and Michael Cole's like, speak for yourself. I don't think Michael Cole's loins are tingling. Oh, hello, German commentary table. German commentary table. We've got Holger Borschen and Valandi Santi. Oh, there we go. German commentary table. Tony K said, sometimes I wish WCW was around. I'm not sure why, but their initial early 90s was cool. They had awesome pay-per-view names. Yeah, they did a lot of good stuff. They did a lot of good stuff. Loud LA Knight chants. LA Knight standing there. He's got his microphone out to the crowds. Honestly, they don't need it. They're loud. They're loud. Who is this mystery person going to be? You lot are thinking it's AJ Styles. But he's going to say a few words first. Let me talk to you. 27 years. It's been 27 years since we've done a major televised event here in Berlin. What a way to kick it off with the man they call the megastar. LA Knight, LA Knight. I think it's going to be Bubba Ray Dudley. I think it's Shinsuke. Say goodbye to that table. Okay, so... yeah. Just last week, I had my very first successful title defense. You deserve it, Chen. So he said, last week I had my very first successful title defense. And I thought, and he stopped because the crowd was starting to chant and there's a loud, you deserve it. You might want to say that in a minute. If I'm going to defend it in the capital of the United States, I might as well defend it in the capital of Germany. I'm holding the LA Knight Invitational. Anybody? We're a day away from Bash in Berlin. What if no one comes down? So LA Knight has issued his challenge. Obviously, they're making people wait. He's looking at the entranceway. There's a big pop, but is that going to be Ludwig? Is it Ludwig? I mean, it must be. Yeah. Ludwig. Ludwig looks like he's going to answer the call. Well, it's going to be him, innit? I can't imagine it not being him now. Makes sense, doesn't it? Ludwig making his way down. So you guys were wrong. You said it was AJ Styles. Should be ashamed. Clearly it was Ludwig. I don't even think I put Ludwig as an option. I think I went Giovanni instead. Isn't he a Raw star? Isn't he a Raw star? Odds, shout out to you, my friends. Bill said Rusev would have been nice. Yes. Yeah, it makes sense. So, LA Knight, Ludwig. After I beat you. I will make it bigger than it ever was. I'm going to make it my own European Championship. I don't know what we're chanting. It's like Ludwig, Leiser, Kaiser. Ludwig, Kaiser. Oh, it's that. It's just his name, actually. Ludwig, Kaiser, Kaiser. That's pretty impressive. That's good. That's impressive for Gunther's stooge. You can do what you want with the championship, but you got to win it. The only thing you're going to do is lay down and catch 3 the hard way. So, yeah, pretty paint by numbers stuff, to be honest. LA Knight has come out. Ludwig's answered the challenge. Sets up the match. Michael Cole says, bring out the official. That match coming up next. Yeah. Yeah. Remember, Rusev was bouncing from a Russian flag to a Bulgarian flag. Yes. It's just another one of those. I mean, we've done the same with Gunther as well. We've kind of had him as being German at times and Austrian at other times. I think we've settled on him being Austrian now. British Rongstar said, I want LA Knight to have a long run with this belt, but a European title would be amazing. European Championship, memories of the Attitude Era days. I Am Your Father said, Ludwig is great in ring. Hopefully this bangs. Yeah, this should be good. I'm down for this match. I'm down for this match. Kaiser is from Raw, says B-Dub36. It's why it should be not allowed. Can I get a shout out? I'm going to head to Bash at Berlin. Are you? Have a good time. BW36. Yeah, enjoy it. Should be good. Looks like a really loud crowd. James said Rusev was banging Lana in a tank at Mania. He truly was winning at life back then. Yeah. They're not even together now. Is she with Damian Priest? That's what I heard. I haven't seen them together though. There was a picture that was doing the rounds, but I don't know what's happening there. I don't like to pry, but I do like gossip, so I don't know if you've heard, but I've heard she's with Damian Priest now. Don't tell anyone. I just heard it. BW36 said, thanks, I love the content. BW36, shout out to you, sir. I was in that tank, said Miss Clown. Well, I've got a few questions. I'll hit you up in DMs after. Jeff said, Ludwig is super underrated. I've heard that too, said Big Time. I always wondered when Raw used to do 4-5 million, did those fans become NFL or NBA viewers? Vince really was detrimental in the latter stages. I don't know, to be honest. I feel like if you was into the Attitude Era, I think when WCW went away, then that was obviously exciting, but the invasion angle was not well received. And then, of course, we ended up not having anyone to really compete against, and that's bad news. So they created their own, I mean, the company changed, didn't it? They created their own rivalry then. Well done to WWE for identifying that not having competition would be a problem. But then they tried to create internal competition by having, like, Raw versus Smackdown. That was their solution. And it was never really the same. I mean, WWE fans don't want to pick between two WWE brands. So that was never going to work. And so, you know, we ended up with, you know, Raw versus SmackDown and the whole two writing teams and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I just think you fast forward when WCW goes out of business and the company it's a bit different. You know, and around that same time, you're losing Stone Cold. I mean, his last match was WrestleMania 19. What's that, 2003? I mean, The Rock's going off to Hollywood as well. I mean, everything just changes. New stars come in, and I just think people move on. Some people get families and different work commitments. Some people might have left and gone into other sports. Some people might have gone into UFC. But I don't think it was any one thing that just took fans. I don't think fans all left en masse to go to football or go to hockey. I just think fans drifted away a little bit, and as a result of that, you know, lots of things benefited. Video games benefited. The sports benefited. Social media, internet benefited. It's true, isn't it? I mean, think about how many hours you spend just scrolling. Those are hours that historically may have been used watching TV that people don't know. Instead, they're just on TikTok. TikTok's a massive problem. So's YouTube. Right, we are underway in the early stages with this as these two guys are locking up. Tell you what, they're chanting. I mean, listen, they know what they need to do, these German fans. Big cheer as Ludwig is in control. Nice headlock takeover there by Ludwig, and LA Knight is down. Every time he throws in a shot, that takeover, big cheer from the crowds. Crowd are really into this. It's so crazy to think that Stone Cold had a proper match in 2022, said I Am Your Father. Berlin is beautiful, said AB Johnson. British Wrongstyle said, I remember staying up on a school night to watch the Invasion pay-per-view live. It never quite hit the way it could have, sadly. 9! Big shot there by Ludwig. Crowd are right behind him here. This is so nice for him. I'm so pleased for Ludwig that he's getting this kind of appreciation. Referee is coming in and he's telling Ludwig to back away. LA Knight with a big clothesline. Brutal clothesline. I don't know what he just said, but he was just saying something to him. And that clothesline was pretty hard hitting, man. I don't know. I think there's an issue, you know. I think that clothesline has he knocked a tooth out or done something? I don't know what he's done. As soon as he went down, he turned to LA Knight and he whispered something, and LA Knight said something back. Oh, LA Knight goes hard into the ring steps. Ludwig gets back into the ring. He looks okay again now. Here we go. Kaiser's going to run around the outsides. LA Knight against the steps. Collides into him. Yeah, man. Ludwig is in control. Yeah, he's checking that tough, you know. Just as we went to commercial break, he just went like that. That clothesline from LA Knight was heavy. Solid match so far, said AB Jobson. BW36 said, what are the chances of Ludwig winning? I would think pretty slim, to be honest. I'm not what I'm expecting. Andrew said, can you shout out my son Miles and my daughter Amy? They are huge fans of the channel. Yeah, certainly. Miles, Amy, thank you for the support. I hope you are enjoying the rest. I hope you're able to watch the wrestling, actually. I don't know where you are. So if you're in America, it might be a challenge. But if you are in Europe, then you should be able to watch live. Whenever you see it, I hope that you enjoy it. So you'll get to it. Miles, Amy, if you can't watch it now, you'll watch it later. And it's pretty fun, actually, tonight. Good crowds. Good vibes. Fun opening match. Already had 20 minutes of the show, you know. So, yeah, good. Good. So, Andrew, shout out to you. Shout out to your children. What Andrew didn't mention is that Miles and Amy are actually both 52 years old. Andrew's like 87. Joshua is not live in the US and Canada. That is probably why. CM Yeet said, I think it's going to end in a DQ because Vice will cost him. Oh, what, Vinci? You think Vinci will cost him? Big Time said, do you remember when Raw was 3 hours in the UK and it would finish at 4 p.m? But WWE used to do 10, 20-minute overruns. It was ridiculous having 3 hours, 20 minutes. I just think overruns in general are pretty pointless. I just feel like there's not really a need for an overrun. I think it's a rating thing. I don't know why you would have it. Unless the logic is that your final match, your main event is, you know, one of your most viewed things. So let's try and milk more of that. But Why don't you just start it earlier? Big shots coming in there by Ludwig. Then we are back to the ad breaks. Don't seem too bad. Joshua said, I am leaving because I don't want spoilers. I can understand that, Joshua. Resting Proud said, I'm not watching. I'm in the US, so I'm going to watch it later, but I'm just a fan of this community and I want to be supportive. Well, that's very kind. That's very kind. I don't want you to get spoilers, though, if you can't watch, you know. Aaron, hello. Hope you're well, Aaron. Hope you enjoyed AEW. Big shots coming in there by LA Knight as Vinci. Got Vinci on the brain. Ludwig is in control. No green shirt guy, you know. Or not that I can see anyway. No green shirt guy. There does appear to be gold jacket guy, though. I'm loving gold jacket guy. He's not in the same spot. He's a little bit more over to the right in the second row. You can't really miss him. He's wearing a flipping gold jacket. To the outside goes Ludwig as LA Knight jumps out after him. We do have the Prime Hydration Station. That's confirmed. Face first into the commentary table goes Ludwig. And he's going for one more as the crowds are cheering along. Crowd are just having a good time, man. They're right behind Ludwig, but they're quite happy to cheer for LA Knight as well. Green shirt guy doesn't like Europeans. Well, that's good because we don't like him either. Everyone knows the true GOAT is Trinidad Flag guy, and I will fight anyone that says otherwise. LA Knight is on that middle rope. Yeah. Boom. Oof. Drives her elbow right into the heart. Right into the heart of Ludwig. Look, he's still having trouble with his teeth. Still having trouble with his teeth. He goes over to the corner. Oh, kicks coming in. The great news is, though, that because he's back home, he'll be super close to his dentist. So that's good, isn't it? LA Knight charging over. Boom! Drives a leg into the face of Kaiser. LA Knight picks up inverted atomic drop. Went for another clothesline. Ludwig gets out the way. LA Knight against the ropes. Oh, Enziguri kick. Lovely. 1, 2. Ooh, that was pretty close, you know. That was pretty close. James said, Day's worst pay-per-view of all time has surely got to be Great Balls of Fire. That is my nickname for Steve Whiffen. I call Steve Great Balls of Fire. And Steve, I'm only picking on you because you was the very next person to comment. And mentally, I was like, whoever comments next, I'm going to pick on them. Take it as a compliment, Steve. Could be worse. Steve said Logan Paul should never wrestle again. He's a time slot waster. He never really defended his title. He only cared about his podcast and Tetris. 1, 2. Oof. He did go in for the World Championship on Tetris, didn't he? Which is pretty random. Oh, short arm clothesline is sick. Oh, that's nice. Oh, kick there by Ludwig as well. Lovely. Maybe he's got Britt Baker on speed dial. Oh, went for a BFT up on the shoulders. Oh, Death Valley Driver by Ludwig. 2. Ah. Oh, look at him. He's looking out at the fans. Cheer for me, Germany. Cheer. I'm one of your own. Kicks the ropes. Oh. Getting them all fired up. Oh, my God, Sister Abigail. No. Oh, oof. Ends up going down. He grabs him by the hair. LA Knight. Oof. Lovely. Like a sidewalk slam. Gets round the back looking for the BFT. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. I think the ending, it was a bit flat there, you know. I don't feel like the ending was as good. Dan Lawrence is on 7. England lead by... Oh, we went out again. Oh, Dan Lawrence is out for 7. Oh, it's not been great for Dan Lawrence, has it? We do struggle with openers. We really struggle with openers. Match score. Let's get match score. I thought we might get him to follow on. Bum, bum. It's funny how Logan had... Steve said, I'll take it. It's funny how Logan had the dog video go viral. He tweeted it was 4 years ago, but no matter how he pleads, people have seen it perceived a certain way. People have already seen it perceived a certain way. Oh, hello, here's Michael Cole saying everyone seems to be a WWE fan. How about the Dallas Cowboys training camp? All right. He tried to do an RKO and he ended up slipping and falling. Silly Billy. We may see an RKO tomorrow night. There's a dude with an OTC shirt. Okay, video package for Gunther and Randy. I am the King General. Don't mess with animals, says Odds Bodkins. Don't mess with animals. Right. I hope LA Knight does these challenges of... Yeah, do you remember John Cena's US Open? They were the best, man. They were the best. So much fun. Why is Netflix releasing The Rise and Fall of Vince when Raw is set to premiere? Well, I don't think it is The Rise and Fall of Vince, isn't it? I've took it more as it being about, like, Vince's career. So I think in a roundabout way, it's more about the history of WWE. Because it's going to touch on all the big moments, isn't it? It'll touch on the steroid trial and all of that stuff, but really Vince's history is WWE's history. So I think it's going to focus on that, and you're going to get his thoughts, and he's going to talk to you about key moments throughout the history of WWE. How they end it, I don't know. But, I mean, it's 6 episodes, so it's 6 hours. So there's a lot of time to fill. Where do you watch SmackDown live? It's live in the UK, buds, right now. Tony K said, what fun names would you give future international PLEs? I would say Showdown in Stockholm. Don't know. It depends where they are, doesn't it? I don't know. I don't know if there's like Battle in Birmingham and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know that they're fun names, to be honest. I don't know. Bash in Berlin is not that fun. Clash at the Castle is, you know, it's pretty low-hanging fruit. It's from the same people that brought you Pure Fusion Collective. Comes Bash in Berlin. So, I don't know. Having those place names and then putting a word in front that's like, you know. Is it a noun? I don't think it's not a noun, is it? Is it an... I don't really know all that stuff. An adjective. Is it one of them? I didn't do English. I don't know what these words are. There's an adjective and there's a noun and there's other stuff, isn't there? Days, how many WWE pay-per-views do you think you have ever missed? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Ever. Do you know, I genuinely couldn't answer that because I've seen... I don't even know the last one that I missed. I feel confident I've seen everything since 2010. Don't think I've not seen it. Oh, there's one I missed. NXT 30. That one. Other than that, I'm trying to think if there's any that I've missed since like 2010. And then during like the 2000s, that's when I was at work. So, you know, it's a little bit harder. But I don't think it was the pay-per-views that really were suffering at that point. 80s, I've seen everything. And then 90s, honestly, it's just going to come down to... I don't know. I really don't know. I'd have to look at... I would not be shocked to find out that there was some shows that I think I've seen that I then watch and go, I don't remember this, you know. I would not be shocked with that. I think there probably are some in your houses that I think, yeah, I've seen that. And then I watch it and I'm like, I don't remember any of this. I would not be stunned by that. So I don't think I could give you an answer. I mean, I would say definitely no more than ever 20. But I don't even think it's that many that I've missed. But I don't think, I mean, if you got into wrestling in the early 90s or, you know, you got into wrestling at that time, I don't think that is that strange, to be honest. I think that, because I was very fortunate when I was growing up that my cousin just recorded all the shows for me. And he loved wrestling, so he would get all the pay-per-views and everything. And then with the network, anything that I was uncertain about, I've been able, since, I mean, network's been around 10 years. So I've been able to, like, catch up and watch loads of bits and bobs. I mean, I hammered the network the first few years I had it. I mean, it was a gift from the gods. I don't do it so much now. I don't really have as much time now, but certainly before the channel was around, I mean, oh my god. Just going mental. And I feel like I should do that more, you know. Because I really think there are shows I think I've seen and I reckon I'd watch them and I'd be like, no. I tell you, the ones that I'm really not as good on is WCW. I think there's a lot of WCW I need to be catching up with. WWE I feel pretty good on, but... Yeah, Corbin was making his way down. We are at commercial break, by the way. But Carrion against Uncle Howdy. Who wants to see that, says your boy. Yeah, I wouldn't mind checking that out. I'd watch it. Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, they really don't have that NXT aura. It's crazy. I've got so many fond memories of them, and they just look bland and boring now. I thought they had some good matches, actually. I thought they've had some pretty exciting matches. I think the problem is that they had the belts took off them, and if you've not got the belts, you're going to struggle to get on TV, really. They only seem to have like so much space for tag teams, and if you ain't champions, you're going to struggle. So I think it's momentum. It's just momentum. I think they've had some good matches. They've had some good matches this year. Right, we're having a look. We've already seen this Bash in Berlin. The store open through Sunday on the East Side Mall. Seeing John Cena shirts, his farewell tour. And now we're looking at a video package for Nia Jax. This is my destiny. By the Bonfire said, I thought my first WrestleMania was 14, but my first was St. Valentine's Day Massacre. So I watched it later. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how people went about it. I mean, I've said, I think if you got into wrestling, when I got into wrestling in the early 90s, you were very fortunate. How a kid today is meant to catch up on everything, I don't know. I don't know. At some point, it just won't. It's not possible. You can watch all the WrestleManias. That's no problem. You can watch all the SummerSlams, the Rumbles, the Survivor Series. No problem. In fact, I would say the pay-per-views, I would say a problem. Because that's a lot of shows. That's a lot that you've got to catch up on. But how the flip do you go back watching old Raws and SmackDowns? How do you watch old Raws and SmackDowns? Well, they're on the network, but like, how would you find the time to do that? You're talking thousands of episodes now. I mean, that is just, and that, you know, I mean, that's not even including NXT. I mean, I don't know if we're probably at the point where it's not possible. I don't know. And then you could go back with Primetime, Superstars, Wrestling Challenge. It's just so much, isn't there? So much stuff to watch. No Champions Advantage in our street fight tonight. So we had a video package looking at Nia. And now they've just got the graphic for Nia and Michin. Let's end this poll. We need the scores. So LA Knight against Ludwig. 53. Didn't really set the world on fire. It gets good 95%. Here's Legado del Fantasma. Los Garza. What's that? Who's that? What's that? What's Los Garza? What the hell's Los Garza? Have I missed something? Is that a new name? So, this is Baron Corbin and Apollo taking on Los Garza. So, that is the new name of Berto and Angel Garza. Suplex, nice. Yeah, new name. Oh, they've lost Garza. They've lost Garza. Los Garza? I'm trying to... What was their name before? Was it Los Lotharios? Los Lotharios. I think it's that, wasn't it? Los Garza. I don't hate the name. I don't hate that. Clothesline. Berto has signed a long-term deal. So he's around for a long time. Corbin in the corner, firing down some shots. Kian said, never in my life I have not been to a WrestleMania, but I have only been to house shows in 2016 when it was SmackDown Live. That was the brand name. And I saw Dean Ambrose and Bryan and The Miz, and it was good. The Garzas is their last name, says Tom. What channel is SmackDown on? It's on TNT Sports in the UK, but I don't believe it's on in America right now. Nice teamwork here by Los Garzas. Or Los Garza. Oh, big kick there by Angel. But getting in. They've got this dark ring gear. Their ring gear matches. It's black with silver. Baron Corbin hurling. But to the outside. Kick to midsection there by Apollo. Another big boot to the side of the heads. Head scissor takeover. Goes to the outside. We've had 40 minutes already, you know. Against the ropes goes Apollo. Over the top. Boom! Comes down on Los Garza. It's a long entranceway, you know. I think it looks longer because normally it's got a little kink in it. There's no kink tonight. We do have William Hensey, but there is no kink in the entranceway. Mitchell said, I'm currently watching it on Watch Wrestling. Hello, Mitchell. I remember I got in around 2011. I never watched anything before. WWE would always educate me with the Hall of Fame inductions, Legends Night, and the video games. That's a really great way, actually. That's a really great way of getting your knowledge kind of up to speed. I've got to tell you, I'm really tempted, and I know people will be like, don't do it. Don't do it. But I'm really tempted to get those Wrestling Observer books and just kind of read through those. Because like I think that could be quite interesting, that you can get like every Observer from every year, and they're in books. They're actually on Kindle Unlimited at the moment, so if you've got the Kindle subscription, you can just read them. You don't even have to really buy them. I think you can buy them on Kindle for $8.99, and then you get every, you know, every Observer from every year. But I just think there would be a lot of match breakdown when someone passes away. The obituaries would be good. Probably a lot of rumors that have turned out to not be true, though. Probably a lot of stuff in there that's a load of nonsense, but it's probably some good. I just think, for example, like when I was young, 93, 94, 95, I believed what I was watching was real. So how interesting to see that kind of insider perspective of what was happening, you know? There's me loving Doink, and I bet, like, you know, Dave Meltzer and whoever's writing for The Observer are just hating on it. You know? This is a clown in every sense. And there's me going, oh, I love Doink. So I am tempted to kind of start reading those. I think I want to get into some autobiographies, though. I've never, do you know, I have never been tempted to read the Jericho autobiography. Everyone tells me it's so good. If you look at, like, top wrestling autobiographies, they tell you that Mick Foley's and Jericho's are, like, the top ones, and JR. I'm just not tempted by them. I think part of it is because you can listen to them on podcast. Maybe not Mick Foley, but Jericho's got his Jericho. I don't even listen to that. I do listen sometimes to the JR one. But, I don't know. I'd like to get into a few, I think, more obscure autobiographies. I don't know who. I love watching the Cultaholic videos, said to Sean. Well, you should watch Wrestle with Andy. He has excellent videos. Friend of the channel. He won't mind me saying. And if he does mind, screw him. Mitchell, if he really cares about being the tribal chief, wouldn't he show up? Are they winding you up again, Mitchell? Oh, hello. Right, Apollo. Oh, straight. Oh, that was great by Apollo. He jumped straight over Angel, who was charging over at him. Apollo's going to make the tag to Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin comes in, gets the ropes. Oh, back elbow there by Corbin. And again, hip toss. In comes Berto. Oh, flying knee. Let's go. Who's better, Jimmy or Jay? Well, Jay's had more of a spotlight. But Jay thinks that Jimmy's time is coming now. He says that Jimmy is funnier than him. And he's like, you'll see it. You got a glimpse, but you'll see it. He's up next. That's what Jay said. I thought it was a very interesting comment. Oh, lovely work there by Baron Corbin, you know. It's not a bad little match, this. Top rope enziguri by Apollo. Kick coming in there by Angel. Apollo is up. Do you know what? It feels like these are some guys that just don't really get much opportunity. And so they want to go out and they just want to show, listen, we're here. We can contribute. That's what this match has kind of got. It's very fast-paced. Lots of just spots. The rules have gone out the window. We got all 4 guys in there. Berto, lovely work there by Berto. Springboard kick, hip toss into the corner though. Kick coming in there by Angel. It's all action. Both guys against the ropes. Angel and Apollo just collide into each other. It's just an absolute car crash. All guys are down and the crowd are applauding away. Still to come, we got a street fight for the WWE. The championship is on the line in that street fight. We got Santos on the outside. We got Elektra Lopez on the outside. He just said to Elektra, go. She stands on the edge of the ring. She's distracting the referee. Santos grabs Corbin, hurls him into the ring steps. Turns out that Elektra's not bothered about making that point anymore now. And she's like, nah, forget it. And she gets down. Big boot there by Apollo. Apollo is still trying to battle away. His tag partner, though, is in a bad state. Apollo's trying to climb up. Here's Angel. Kick there by Apollo. But, oh, wow. Angel coming in. Arm drag off the top. Goes up. Oh, and a kick coming in. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's a win for Los Garza. Elektra and Santos walk away, linking arms. It's a win for Los Garza. It was all action, that match. There was some good moments in there. I thought, but oh look, I think Los Garza look good actually in places. They all look good. Shame that they had to win thanks to outside interference, but that's just the way it goes. The bloodline. Oh. Solo. Bloodline. Versus DIY. And the Street Profits. You will acknowledge me. Bloodline versus DIY and Street Profits. I sacrificed my own brother, Jimmy. Then I took out the wise man. Let's go, man. Bloodline segment. It's just Solo backstage. And then I took out Roman Reigns. Did you? Did you though? Because that's not you. I took his Ula Fala. I took the right to be called Tribal Chief. Yeah, that's a good line, man. I did this to my own family. Imagine what I'm going to do to you. Oh. Jacob just went, I think, to put the Ula Furler on, and Solo was like, not right now. There we go. Now you can have it. So, Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes, whoever wins, the Tribal Chief is coming for you. Message sent. Message sent. Coming up next, Cody, Kevin, face to face. There's sure to be another little tease here. Another little tease. Jacob is a savage, said BW36. Solo's a dum-dum, said Raven. Lewis said, I forgot it started at 6. What have I missed so far? Not much, to be honest. We've had LA Knight and his mystery opponent. LA Knight won. We had Los Garza taking on Corbin and Apollo. Hello. Speed Women's Tournament exclusively on X Wednesday. Do you know, if that was a show, and it was like, even if it was just flipping 10 minutes long, I'd do a stream on that. But 1 3-minute match, what am I meant to do with that? So yeah, I mean, if it was a 10-15 minute show, then I would do an hour-long stream, and we could chat for 40-odd minutes, and then we could watch it and go, that was good. Days, would you attend the skirmish in Stourbridge if they did it? Says Wrestle with Andy. I've been involved in a few, Andy. I've already attended a couple, let me tell you. I got arrested after one. So, yeah. Do you know, I've been really tempted to go to... the Bridge Wrestling, which is like a local Stourbridge wrestling thing. Not amateur. But it's professional wrestling, but it's obviously... talent that's not quite at that level. Although it has got Millie McKenzie. She used to be in WWE NXT UK. I was always surprised they let her go. That one really shocked me. She has done the rounds a lot. She's been over in Japan. She's always struck me as being someone that was gonna get somewhere. But yeah, no, they let Millie McKenzie go. Now she like wrestles all over the country, does stuff in London, but she also does stuff at Bridge Wrestling in front of like 20 people. I would go and I would just be like, Millie, come here. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's happening. You deserve better. Come here. And then she'd like, I don't know, set up a rape alarm or something. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it. In fact, I'd only go for a hug, but do you know what I mean? It's best to be safe, innit? Why does Apollo keep getting pins? I think the Apollo ship is just, it sunk a long time ago. I mean, what else can we try with Apollo? Honestly, we've tried everything. Right, we are coming back from commercial break. Let's get the poll results. So, 46, 39, 13. One. It's another match that was good. It got a better rating, actually. It's good, 99%. Days, some people said that Roman did not put Jacob over in that Savage beatdown. He did Roman. Roman sold that attack like a god. Who said that? Who said Roman didn't put Jacob over? I don't know. It's probably good that there's people out there that share such opinions, because it just allows you to filter out who to not listen to anymore. That moment where Roman's down in the corner, he's got his eyes wide open because he's never been hit like that before in his life, is absolutely him putting Jacob over. Right, we're just having a look at the Uber Arena, or some computer-generated graphics of it. We're seeing Berlin. Looks nice, Berlin, doesn't it? Nick Aldis is coming out. Okay, I see one. Oh, we're doing the Cody thing, aren't we? I forgot. Cody and Kevin face to face. This is going to take us from hour 1 into hour 2. What? Bash in Berlin, yeah. He's talking about changing WWE forever, and then he's talking about Bash in Berlin. Yeah, we're seeing the superstars in Rotterdam. Brussels. So we're just seeing the European tour. I've got a feeling that Damien and Rhea will win tomorrow. It got my attention because of how big he introduced this, but all he's done is gone to a video package about this tour. Ik danke oink is Stevester Hurston. His Steveston. Okay, so he's talking about the most important matchup that's happening tomorrow. Man United versus Liverpool. No, it's Cody against Kevin. Here's Kevin. Now, there's sure to be lots of little cheeky teases here of a turn, isn't there? Eh? What football team do you support, says M-Dub. I support Man United. I support Starbridge. That's where I was born. And Man United. Because Starbridge just weren't going to cut it. Because you can't really watch them on TV. And England. Fights. Owens. Fights. James said, I can't believe Gable Steveson got fired again, but this time by the NFL. Yeah, I didn't really see the ins and outs of all of that, to be honest. Here's Kevin then, making his way down. I don't think Jacob's going to take too kind to being shushed away like that. Solo, you effed up. Well, he did. He did shush him away. That is correct. Wicked 6. New John Cena shirt, apparently. Is that real? Cena going out on a black shirt. Ah, so it lists all the titles he's won and where he's won them. Pretty fun, isn't it? It's a bit cluttered, though, isn't it, on the back? Nice. That's nice on the front. I don't mind that on the front, actually. But it's a bit cluttered on the back. I'm guessing that's from WWE Shop, is it? Cody's making his way out. About to blow. All right, we are 100 decibels. Oh, they have put it up. It's not that loud. Oh, but the woes come in. The woes come in. 105. We got... Oh, there was a flicker of 108. There was a flicker. Putting on away, putting on away. Freedom. Got my kingdom. I can't see that John Cena shirt, you know, on WWE Shop. The marching band was playing Kingdom. Did SmackDown's show start at 6:30? 6. Okay, so Kevin's in the ring. Cody's making his way down. He's wearing a burgundy suit. I would like to see the bill for Cody's pyro. Cody in the ring. Okay, the floor is yours. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? I don't know what to expect from this. This championship. The North Star in our sport. I do like that as a name, you know. The WWE Championship is the North Star in our sport. I like that. What do we want to get out of this? I'm not interested in the turn teases. If Kevin's going to turn, I want it to come out of nowhere. And the more he teases it, the less likely I think it's going to be. So I ain't interested in that. I think I just want to know that he's going to be the 2015 Kevin Owens, the 2014 Kevin Owens, the unhinged prize fighter. Okay. Do you want to talk about the tour? Do you want to talk about what happened to your knee? Okay. No. My knee is fine. Knee's good. What? Do you want to talk about your knee? Cody's like, no, my knee's fine, my knee's good. And now the conversation's moved on. Is he going to take it back to the knee? What's the knee situation? He's saying everything's fine. It looked like you were going to hit me last week with the title. I'm not accusing you. I'm just asking. Can we go back to the knee, though? Where was Kevin going with her? I'm confused, said Mitchell. That was a bit odd. It sort of felt like they were gonna do something, and then they scrapped it. And he's apologized to Kofi one more time. But everyone else had it coming. You and me have always been close. How can you think I would ever do that to you? Why would I do that to you? Maybe you're a little angry with me. Wow, good line. Good line there by Cody. Kevin Owens doesn't get enough credit, and maybe I get too much. Maybe that's why you're a bit angry with me. Kevin doesn't get enough credit, and maybe I get a bit too much. Cody Rhodes just said that in the ring. And I like that line. I don't need to hit you with a cheap shot. Your knee. I know you're hurt. I know you're hurt. Do you think you don't deserve this? Ooh. How come you didn't take a knee when you did your entrance earlier? Oh, that's a nice touch. That's a nice touch. It's been 8 years since I won the Universal Championship. This probably well, I think this is the best part of the show. You only won the title because of Triple H. You don't deserve it. That's what he heard 8 years ago. I'm still bitter about that. When you beat me, oh, this is a great segment. This is a great segment. So Kevin's like, if you're not 100%, they're going to say I didn't deserve it again. That's what I heard 8 years ago. Oh, Cody's like, I am 100. If he loses, he should be like, oh, my knee. Oh, my God, my knee. Oh, it hasn't been right. It hasn't been right for years. Oh, I can't even bend it. I can't even bend it. I don't even know how I've walked. Let me tell you something. I love you. What? I love you, dude. Dude! We didn't need dude. I love you, dude. Tomorrow, I'm gonna defeat you. This segment is fire. It's good, isn't it? Yeah, it's good. Kevin chucks the microphone. He says something. I think he said, remember, you asked for this. That's what it looked like. Remember, you asked for this. I'm going to lip read again. You asked for this. Yeah. Remember, you asked for this. Chucks the microphone away. Walks away. Kiss, kiss. M-Dub said, what's your favourite colour? Green. But probably orange. Here's A-Town Down Under. You run in your mouth. Theory and Corbin are face to face. See you later. Terence Crawford, he knocked me out. I think we're falling apart, says Theory. This is banter. This is what we do in Australia. I'm sorry. Are we good? Yeah, they're good. They're good. Okay. Is that main event? El Idolo. It's going to be Andrade, Carmelo. Oh, this'll bang. This'll be good. Here's Andrade. El Idolo. So he's making his way down to the ring. Samantha Urban. Killing it as usual, says Michael Cole. Andrade! Right, Andrade, Carmelo. Andrade leads this feud 2-1. Days, I lost the Hall of Fame race because of my... Very good. Very good. That's what the streets are saying, actually. That is what the streets are saying. Christopher said, enjoy the rest of SmackDown. I'm off for the night. Seems... It's gone. We'll never know. We'll never know what Christopher said because it left the screen. I think he said, like, this community sucks. I hate it here. I'm leaving. Something like that. Not this match again, said Ethan. This match again. Odd says, call me a liar as Howdy. You're a liar. I don't even know if that was Howdy. Sounds like an old man that lives down the road. Andrade is so good, I hope he gets a push. I Am Your Father said, I guess they're going to do a best of 7 with these two. I've emailed you another invite. Another invite? Dude, you can email me invites till the cows come home. I'm so far behind with my emails. So far behind. Is it an invite to pop round yours for tea? That'd be nice. Have you heard about Rikishi on Jay might get to AEW if it does get... No. It's a load of nonsense. Nonsense. Nothing story. That was Rikishi saying that there's other options, you know, he could go to AEW. He wasn't saying that he's definitely, like, you better put the title on him, otherwise he's going to AEW. It wasn't like that. He was just saying in this world, there are, you know, we live in a world now where there are other options, you know, like AEW. But it was coming from Rikishi. It wasn't coming from Jay. Rikishi, I think, is just frustrated because And he asks a valid question. Why did you not put the briefcase on? What did we do with the briefcase this year, Money in the Bank? And, of course, it was wasted. And I was furious about it. I hated what we did with Money in the Bank. And Rikishi hated it. And he's like, Jay should have it right now. So he was just, going off. And he was like, listen, you got to treat him right. There are other places, but... It was nothing more than that. And it has nothing to do with Jay. It's Rikishi just being a frustrated father. So, no, there won't be anything coming of that. Do we think Sid will be in the Hall of Fame? He absolutely should be. Yes. Read that comment. My wife kept saying gulag last night, or that is what it sounded like with my penis in her mouth. Read that comment, Days. Done. There we go. Happy now? Get off on that, did you, William? That come from? What's that from? Who said anything about Jay leaving because of no title? Rikishi was saying it so that Jay could get people on his side to hype him, said Spartan. Oh, I've muted that, you know. I've got like a little plastic thing that it's a bit of metal actually, and I don't know where it's come from. And I feel like this belongs somewhere. I don't know where it's come from. Well, we'll keep it safe there. Spartan said, thank you for that life-changing comment, William. Yes, William, thank you. Thank you, and your penis. And your wife. Actually, I'll thank your wife now. Thank you. You can stop now. Thank you. I've passed the message on for you, William. Right, here's Carmelo. Days, why did you read that comment, said Ethan? Well, I'll tell you, Ethan, the situation is, I think we do all love William, and I do think there's a degree of tolerance where we have to tolerate him. And I do worry that if we just constantly ignore him, he might just, like... I don't think any of us want to lose William. I think William's comments are comments that you sort of read to yourself and you go... like that, right? But I do feel like once in a while I probably do have to pay him attention. Otherwise, if he goes, you'll all be gutted. You know as well as I do, if he was to leave this community, you would be devastated. He brings a bit of a pervy edge and all of that. That's, you know, a bit of cheekiness, yeah? So, just once in a while, I think I have to. But that's it for 2024. Like, that is it now, you know? And I've only done it on this stream because I think a lot of people aren't here. Because they don't want spoilers. So I can get away with it on this stream. It's only the Europeans that are going to be offended. A lot of our US viewers, they're not even here. Right, here we go. We are underway. Andrade against Carmelo. Andrade gets back in. Big boot. Carmelo against the ropes. Lovely. Springboards. Clothesline. Down goes Andrade. Carmelo to the outside. Andrade straight up grabbing the legs. We got 40 minutes to go. We got this match, and of course, we got the street fight coming up. He's got the arm of Carmelo, and he stomps down Tree of Woe, but done in such a good way. That's one of the best deliveries I've ever seen for a Tree of Woe. We just had a slight "This is awesome" chant in the crowd. We don't give an F here in the States, said Odds Bodkins. Edward said, Days, if I'm honest, when William isn't here, I don't realise or care when he isn't. Oh, shots fired. Jesus, I wasn't expecting that. Shots fired. This is like the bloodline. We're exploring different relationships. All of a sudden now we've got a weird shots being fired from Edward in Williams' direction. Didn't expect that. Didn't expect that. Do you think City will be punished? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going to come of that investigation. Elizabeth said, I had a knee injury since 2011. It's something that you have to take seriously. Cody needs to be careful and not make it worse. Well, I don't know if they're telling the truth. I mean, Kevin Owens seems to believe there's an injury, but even if there is an injury in storyline, it might only be storyline. But you are right. If he has got an injury, then he does need to be careful. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know if there is an injury. I don't know if it's a storyline injury. Cody's saying that his knee's absolutely fine. He's 100%. Although I'm telling you, man, if I lost, I would be all over that. I'd be like, I don't have a knee injury. I've got knee injuries. It's both of them, actually. And my elbows. And my heart. I think it stopped during the match, but I just kept going. So I don't want to make excuses, but literally none of my joints work. And I think my heart stopped. But you enjoy that title. Well done on winning the match. You'll have to write your answer down, whatever you say back, because I lost my hearing during the match as well. These commercials are hilarious, says AB Jobs. I think mine aren't hilarious. Mine are dull. I've got boring commercials. Hello, Ray. Hope you well, buds. Ray said, do we think the reason WWE isn't pushing Jay is because of the bloodline feuds? I think it's exactly that. I mean, like, if you're Triple H and you're looking at Survivor Series and you know what you're doing, well, you know, to be honest, if he gets involved with Rhea and they're going to do a little short thing there, not where, you know, they're really going to be, but could you imagine Rhea just like teasing Jay and Jay's all like hubba hubba, right? I went with hubba hubba. And he's all like, you know, gooey eyed. Then I think that'll be fun for a couple of months. And then, you know, I think he should be, I'm not interested. And then he joins Roman's bloodline last second. You see, to me, that all makes sense. We just need a short story for him. People are into the Rhea thing. Let's do that for a bit. And then he'll join up with Roman last second. It'll be a big thing. And that'll sort out early 2025. But in Rikishi's mind is like, why is Jay not going for a world title? Even that probably won't please Rikishi. He's going to want Jay to be flipping, you know, the face of Raw. But then so does Andrade's dad. He wants him to be the face of SmackDown. So does Drew's dad. So does, do you know what I mean? Like, everyone's parents is going to want their kids to be. The big difference is, though, that Rikishi is obviously a former superstar that's got a platform to express his frustrations. So if you're Triple H, you're probably just like, oh, Jesus. Jake, can you sort your boomer dad out, please? Right, Andrade going over to the corner as double knees there by Carmelo. That's nice. That's nice. Hello, Mouldy. I hope you are well. Days, I was gutted with the draw Liverpool got. I wanted Celtic and Liverpool. I haven't seen the draw. I don't know who got what. I saw what United got. I don't mind this new draw, actually, for the football, but I know that's a different conversation. I like the fact that you play 8 different teams. I like that. 8 different games, and I mean, is it all fair? I don't know, but then have the groups ever been fair? You know, you've got a group of death, you've got an easier group. I mean, I don't know how it stacks up from a fair point of view, but I do like the fact that you're playing 8 different teams, or 7 different teams. Suplex. Oh, is it 8? I don't know. No, looking for 3 amigos. He only got 1 amigo. There could be anything under Daisy's desk, and we just wouldn't know. If there was someone under there playing the skin flute, then I wouldn't be surprised. I've never heard the skin flute. I've never heard that before. How does that even make sense? Because you wouldn't approach it from the side. Surely it's a skin recorder. It ain't no flute. You're doing it wrong. Moldy spoon. You're doing it all wrong. Flute. That's how you play a flute. Isn't it? Yeah, it's like that. Recorder. That's how you do the old recorder. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Andrade. Odd said, are you wearing pants? Oh, never. No, I like to be free. Dub said, my brother's favourite colour is green. Please answer me. Good. Right, they're both on the... Oh, well, that didn't help anyone. That wasn't Spanish fly, but it wasn't even really a Spanish fly. They just were both... What is that? They're both on that middle rope, and they both kind of go backwards, and they both just land on their stomachs, and they're both hurt. I don't even understand who was going for what there. I mean, I think it was meant to be a Spanish fly, but... Madness! Ramsdale to Southampton is a weird transfer. He is above their level, says Daniel. It is forming just south. It's crazy. Oh, what, you got stormed by you, Trini? Stay safe, Trini. Stay safe. Trini, if you do need to leave the stream to be safe, wow, I would just say wait like 33 minutes. I'm sure you'll be all right. Sure you'll be all right. It's only 33 minutes, you know. Just get all your stuff ready and you can go literally as soon as SmackDown ends. It might even end like 3 minutes early. Sometimes it does, so, you know. If you do need to go, then I suppose you could, but thoughts are with you at this very difficult time, Trini. Trini says, freedom is joy. Trini's usernames are now like the things you find in fortune cookies. MWA Wrestling Figure Action says, how long till SmackDown? Well, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Minus an hour and a half. But if you're in America or whatever, then I don't know, many hours. Many hours. Ray said, I would like to see Jay get a US title match with LA Knight. Yeah. I think they would have a good match. Yeah. Defo. Dan from Pensacola, Florida said, I just joined. What have I missed? Well, do you know what? I would say not much outside of a Cody Kevin promo, which was pretty fun. There was the little Bloodline segment, which was pretty good. They're going to be facing DIY and Street Profits next week. So that's what Bloodline are doing next week. We had LA Knight and his mystery opponent, which was... It was all right. Los Garza is the thing. And they took on Corbin and Apollo. That was all right. This match is good. That last spot was a bit strange. Crowd are into it. Crowd are goods. But, yeah, I don't know that this is a SmackDown that we'll ever look to go back to. That was better. Now, that was a Spanish fly. He actually landed on top of his opponent. Andrade trying to get back up to his feet. Is it a Spanish fly? Just looking at the replay, he kind of had him more not standing and going back, but more in a bit of a crossbody and going back. Both on their feet. Round the back goes Carmelo. Andrade goes against the ropes. Oh, yes! Back elbow! Oh, I love that. Oh, that's so satisfying. I flipping love that back elbow. That is beautiful. Boom, boom. Oh, man. Kick to the midsection and straight into the back elbow as well. So good. Look at the smile on his face. Kick coming in there by Carmelo. These two do mesh really well together. Oh, big chop there by Andrade. And again, look at that strike. Carmelo is feeling it in the corner as Andrade is up. Climbing up again. Oh, no, through the legs. Oh, face first into the... Was it exposed? It's exposed. There was no turnbuckle pad. Where was the turnbuckle pads? Andrade just went face first. Oh. Nothing but net. Boom. That's going to make this 2-2. Carmelo gets it, but that exposed turnbuckle pad has got a lot to answer for. It's got a lot to answer for. Let's get match score. Boom. Face first, mate. Are you left wing or right wing? I'm not really either. I mean, I know that's a political answer, but like, I don't know. On different things, I tend to align with different things. I don't feel like any party just fully represents me. So, I don't know. Sometimes I find myself being a bit more conservative on some things, but then sometimes I find myself being a lot more liberal. Sometimes I can't be defined, baby. You can't put me in a box. You can try, but I'm all over the scale. I'm doing my own thing. I'm like jazz. There needs to be a jazz political party where we can just do our own thing. Okay, we've got Nia Jax. What channel is SmackDown on? Said Doge King. Hello, Doge King. It is on TNT Sports in the UK. It is on later in America. Right, here's Nia Jax. Days ain't a wingman. He's more of a breast type of guy. Oh, I take chicken breast over chicken wings, yes. Right, here we go. Street fight time. I'm actually really looking forward to this street fight, you know. I think this is going to be good. And I do really like Street Fighter. So, there's always that as well. Nia Jax is making her way down to the ring. We've got 26 minutes to go. I personally prefer a centre attack in midfield. Left wing and right wing are both overrated, said Tom. Left midfield, right midfield are pretty useful. 1-3-2-5 is what I would go for. 1-3-2-5. Do you know, I saw the lineup, the expected lineup for the New England manager, and that had 3 at the back, 2 in midfields, and sort of a 5 up front. That is very much what that's what I saw from Lee Carsley. Apparently, he likes to play Livramento, Saka, Cole Palmer, maybe Grealish, but you would go Bellingham when he's back. Kane, that's your front 5. Then Rice and Angel Gomez. has been brought into the team, but it could be Mainu. And then just 3 at the back. So actually what you've just said, which I think was a joke, is the England lineup that I've seen people talking about we might get under the new manager. That was boring, wasn't it? Not my fault. Who do you blame for that? Not me, because it was not my fault. You blame Tom C8746 if you've got complaints, because that was a bit too boring. It's Tom that you need to send your complaints to. Thank you. Days believes that Scottish people shouldn't vote. Not only that, Wrestle with Andy, I don't think they should be allowed to have kids either. That might be, I don't know where that falls on the political scale, but listen. I don't think it's that controversial, but that is one of my core beliefs. There's like 3 beliefs that I just will not deviate from, and that is one of them. Tom said the complaint line is now shut. The janitor said, I do kind of agree, and I'm Scottish. Some voting for the worst. Janitor, shout out to you. I think you and Wrestle with Andy are like the good ones. But there's just too many bad ones, isn't there, really? I think Bailey is returning in this match, guys, says John. Well, maybe you're right. Days, I've grown a little bit taller. 6'5". I'm now 6'6", and I'm not even 21 yet, says Edwards. Wow. I don't know what to do with that. Congratulations. You should get into being a wrestler. Why don't you become a wrestler? 6'6". Imagine being 6'6" and not think and loving wrestling and not doing wrestling. Come on. You're born for it. You could be a wrestler and you could make it to WWE, and then you could tell us all what happens behind the scenes. Couldn't you? You'd be like, right, guys, this is what they've said. I went to a meeting earlier, and you could give us all the goss. And that'd be brilliant. And that would be so helpful to the channel. Why do you hate this channel? If you supported this channel better, you would become a wrestler, and then you could give us inside scoops. Yeah? Selfish. That's what you are. Selfish. Don't talk to me now, Edward. I'm upset. Because you refuse to become a wrestler for the good of this channel. Right. They're just showing us the breakdown of what's going to happen tomorrow. Gotta be quick with these votes, kids. Cameron, hello, my friends. Cameron said, I'm willing to bet that Tiffy will try to cash in. That match got great, you know. Great 61%. Let's go. Right, we've got progressive match flow, but I didn't see that boomer woman, which is disappointing. We're just looking at them winning in Scotland. What's this? You can't be... Are they talking to each other? The fight is here and here. I know this is your dream. Who are they talking to? They must be talking to each other. Let's go. Let's go. We're coming back for our tag team titles. We got Bianca and Jades. No, it needed that shot at the end where they showed them sat opposite each other. You got Bianca saying, what you waiting for? You got to go for it. It's all about this. It's all about this. It's like, who are you talking to? Are you talking to a mirror? Are you talking to Jade's? And we'll never know. We never got the answer. Just got to guess. They're just running down the card tomorrow. Right, okay. So that's Andrade Carmelo match. Got great 61%. So that's good, isn't it? Trini says, if you've ever heard how a child takes down an adult with one comment and you can't reply because it's a child's, you would know they're evil, tiny beings. Are we talking about Edward? I've been watching for 80 years, said A.B. Jobson. Wow. 80 years. That's how long Randy's been in, isn't it? You won't believe some of the things Randy Orton says. He said he loved the Nazis. You won't believe it. It's very controversial. He still looks up to Hitler. I'm shocked. Not my words. Right, we've got Nia in the ring. Here's Michin. She's got a kendo stick. Daniel says, I am right behind you. I feel safer now, Daniel. Thank you. You're about to understand that Michin is not who I am, it's what I am. There was, she's got a shopping trolley. She's been shopping and she's bought weapons. I like that. Yeah, Michin's fun. She's great on social media. I love Michin on social media. She's fun. I'm so pleased she's getting these opportunities. So she's coming down with a trash can. That's like that's a big trash can. That's a Nia. That's a Nia trash can. It looks a little bigger. I mean, no offense to Nia, but I'm just saying, you know. You might have to take that into consideration. Ethan said, we saw Gorilla. We did see Gorilla. Daisy, yeah, I like that. I'm gonna go to see. I'm gonna go to see. Whatever it is. Right, she's just walloped Nia with a kendo stick. We got 17 minutes. Days, boxing is a better sport to do as a job than boxing. What? Boxing's a much better sport to do as a job than boxing. What do you want me to do with that? What do you want me to do with that comment? What am I meant to do with that? Boxing's better than boxing. Oh, shot there by Michin. Oh my God, Nia just went hard. Oh my God. Michin just went for like a head scissors. Like trying to grab and drive Nia down. Nia, I think, just sort of like tried to get her head a bit more forward. She ended up flopping. Oof. What are they chanting? I don't know if Michin can quite understand. I mean, I think like she's going to bring a table out. Were they saying German for table? We want tissue. Don't know. She got them. They were very excited. So kendo shots. You sing and you dance. You have the same pattern attire for streams. This is going on your resume. Well, it's the only thing that's on there, to be honest. Oh, Michin through the ropes, drop kick. Oh, Nia goes over by the commentary table. Oh my God, she just kicked Nia in the face. Oh my God, this is a nightmare for Nia. She's been driven on her head. Then she just seemingly got legit kicked in the face. This is like the most real fight she's been in. I want to look at that kick again. I got a replay here. It looked really good. It looked really good. I don't know if she actually kicked her, but it looked really good. Get a Michin, says Mitchell. Gorgeous, says Miss Clown. Oh, Daisy, if you lean on your chair, do you fall from the sky? It won't go back anymore. I can undo it and it'll go like that. But I mean, look, I've got loads of room till I get to the edge of the balcony. I've got loads. I mean, it'd have to be a strong gust of wind to blow me off the balcony. And then I'm fine because there's a hill. I'd just roll down it. It's actually how I get to the bar. The bar that I go to is at the bottom. I just jump over there and I just bounce my way down the trees. It's getting back that's difficult, to be honest. That's basically a dentist chair. Yeah, it is. And then they say things like A2, C7, D6. I think they're reviewing my teeth. I'll give that one a D grade, but it's quite high. It's a good D. I'm going to go D9. D9 for that one. A. It's really good, this one. A1, low end A. B5, middle of the road. B5. I don't know what they do. I had to go to the dentist the other day, actually. Just a checkup. Everything was fine. Thanks for asking. But, oh, do you know what she said to me, actually? She was like, oh my God, much better. I was like, what do you mean? She went, like, I can, like, do you use an electric toothbrush? I'm like, yeah. She was like, oh, much better than the last time I saw you. Like, what do you mean? Like, she was like, well, I don't know, like, you're getting really, like, I was like, what do you mean? I'm cleaning my teeth better. What are you on about? I thought she was going to give me a pat on the back and a sticker or something. You're doing so well. Oh my God, you've really learned how to clean your teeth, haven't you? I was so offended. It's like you never told me there was any issues last time or anything. Oh God, no, you're so good now. You've got so good at cleaning your teeth. Who's a big boy? Who's a big boy? I punched her and knocked her out. Don't disrespect me again, yeah? I'll murk you. I'll mess you up. So yeah, that was pretty offensive. Right, Nia is angry, just like me when I was at the dentist and I got offended. Right, she's got a table. She's setting it up in the corner. We got 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. Ethan says violence stays. Well, you lot are so fortunate that you just don't see that side of me. Oh, fire extinguisher. Fire extinguisher by Michin. She's climbing up. She's perched. Oh, missile drop kick. Jessica Carr is the referee. Is Thomas Travel streaming today? I don't know. You should ask him. Tell him. He might not know that I can't do the one later. Oh, mates. She just got chucked womb first onto that trash can. That was sick. Boom. Trash can lid to the head, across the back. This is for the... Don't forget, this is for the Women's Championship. Title on the line. Come on, Michin. Come on, Michin. Goes off the ropes. Oh, didn't quite get it. She goes again. Oh, yes! Yes! She drives Naya's head into the trash can lids. 1, 2, shoulder up. So she couldn't quite get it the first time, but she tried. It looked really good the second time. First time a little bit off. Second time looked really good. Boom. That was a great. I tell you what, looking at the replay, that's some great work from Naya. It's Naya that's really chucking herself around. Very good. Looked great. Looked great. Wrestling Proud, shout out to you, my friends. I treat you all like family. Naya's down. I hope Naya's all right. Michin is... She's talking to Jessica. Who's she talking to, Jessica? She's like, is it under this one? It's another trash can. Michael Cole said, I think she should be on the attack. Imagine getting street fight advice from Michael Cole. Michael, what should I do now in this street fight? What would you do? If at any point you're getting fight advice from Michael Cole, just quit. Just quit. Right, we've got Michin on the table. Was Naya your dentist? God, no. Imagine that. Oh. She's throwing in some shots. She's going to do the power bomb onto that table, isn't she? She's going, oh, boom! I tell you what, Naya just sort of launched herself through that table, but it looked good. Tiffy time! It's Tiffy time! Oh my God! She's got the money in the bank briefcase. Nah, she's just going to wallop Michin, surely. Boom! And again. There we go. She smacks Michin with it. She's looking at the referee. She's nodding. Oh, and then she looks at Naya, and Naya's like, what you doing? Nah, I'm only here to deal with her. There we go, and she drags Naya over. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Michin. So, Tiffany came down. Tiffany is looking to go. Oh, hello. Who's coming down? Who's coming down? Who's coming down? Bailey! Bailey! Bailey's running down! Right, and now she's going to try and hit her with that briefcase. Clothesline. Tiffy goes down. It's Bailey in casual attire. Oh, my God. It's fun time, Bailey. Bailey chucking Tiffany over that barricades. Crowd are singing, hey, Bailey. That leaves Naya and Michin in the ring. Oh, I thought she was going for a low blow. Silly. Ain't going to do anything. But she rolled up Naya. Oh, kick coming in there by Michin. So, Bailey and Tiffany. Oh, Michin! Through the table! Oh, my God. Through the table, mate. Michin gets dragged. Oh, kick coming in there by Naya. She's put in the trash can. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Tsunami. Annihilator thing. Onto the trash can. Wow. She just jumped on that trash can and dented it. And annihilated, tsunamied, squashed Michin. Oh, mate. Then she chucks a table and the trash can lids and a kendo stick. Naya has picked up the win. Michin is in a crushed trash can in the corner. Michael Cole said, is she upset at Michin or Tiffy? Signs in the crowd say, yes, boy! And Tiffy time. Well, oh man, we're going to end super early. Oh, we've ended. Oh, super early. Well, there we go. There we go. That was a really good match, said Tom. Right, let's turn this off. And turn this off. And that off as well. That would be a good idea if Tommaso does the Smackdown stream. Tommy? I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Right. All time great goods. Need to fill in commercials for America, said Spartan. Need to fill in commercials for America. What do you mean? What do you mean, mate? Decent show. Okay, it's the match you're voting for, by the way. I'm only £118 now. Oh, God, you're cheap. Oh, William would pay that. William would pay that. What does he get for that? Oh, don't answer. Don't answer. 118, that's all right, that is. That's all right. What's that in dollars? It's about, I don't know, $130. William, what you thinking? What you thinking? Oh. Is this sex trafficking? Because you got to be really careful with that on the YouTube. You can't do that. Can't do that. Who gets the money? I think, would your husband get the money? I don't know. Days, you fiend. You fiend. Show has gone off the air, said Blue Will Sonic. It has. That is confirmed. I can confirm that. Leo, good night, my friends. I hope you enjoyed the wrestling. John is saying 8 out of 10. Dash said, where was Bloodline? Well, they had that little backstage thing, didn't they? That little backstage thing. Days, I meant boxing is a better sport than wrestling. Well, it's probably not best to say that on a wrestling stream, is it? Jeez. Where was Fatu? He was in that backstage thing. They ain't travelled over to Berlin, I don't believe. Well, actually, they might have, but I don't think Solo has. But, yeah, they were not on this show, apart from that little backstage segment. Days, the reason why they ended early. I don't know the reason why they ended early. I think on SmackDown, don't they normally... are you telling me why they ended early? I don't know why they ended early. Is it America? Is it something to do with America? Raw always ends pretty much bang on. SmackDown tends to end 3 minutes before, but that was 5 minutes before. Is there like an extra ad break that you're saying America chucks in, is there? Stand and Fight, shout out to you, my friends. William, Trini, William wants to know what he gets for 75. Can you guys sort that out in the DMs, please, and not on the public chat, because I'm just worried that the channel will get cancelled. He has no husband. Trini is single. They ended early because ads in America, they do need loads. Blue Will Sonic said, overall, this week's SmackDown was good. I'm going to give it a C+. Blue Will Sonic, shout out to you, buds. Well, again, reminder, you're voting for the match in the poll. We'll do the show thing on the second channel, but I don't want to put that up yet because there'll be a load of people voting that haven't even watched. So I'm not going to put that up until later. Billy Gilmore having a medical at Napoli. Well, do you know what, James? That's where I'm going to go. I'm going to have a Napoli. Only had 3 hours sleep. So I'm going to go off and have a Napoli. You can't get anything for 75, but for 50, I'll do your wife. Oh my God. That's amazing value. I haven't got a wife. How much would it cost to buy a wife? And then you'd have to pay Trini the 50 as well, wouldn't you? It's just too expensive, isn't it? Because then you've got to put the travel in. And there's probably food and drink involved. And I'm out. I'm out. I thought it through and I'm out. Sterling is going to the Gooners. Is he? Days, that's a good one. Thank you. It was a bit of a dad joke, but I thought I would give it a go. Calvin, shout out to you, my friends. Higgy says, America doesn't have the same ads that we do. They go straight to the next program. Yeah, but then why do we end 5 minutes early then? They must put something in for America. It's always America's fault, innit? We've ended 5 minutes early. That's got to be something to do with America. They must do something that we don't. Don't know. Days, overall, this week's SmackDown has been a very good show. I give it a C+, says Blue Will Sonic. Blue Will Sonic, shout out to you. Jules said, I'm a rock and roll star. Let's go. If I don't get tickets, I'm going to riot. Edward said to his bed, the deal is done. Will Bloodline air tomorrow? Well, it's Bash in Berlin tomorrow. And don't forget, we will be live for that. So I need to go and sort a few bits and bobs. But we will be back tomorrow for our live watch along. And what's great is everyone can join us at the same time. So that's good, isn't it? Because don't forget, in America right now, flipping in America, it's Friday and it's kids are back at school and everything. And right now it's 3 o'clock. We've been doing 6 hour stream and only now is it 3 o'clock in America. So this is a stream that has had plenty of disruption, plenty of challenges. But listen, we are back to full strength tomorrow. Hey, that got great rating, you know. Great 55% for that. So there we go. For that last match, great 55. So that means we had 2 matches that got great. LA Knight against Ludwig, good 95. Los Garza against Corbin Apollo, good 99. Carmelo against Andrade, great 61. Nia versus Michin, great 55. So there we go. Liam said, how will Raw on Netflix work? I pay for Netflix. So will Raw be in the normal package I buy, or will there be additional cost? I don't think they've released that information, but at the moment I'm expecting it to be part of the normal package. So I'm not expecting it to be an additional cost. But they could spring that on us, you know. We've still got plenty of time. Obviously, that's not until 2025, so... But at the moment, I think it's just going to be all in the price. Right, there we go then. Thank you so much for joining us, my friends. I hope you had fun. I know that this is not the ideal situation because, of course, people couldn't join us because they're at work and they're at school. But listen, I had fun. I hope you had fun. We will have fun tomorrow. I'm looking forward to Bash in Berlin. So, yeah, not the most eventful SmackDown, but done. We move on. Have a good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. Cameron Wrestling called it, said he thought that Tiffy would get involved, and she did. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.